I'll be back down a little bit. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to get ready to start. So if you could please take a seat. Oh, we did? Okay. Well, we're going to start in a few minutes. Sorry. Waiting for our welcome remarks speaker. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining me today. My name is Kaya Jackson. I am the Business Development Specialist at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And I just want to thank you all for joining us today. A quick couple things I want to say before I bring on our speakers. Restrooms are off onto this side, but if you could please refrain from utilizing these three doors and just utilize the back door, helps out with sound because we do have a live audience joining us today. Also, with that note, if you could just please, on this side, when you're passing the cameras, just kind of note that you can walk past them, but try not to stand right in front of them, just so that it keeps the view open. What was that? Oh, yes. Questions? I'm going to be running around with the microphone. If you have a question for any of the speakers, we encourage questions. We like interactive audience, but please raise your hand so we can run the mic over, and that's also for the benefit of our online audience too as well. I wanted to bring up Erin Abrahamson. She's our Chief of Staff, just to give a few words as well, and then we'll bring on Mr. Kip Richie. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff with the National Center. I've been here for, I guess this month it's been 8 years that I've been with the National Center. And I've got to watch the growth, especially with this Native Edge program. We started this in 2018, and we have kind of been all over. We've hit both Hawaii and Alaska pretty often. We hit them this year, and then kind of four corners of the United States and hitting in between. So this is our first time here in Milwaukee, and we're excited. And I get the pleasure to bring on Kip Richie. Kip Richie is one of our board members. I've known Kip since I've started with the National Center, and he is a great mentor. And so I'm excited to bring him on to give a welcome to everybody here.
All right, bonjour. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here and great to be with all of you today. I was thinking about my time working in Indian country, almost 30 years as different capacities for our tribe. I'm a member of the Forest County Potawatomi tribe. And this has to be my favorite conference so far because, can you hear me okay? All right. Because I live less than a mile from here, right? So I literally just got up, right? Like 5 minutes, no, I'm kidding. I was in the office already this morning. But it's great to have it here in Milwaukee. This is the homelands of the Forest County Potawatomi, as well as many other tribes in the state. We have 11 awesome tribal nations here in the state of Wisconsin. On behalf of all of them, welcome you here to this training. Thank you to the National Center for putting this on. This is a fantastic event, and really the momentum that this has gained around the country and the access, not only in person but online, is really just a wonderful resource and a testament to what the National Center has accomplished since it began over 50 years ago. So it's an honor to be here today. Again, my name is Kip Richie. I am the CEO for Potawatomi Ventures. We are the economic development arm for the tribe. We were established in 2002, and I've had an opportunity to work for the tribe for almost 30 years. And the last 20 years, working with colleagues and friends and many wonderful leaders from our tribal council and our board and other team members, some of whom are here today, and I'll introduce in just a moment. Today we're about a $450 million organization with over 750 employees. We do business throughout the country and in some cases around the globe. Some of our investments include federal government contracting, construction management, technology, real estate, convenience store operations, emerging technologies, and we also have a variety of passive investments in healthcare, technology, venture capital, hospitality, and others. Most recently, we launched an innovation center, so I'm pleased to have a fellow tribal member, and our innovation center director, Alexis Harris, is here today. So please take some time to get to know her and learn a little bit more about what she's doing and creating for our tribe. So our mission at Potawatomi Ventures is to cultivate business ventures that turn opportunity into success for the Forest County Potawatomi community. Our vision is to nurture new paths to shared prosperity for generations. And our values are boldly courageous, genuinely kind, consistently resilient, authentically humble, and profoundly visionary. And we use our vision, our mission, and our values as a lens, and it's part of a strategy that's really focused on three pillars, right? So maximize tribal advantage, diversify, and create prosperity. These pillars continue to guide our strategic thinking as we embrace the long view and thoughtfully plan for the next phase of growth. So it's great to be here as part of game-changing strategies for Native American entrepreneurs. So whether you traveled far or joining us from nearby, like myself, thank you for being here and choosing to invest your future in your community and your next generation of Native and minority-owned businesses. So thank you for being here. So this conference isn't just about tips, tactics, or even strategies. It's about unlocking something deeper, right? The power of Native ingenuity, resilience, and economic sovereignty. Today is about discovering the next level of what's possible for Native entrepreneurs and what's possible for you. Let me start with the truth I've learned over almost 3 decades of doing business in Indian country and beyond. Our stories are our strategy, right? We come from nations of traders, diplomats, builders, and innovators. Our economies thrive before contact. We were problem solvers and visionaries long before business schools gave those traits fancy names, right? So when people talk about game-changing strategies, I remind them our people have been changing the game for centuries. But let's be honest, the road isn't easy, right? Many of us grew up watching our community struggle with limited access to capital, networks, and sometimes hope. We've had to navigate regulations that weren't written with us in mind. We've had to build credibility in industries where we were literally invisible. And yet we're still here, creating, owning, and leading. That's why this moment matters, because the game is changing and so are we. let me share 3 foundational principles that I believe will shape your journey today and beyond in this conference. So number 1, build with culture, not just capital. We talk a lot about culture at Potawatomi Ventures, the culture of the tribe as keepers of the fire. We have an obligation to think about the next 7 generations. When I started with this organization 20 years ago, we talked a lot about, well, when the next generation gets here, well, guess what? It's 20 years later, and they're here. And now it's our time to pass that along. So we talk a lot about culture. And it's not an obstacle in doing business. It's one of our greatest assets as in Indian country. Whether you're launching a construction firm, a fashion brand, a coffee roastery, or a cybersecurity company, remember your identity is your edge. Consumers today want meaning, purpose, and a story. And what greater story is there than in Indian country? And nobody can tell that story like we can. But this goes deeper than branding. It's about how we treat people, how we make decisions, how we build wealth, right? How we build wealth that circulates within our communities, not extracts from our communities. When you build a business rooted in your value and your culture, it will stand stronger, last longer, and uplift more lives. Number 2, think beyond survival, build for scale. Many Native entrepreneurs start small and stay small, not because of lack of talent, but because of lack of access and vision. But I challenge you today to think big, to think beyond that. Speaking of federal government contracting, as I mentioned earlier, there are nearly $2 million in opportunities, $2 trillion in opportunities with the federal government through procurement alone. Native-owned 8A businesses are winning million and billion-dollar contracts. Tribally owned enterprises are investing in real estate, data centers, healthcare, and hospitality, creating jobs and creating legacy. So you're not just a small business, you're a future employer, a future investor, a future mentor. You are the economy your community has been waiting for. Let's move from surviving to scaling. Let's build companies that don't just open, but endure and stand the test of time. Number 3, connect with other Native entrepreneurs, and that's perhaps one of the strongest elements of these conferences and these events in Indian country is the connections we make with each other and with other entrepreneurs. And today you'll meet people who are walking the same path as you. Some are just starting out, others are seasoned veterans. Share ideas, ask questions, and build bridges. I think we're going to hear some great panels throughout the day, and so we're looking forward to that and having an opportunity to get to know each other in the process. So our strength doesn't come from individual brilliance, it comes from collective wisdom. And the truth is, nobody understands entrepreneurship like the Native entrepreneur, right? We speak the same language, and even if we come from different nations. So don't leave this conference without exchanging numbers, forging partnerships, and creating alliances. Our greatest accelerator isn't capital, it's community. Every invoice you send, you are not just building a business, you are reclaiming our future. So every invoice you send, every contract you sign, every job you create, it all contributes to the larger vision of economic sovereignty for Indian country. Let today be your pivot point. Let today be the day you stopped playing small and started building bold. So welcome to Game-Changing Strategies for Native American Entrepreneurs. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to speaking with you all and getting to know you. So let's have a great day together. Miigwech. Thank you.
Gotta bring down the mic, I'm a little shorter. Thank you so much, Kip, for such amazing words and welcoming all of our guests here. Before we bring on the next panel, I just wanted to say thank you to our team as well. We have 3 of our team members outside. We have Sky Gilham. She's in our tourism program, and she oversees the Northwest sector. And then we have Haley Garcia. She's in the tourism program as well, and she sees the Eastern sector. And then we have Trisha Grossman. She's overseeing our registration right now, but she's in our accounting program. And then Erin Oh, we introduce Erin, and then also we have Skyber Media. So big thank you to Skyber Media. They're the ones who help out with all the great videos that you'll see on our YouTube page, but also with bringing the live stream to life. I know it's quite a setup back there, but I just wanted to say thank you so much to them. And then, I'm sorry, this one? Oh, and then, sorry, and we have Don Hull with our export program. So thank you so much to the team. It's it's really great to have them, and it really what makes the NEI come together. So thank you so much. Thank you. So we're going to get started a little bit early on our next panel. So if we could have, oh yay, Erin. If we could have Erin, Gosong, and Don come up, that would be fantastic. We're going to start with export readiness, compliance, and opportunities. So especially right now, everything happening, it's really great to kind of hear some alternatives and just updates about everything. Okay, so our panel, we have, first speaking, we have Dawn Hooley. She's our export consultant with our export program. She owns her own business, Sun Singer Consulting? Yes. Sun Singer Consulting. And then we have Gosong Volkman, and he's with our International Trade and Customs attorney, or he's an International Trade and Customs attorney with Admuson Davis LLC. And then Aaron Zitzelberger. Perfect. I did it, yay. He's the Senior Director of Global Trade and Investment from the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. So if you guys could turn your attention towards them. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Tansei, I'm Dawn Hool. I'm Chippewa Cree. I'm the founder of Sunsinger Consulting, and I currently live in Maryland, right in the belly of the beast of what's happening to our country. So it's been fun, and I made it here without any airplane issues. So I feel very grateful. I already feel like I'm winning. So this morning, so I recently joined the National Center team on the export service side. And if you have never heard of the word tariff, you've heard it now. I think it's like, what, 42 every 42 seconds this word is being thrown out into America. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about what does that mean for us, and what are those opportunities for small businesses. And my pop-up is the Trump administration policy and act from USET. That's what I'm missing right now. So it's a weekly call. I don't need to be on that. Delete. So I grabbed my computer so I could see, because I can't see that. So what is an FTZ? Hopefully you guys know this. If not, it's a foreign trade zone. It's a designated geographic area where foreign and domestic goods are treated for tax and tariff purposes as if they had never entered the United States. The purpose of these FTZs is to encourage expedited U.S. participation in international trade, which promotes economic development by providing business with significant customs and logistical advantages. Oh, sorry. Oh, and I'm not in control. I don't know. No, good thing Aaron's paying attention.
There we go.
Ah. And actually, I could stand up there. My apologies. Where's my manners? Aha. Here we go. Now you can see what I see. And thank you, Kip, for that wonderful welcome this morning. Where'd he go? There he is. You set the stage perfectly. I think there's so much opportunity right now. It does seem like doomsday every time you turn the news on, but from a travel perspective and as a U.S. citizen perspective, you know, we need to find those little rays of hope and create that new opportunity for all of us. So as I was saying, the purpose of FTZs is to expedite and promote economic development by providing businesses with significant customs and logistical advantages. There's two different types, general purpose, and they call it magnet or subzones, where you're dedicated to one single company, usually for manufacturing or specializing in activities. We're going to spend most of our time just talking about the general purpose one, just because that's kind of where tribes are focusing on and where I think the small businesses in the room could probably play a role. One of the biggest things that I see as one of the biggest opportunities is the job creation. Most tribes, most small communities, that's the biggest problem we have. We lack capacity issues, we lack access to capital, as Kip mentioned this morning, but also that streamlined process. How do you get to the finish line faster and smoother, with hopefully saving some money along the way. So just real quickly, why does this matter? It's $149 billion in merchandise coming into the United States, and or more than that, going out. But in 2023, there's over approximately 555,000 people participating in 1,300 active operations, businesses exporting that much money in merchandise. We all have an Amazon account. I'm assuming we haven't got rid of them yet, have we? We haven't boycotted them. Where's that coming from? How do we make sure that we're saving money along the way? And so these are some of the components that you could do within a foreign trade zone. So you have storage, you have assembly, manufacturing, processing, testing, expedition, relabeling, repackaging, repair, and destruction. The destruction part is pretty exciting. Every time you get a new computer, you have to destroy the hard drive. Who's doing that work? Every time you get a cell phone, which I just got a new one, and the thing barely works. I thought, what is happening to me? But the assembly part, if you've ever opened the hood of your car, it says manufactured in Mexico, assembled in the United States, or Kansas, or Kentucky, I think some of them. Depends on which model you have. Well, this is probably where that started, that through a foreign trade zone. You would hope that's happening. And typically that's where they're doing that to save some of those costs of it and importing into the United States. So how does this all work? There's a federal FTZ board that oversees all of the grantees. There's only public corporations and nonprofits are eligible. The key components of these are, again, like I said, merchandising. It may be held and stored there on U.S. soil without being subject to U.S. customs and duties, and also known as tariffs. Whoops, I'm failing. There we go. And so as those goods enter into the United States, they're duty-free and without any formal custom entry. So just like I went to Australia in December, there's a duty-free station the entire way getting into the country and leaving the country. Well, we've all seen those. It's no different. You're not paying a tax. The custom entry now, you can get a global entry little app on your phone. I went through a different line. It's no different as humans or products. And so it's much more streamlined now. The duties and taxes are only paid when goods leave the FTZ for U.S. consumption. So, and then goods exported from the FTZ are exempt from U.S. duties and excise taxes. So tribal specifically, tribal corporations already are established as a public corporation. And so we have that advantage that if your corporation is established under tribal law, you then qualify as a public corporation and can start an FTZ. Now, I make it sound like you just go walk down the road and you could go do this. No, there's process because it's a federally ran program. And so you would want to potentially partner with an existing FTZ grantee. That's the easiest path. You can start your own. It takes years, I'm not going to lie. But also, the application process then becomes less redundant because there's only so many that they will allow, the federal government will allow within an existing service area. And so you want to make sure that you do your due diligence and you pay attention to where you're placing these FTZs. So what's required? Obviously proximity. Your tribal site must be within 60 miles or 90-minute drive from a U.S. Customs port of entry. Now there's some wiggle room there with port of entry, especially if you're doing rail or driving. And so I won't get into the nuances of that, but if you want to learn more, definitely reach out to me. I see there's a typo on here. The application, so you do have to have a very comprehensive application that talks about not only your maps, your purpose, your benefits, the legal documents. This is where my company, Sunsinger Consulting, shines. I create from concept to contract, developing these charters and resolutions and operating agreements so that the organization is ready to respond to whatever market that the tribe may want to get into. And then you have a public review. And again, back to that grantee slide where maybe you want to partner with somebody that's already existing. This streamlines all of that because they already went through the process. You then can piggyback, essentially. You become a joint venture with them, and you don't have to go through that public review and various other things. And then there's always compliance. The one thing that I would mention is that you do have to operate this as a public utility with published rates and equal access to services. And so that's where that flow of funds comes from. It's clear of what the expectations are of if you do use that service, what's going to cost you. And then real quickly, what tribes have an FTZ? I cannot see that. The one that's most active, I would say, is the Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska. They own Gray Snow Mountain Solutions. And David Tam, who's one of our presenters from the National Center, this is the CEO of that company. They've done some pretty interesting stuff as far as, they call it lay down, so it's a supplier. They have 700 acres that they're allowing suppliers to come in and hold, so basically a warehouse, hold their products until it's going to go to wherever it's going to go, be exported. Now, the Citizen Potawatomi Nation, they own Iron Horse. They're in Shawnee, Oklahoma. This particular tribe, it took them about 7 years to get their FTZ. They're the only one that is 400 miles from the nearest waterway. They have thousands of miles of rail, and they have major highways that run adjacent to the reservation, and so it makes them ideal. So they kind of tested the waters for the rest of the tribes at least, of, okay, I'm in the middle of nowhere. Well, great, do you have a major railroad and do you have a major highway? Excellent, they've done it. The ramp up, and Dr. James Collard is the person who's running that program, the ramp up's pretty steep, and they started from zero, so they're their own. They don't have their own existing grantee. And so I think 2023 is when they finally finalized after a 7-year application process to actually get to where they are now. And they're looking for investors, they're looking for companies, they're looking for ways to expand that. And they're rolling it out into a 3-phase system. And so first it'll be that lay down, that supply, And then eventually, hopefully, they'll get into assembly, or the warehousing, the assembly, and then maybe manufacturing. And so most small businesses, which include tribes, do we have the capital, like Kip mentioned, access to that to really ramp up fast? No. Typically, we don't. There's some tribes that can, but are you going to put it all in one bucket where you don't know the final outcome? And so you do have to pay attention to that. So the Lummi Nation in Washington State, they were approved but have never activated this, which is interesting because they're a pretty progressive tribe. Cabazon and the Torres Martinez and the 29 Palms tribe all collaborated together to create the Four Winds FTZ Corporation. They never did get approval. And that's been pending, I think, since 2015. So I'm not sure why that never went anywhere, but I never had a chance to follow up with them. But pretty interesting. These are big casino tribes. They're in the middle of, a metropolitan city. And so maybe the interest or the land issues. I know 29 Palms doesn't have a lot of land. So there may be some other underlining issues within this particular tribe why they never started. But the Puyallup tribe, they were approved. It's not active. Again, that's in Washington State. They did recently win a lawsuit. They want a deep water port in the downtown Seattle. So I see big things coming out of Puyallup. They also just bought a container company 2 years ago. And so my assumption is they're going to be activating this FTZ. They're just lining things up. And so I love what Puyallup's doing. And then Oneida Nation here in Wisconsin was approved, but they're not active. And so I'm not sure what the story is. So maybe somebody else on the panel does, or if there's Oneida in the room, they can share that. But one of the things with tribes is who's in charge. If I do this, who's in charge? Well, right now the Foreign Trade Zone Board is, and once you get approved, you're doing all your compliance through them as well as the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And then some of the legal considerations, I'm not a lawyer, I just surround myself by them. Anybody knows me, all my friends are attorneys. That is crazy. So FTZs on tribal lands benefit from tribal sovereignty. Federal laws apply, but state regulations generally do not. So that's what makes us even more attractive for businesses to come onto our reservation. You have to follow our laws, but you don't have to follow the state, those regulations. And then, of course, all zones have to comply with environmental label and safety regulations, with most tribes have far better environmental protection laws than most states or counties or anybody. So, nothing too alarming there. But the process and timeline, I think this is worth a few seconds on, is definitely a new zone approval, 10 months. I just told you it took 7 years for Citizen Potawatomi, so I'm not lying, but who knows why it took them that long. But, typically, this is what would happen within a normal process. And who knows what normal looks like right now? And so who knows if there's even staff at this agency? I didn't research that, and so keep that all in mind. A year ago, this would be a typical slide, but right now, who knows? So these subzones, those are the partnerships, those are the joint ventures with existing ones. Those could take anywhere from 3 to 5 months. And again, that streamlined process because it's already been approved. So you're just going through the approval process with the FTZ board and getting all of your process and business plan in place. And then your activation, again, that's an existing on-site readiness process that if you wanted to join into a joint venture, you would just do your compliance. So 12 to 18 months, keep that in mind. That's subjective. What are the benefits? Probably nobody can read this because I can barely read it. Clearly, and we're going to send this out. But again, which even here I'm like, oof, I don't wear readers yet, but hey, I should be. The job creation, the job creation, dear Lord, I don't know how to go back. All right, screwed it up. And I love that this is live stream, so yes, thank you everybody for seeing how I don't know how to use this little thing. But I think that I've talked a lot about already the job creation, it's economic diversification, it's revenue diversification, which is huge for small communities. We had the pleasure of driving to Baraboo yesterday. I think Baraboo yesterday. I mean, that is 2 hours away from here, middle of nowhere, Wisconsin. And, you know, you absolutely have to look at revenue diversification, especially as big corporations are now discovering this and they want to tap into tourism. How do the small businesses survive? And we met with two wonderful Ho-Chunk tribal members yesterday, and they were sharing their story about how do you pivot and what does that look like for them. And so we actually talked about about exporting. You guys are close to Canada, even though you don't think you are. You're very close to Canada. Now, my reservation in the middle of nowhere, Rocky Boy, Montana, we're 30 miles from the Canadian border. We're really close. You guys have a little journey, but why not? Why not continue to look? And I'll talk a little bit more about that. How do you go back? Oh, there we go. So there's that awful slide that nobody can read. So I apologize. Some of those tax incentive and synergies I think is really, really critical if we get into this. But if you have a small business, you know, look at this. How do you get into that supply chain? How do you get introduced to some of these? So I'm not going to spend any more time on that. That's too small for us to read. But on a final note, to close this out, what are the opportunities? Obviously, partnering with some existing FTZs, whether or not that's a tribal one or a non-Indian one. And then expanding those existing subzone areas, get into that process if this is exciting to you and you want to do that. It's a shorter process. Like I said, the wait time is 30 days is the review process from what I saw yesterday and online, because I double checked. I was like, is this true? But keep that in mind, we don't know. And then I think the biggest one from a tribal perspective is this facilitate international or intertribal trade and international trade. Now, since the 1700s, we've already had a Jay's Treaty Act. And Jay's Treaty Act just gives the opportunity for nations to nations to trade without taxation. So we already had an existing foreign trade zone prior to a border, prior to the United States being established. And so I think we really need to lean into a lot of that tribal sovereignty and exert our sovereignty, which I have that on here. It seems like Canada pays a little more attention to those relationships, and we have a fellow Canadian First Nations in here, and so I would really love to see where that's going to lead. And then from a business diversification standpoint, for those small businesses in the room, OssuTrade, we have one of the first tribal businesses located in Texas that is now doing trade with Australia with their OssuTrade. And, oh, she's giving me the warning. Talked enough. But I had the pleasure of going to Australia. Their First Nations International Trade Division is leaps and bounds more supportive and better than the United States. They are there to help small businesses. They are there to give you the technical assistance that you need to actually get this done. And so the company, Econa, I'm probably butchering the names, how do I say it? Chad Johnson is the one who owns that, and he's been doing this since 2019. Just unbelievable. It's in the defense space. And so, let's look at some of our other countries that they're one of our biggest supporters in the United States. Without them on the defense side, the United States would be in a different position. So Australians a good friend, and they actually understand First Nations, they understand tribes, they want to do business with us. And so I encourage you, as he's just a small business in the middle of nowhere, Texas, who started this. And so those opportunities exist, and there's a lot of resources out there for you to exist. But how do I learn more? One, contact me, Don Houle. But I encourage everybody in here, even if you're just thinking about exporting, become one of our clients. It's a free resources. Maximize your free resources before you go and pay somebody to do this. So we can help you with not only pricing, but marketing strategy. What does your business, how can you get into exporting? Even if you're a service industry like myself, I don't have a product, not yet. I desperately want a product. But, you know, there's opportunities, and definitely be part of the MBDA National Center Export Center as a resource. And then as a client, and then I put, for those that are going to get this, if you want, I put our website there for you to learn more and to get our point of contact. So thank you guys, and we'll be here for questions. So who's going next?
Good morning once again, and thank you, Kaya and NIE, for the opportunity to share my thoughts on some exporting strategies for those of you who are new to exporting. Again, my name is Gosang Fongkam. I am a trade attorney and a partner at Emerson Davis. We are a full-service law firm based here in Milwaukee, although we have offices throughout the upper Midwest, Chicago, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Columbus, Ohio, Cleveland, about 300 lawyers. But my practice really focuses on helping foreign and domestic companies navigate foreign and legal issues from an import perspective as well as an export perspective. I know that right now trade issues are in the headlines, especially since the Trump administration came into office almost three months ago. But the focus is not, we're not going to talk about tariffs, although I'm happy to entertain any questions on tariffs during the Q&A section. The focus of my presentation would be on the exporting side. So really looking at the legal contracts and how do you enforce a contract and how do you even have a contract. As you all know well, doing business domestically can be quite challenging, but when you're doing business internationally, the complexity is magnified tenfold. So when you're looking at exporting, in particular from a legal perspective, you are really looking at how you manage business risk. Now, assuming that you have a willing buyer overseas, and you've negotiated some of the terms like price, like quantity, and before you even start performing, which is sending your products to your overseas customer, I think one question that you may be kind of asking yourself is, if I were to fulfill my obligation to my overseas customer, how do I make sure that they fulfill their obligation to me? So how do I get paid? So I think it's for that reason that you want to think about having a contract that memorializes the terms of your engagement with your overseas customers so that there are no surprises. There are a few things to consider when you go about trying to come up with a legally binding contract. The first thing is, can I even legally sell my product to that customer? If you are in the business of, for example, semiconductors, things that have encryptions, things that could be used for military purposes as opposed to civilian purposes, you may need to get permission from the US government before you can legally sell your product to your overseas customers. So that is one consideration that you will need to consider. Obviously, if you're selling food products, medicine, things that are just general civilian use, that's not an issue. But things that have military application, you may need to get permission from the U.S. government by obtaining an export license before you can legally sell those products. How do you get your products to your overseas customer? So who bears the cost of transportation? I think that's one thing you may want to also consider in terms of whether you are using, whether it's the buyer that's responsible for paying the shipping costs or whether it's the seller, and how do you allocate that risk? What Incoterms are you using? Are you using an E-Incoterm? Are you using a C-Incoterm? Are you using an F-Incoterm? Are you using a D-Incoterm? I mean, so they all have some sort of legal obligations and risk obligation tied to that. And what happens if you, let's say you negotiate the contract today and Trump tweets and imposes, let's say, 10% tariffs on imports coming from a country that your customer is located in, and then that country retaliates by imposing a reciprocal tariffs, which is kind of in the headlines. And by the time your goods arrive in their country, now you have to pay an additional 10% on those products. How do you manage for that? Now you may want to think about having some sort of escalation clause, putting in that contract a force majeure clause, but those are just some of the considerations you may want to think about. How do you get paid? I mean, obviously being a U.S. seller, that is the most important thing. I mean, because obviously you are not, your business is not a charity. You are not giving it away. If you were to send your products to the overseas customer, how can you ensure that you get paid? Now, if you already have an existing relationship with that customer overseas, that's one consideration. If this is a new engagement, I guess that would be another consideration. The point is that you can maybe expect to get paid by bank-to-bank transfer, and that's also a possibility through PayPal, or you may want to use a third party as a way to minimize, limit your risk. And that is going to a bank and obtaining what they call a letter of credit. Now, what that means is that the bank is also getting a cut of that transaction as a way to facilitate that transaction. But that is one consideration you may want to think about when you are doing business internationally. And if, for example, you were to sell your products and export to your overseas customer and they fail to pay you, what are your legal obligations? I mean, how can you hold them accountable? Where can you bring this lawsuit? And are the laws the same? Would you have to sue your customer in their country, or can you sue them here in the United States? And if you were to sue them here in the United States, can you enforce, and you were to win, can you enforce that judgment in their country? And do they even have assets here in the United States where, for example, if you were to sue them, you can attach those assets as a way for you to recoup what you have lost? So that is one consideration that you may also want to think about when you are looking at international transactions. IP, and again, if you are selling certain products that there was a lot of research involved in it, how do you make sure that your customer is not reverse engineering and copying that product and then essentially kicking you out of the market? Again, that's one consideration you may want to think about. Another consideration would be whether this is a one-time transaction or whether it's an ongoing transaction. For example, is it just a purchase and sale transaction, or do you want to go in and they want to be your? Do you want to go in through some sort of a licensing agreement or distributorship agreement? And again, how do you control how that product is sold in the foreign country? And another area of that's increasingly becoming a lot more important nowadays is issues of cultural sensitivity. If you are selling a product to, let's say, China, and you, for example, you have a logo that also puts Taiwan as an independent country, you may not be able to sell your products in China because under Chinese law, Taiwan is essentially a part of China. So depending on where you are selling that product, you may need to at least do some research and know what some of the cultural sensitivities are in that country, which will at least enable you and allow your products to be a lot more competitive in that foreign jurisdiction. That's all I have now, but I will take some questions. I know that some of you or most of you have questions on tariffs. and on restrictions in general. And during this Q&A session, I'll be happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody? Apologies for being late. I had a sick kiddo at home, so it threw a wrench into my morning, but here I am. So, excellent. There we go. Well, again, good morning. My name is Aaron Zitzelberger. I'm the Senior Director for Global Trade and Investment at the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. Thanks for having me here today. My family is Lakudere, so it's an honor to be with you. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you and talk a little bit about trade resources. Again, I'm with Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation, so my job is to help you and work with you. So please, if you don't have questions today, I just wanted to start out by saying, please make sure that you reach out. You can always touch base with me, touch base with the team. We are here to help in any way that we can. So I'm going to go a little bit, probably at a speedy pace, but I'll try to, feel free to slow me down. So again, I'm with Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. Our mission is to strategically invest in Wisconsin to enhance the economic well-being of people and their businesses and the communities. So we do that through working in the entrepreneurship and innovation worlds, business and community development, marketing and events. But what we do here, the Global Trade and Investment team. So that means working with businesses around Wisconsin to help them engage and grow and compete in the global marketplace. We have a number. There we go. There are a number of resources that we have. I'm going to touch on a little bit of all of these. We have the Export Tech program, that's a partnership, our network of authorized trade representatives, our international trade and investment missions, our international market access grants. I'll touch base on all of these a little bit. These are fantastic resources and available to you. Also our team full of market development directors that I would say are a wealth of trade knowledge and are a great first point of contact for you when you have questions. There we go. All right. So WEDC, a gateway to global markets with 96% of the world's consumers living outside of the U.S. and 1 billion people expected to enter the global market middle class in the next decade. Wisconsin companies are changing the way, they have to change the way that they think about their businesses. So for companies that want to grow, exporting is absolutely not a luxury anymore. It's a necessity. If companies need to be competing globally, they need to be looking at that global marketplace. Too few companies export. And the companies that are exporting are exporting to one market. So there's a massive world out there, and you need to be engaged in it. Why export? I feel like I can't quite get this right. Is that better? Worse? Better? There we go. Okay. Why export? Well, there's new realities out there, right? 80% of the world's purchasing power, 92% of its economic growth, 96%, I said 95 here, 96% of the world's consumers are outside of the U.S. borders. Globalization is the dominant business environment, right? If Wisconsin wants to grow, it's going to need to compete in the global marketplace. The world's population surpassed 7 billion people. By 2050, it's expected to exceed 9 billion people. So to put this in perspective, a country like Nigeria, which is approximately the size of Texas, has a population that's projected to surpass the U.S. by 2050. It's going to reach 1 billion people by the end of the century. This is a major emerging market. They're going to have rapidly growing middle class. So it's not just that there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that that are entering the middle class that are going to have disposable income and increased purchasing power. This wave of new middle class people are going to have a profound effect on consumption in the future. And the vast majority of our middle class growth occurring outside of the U.S. borders. So we're reaching a tipping point, right? Over the next 50 years, the global middle class is really going to expand dramatically. So that's some reasons to export. What other reasons that you have for exporting? Higher revenue. Non-exporters average a higher revenue than companies that don't export. Company growth. Companies that export get bigger faster. Why? They have access to larger markets for their products than non-exporting companies. Greater productivity. Not only are exporting companies more productive, they're more innovative. In the process of exporting, exporters are exposed to new technology, new materials, new knowledge that's directly relevant to their products and their services. Stronger labor pool. There we go. With higher revenues, employers can pay higher wages, providing exporting companies access to stronger labor pools and higher valuation for their companies. So diversification of sales channels and markets reflect company strength when it comes to corporate variations. So there's a lot of reasons to export. What about Wisconsin in general? I don't want to spend too much time on this. There we go. Wisconsin ranked 21st total in total value of exports in 2024. That's pretty standard about where we generally fall. 20th, 21st, 22nd, right in there. Our export value in 2024 was $27.5 billion, and over 8,000 companies exported from Wisconsin in 2024. Of these, the vast majority were small and medium-sized businesses with fewer than 500 employees. I always feel like that number is a little deceiving for small and medium businesses when they see small to medium business and 500 employees. But I will tell you, working at WEDC and working with small and medium enterprises, I have companies that have 1 employee that are exporting. I have companies that have 5 employees that are exporting. It's not just a company with 250 or 300 employees. They are, every size business can have access to the global markets. All right. Now I can talk about the fun stuff for me. WEDC helping you go global. So WEDC and the Global Trade and Investment Team has a number of resources that are available to you to help you as you look to build out your international export strategy. The first of these is assessing export readiness. So is your company ready to export? So assessing a company's readiness to export international markets, expand into additional markets, take on more challenging high-growth export markets is a good first step. That is something that the WEDC market development directors can be a great first point of contact. We work in partnership with things like organizations like the SBDC, Small Business Administration, others who can also help look at your business to determine if there are steps that you need to take. Are you exporting to Canada? Do you need a certification for your product? Do you need to change your marketing, your packaging? There may be steps that you need to take. So that's where assessing your export readiness is a really good first step and something that you want to be looking at. And we can help you with that through, again, through our authorized trade representative team that we have or our market development directors around the state of Wisconsin. What are some of the other tools that we have that are available to you? So I see Buckley sitting in the back. We work with the WMEP, WCMP on the Export Tech program. Export Tech is an amazing program. It's an export acceleration program delivered in partnership with WCMP. Export Tech helps small to mid-sized Wisconsin companies tap into new markets with a customized export expansion strategy. It's really kind of the A to Z of what you need to know when you are looking to export. So through Export Tech, you're going to learn export strategies. You're going to develop an effective exporting plan. You're going to get expert feedback and coaching from experienced exporters. So some of the things that you're going to cover in Export Tech are sales and distribution channels, trade finance, pricing, payment terms and best practices, international licensing opportunities, leveraging trade agreements, logistics and documentation. Like I said, if you're going to learn if you're exporting to Canada, do you need to translate your packaging into French? What are the things that you need to be looking at for those target markets that you identify? Regulations and foreign certifications. Geopolitical and specific country risk. And that's where having that wealth of knowledge of people in the room that can talk to you when you identify this particular market. Well, are there things that you're not thinking about that you need to be thinking about? So Export Tech is an amazing program. There we go. WEDC's global network. So We are a small team at WEDC, our global trade and investment team, but we do contract with authorized trade representatives around the world, covering 116 countries and territories around the world. These are not employees of WEDC, these are trade representatives that we contract with, and they are in country, they are boots on the ground there for you. So they are an amazing resource when a company has a problem and has questions. They are often really well equipped to be able to help you. If you want to engage in something like a market assessment to determine if that particular market is good for your product, they are a great resource. A partner search, looking for end users or distributors, sales channels, they can be great as well. Specialized projects as well. Those are, we have a network of authorized trade representatives that you can avail yourself to. WEDC's international trade and investment missions, these are fantastic. We all know personal contact creates business opportunities, right? There's nothing like being with somebody, being able to shake hands with somebody, being able to do a product demonstration with somebody. I think we all learned that during, one of the things we learned during COVID, and we pivoted from in-person trade missions to virtual. It's really hard to make that connection with people when you can't really get to know them and, like I said, shake their hands, show them their products, just have those conversations. So that personal contact creates business opportunities. That can be really hard when the person that you need to connect with is 1,000 miles away or 2,000 miles away or across the world. So WEDC does trade and investment missions. So whether you're looking for customers or distributors or both that are going to help you expand your global reach, WEDC's targeted trade missions are going to help you build the relationships necessary for the increased sales, international sales. So as a member of a trade mission, you're going to receive a high-level country briefing from the WEDC Market Development Director. You're going to work hand in glove with the trade representative to make sure that they know your product. They are then going to reach out. They're going to customize a schedule for you so that when you get into the country, you can focus on what you need to be focusing on, which is doing business. So one of the best things about what we do in our trade missions is we're going to handle all that logistical thing, the work for you. So when you get to a foreign country and you don't speak the language, you don't want to have to worry about, am I going to be able to understand what's going on? Yes, we're going to have interpreter services there for you. Getting from point A to point B to point C, meeting to meeting to meeting, that's going to be taken care of for you. Again, we want you to be there and we want you to focus on why you're there. So as a member of a WEDC trade mission, you're going to receive that briefing. At each stop, you're going to participate in pre-arranged, customized meetings with companies whose needs and capabilities align with your export objectives. The purpose of our trade missions is to get our companies in country. There's nothing like being boots on the ground. So this is just a few of the places we're working on finalizing our schedule right now for FY26. That starts in July. So we'll have Japan in September, Canada in November, Mexico in February, Germany in June, and there will probably be a couple more that find their way onto this list as well. I just don't have details on those yet. But those are some of the places that we're going to be going in the 2026 fiscal year. All right. This is probably my favorite thing that we do. This is our International Market Access Grant. I love this grant. Seriously, I could talk about it all day. Companies that want to grow, they know they need to export. Navigating the global marketplace is a really hard, it can be a challenging thing to do, right? You need to surround yourself with knowledge and strategy, and that's where WEDC is going to try to stand ready, to be ready to help you with that. The International Market Access Grant, hold on one second here. The International Market Access Grant, companies can be reimbursed for specific short-term expenses associated with a targeted export project that's going to help them grow their presence in an identified international market. So the grant program is tiered. We talked about Export Tech right before this. Companies that have gone through the Export Tech are eligible for grants of up to $30,000, and they can do up to 6 grants, 1 per year, which is a tremendous resource. If you haven't gone through Export Tech, you're still eligible for IMAG grants, up to $10,000, and you can do those up to 3 times. Again, 1 per year. So what can you, am I eligible for an IMAG? Are you a for-profit company? Are you an established business operating in Wisconsin, registered with DFI for at least a year, manufactures, processes, assembles, and or distributes a product or a service, because we also have service companies as well, that has the potential to be exported? And do you have substantial export-related operations located within Wisconsin? Doesn't need to be a company, doesn't need to be headquartered in Wisconsin. It just has to have those exporting related capacity here in Wisconsin. And it can't be a company that has gross revenue exceeding $100 million for the most recent fiscal year, unless it's agriculture related, and we can talk about that. All right, what can I do with an IMAG? You can do a lot with an IMAG. Probably the biggest thing that we get is trade shows. So if you have expenses related to registration for a trade show, booth construction, shipping product to an international market can be insanely expensive, right? So that's an expense that you can that's allowable. Interpreter services, because why go to a trade show if you don't understand what's the people that are going to be there, if you don't speak the language? So interpreter services. You can use it for non-WEDC trade missions. We just talked about the WEDC trade missions, which are subsidized through WEDC. But if you want to go on a trade mission with the U.S. Commercial Service or another organization, yes, you can do that, and you could use an IMAG for costs associated with that. Bucket number 2, marketing and promotion. So you want to do website development for a foreign market, a micro landing site. Do you want to do translation of marketing materials? We talked about IP. So do you need IP registration, product certifications, those kinds of things? That marketing and promotion is very important. Consulting services, bucket number 3. Our WEDC trade reps that we talked about. So if you want to do a market assessment, hey, I don't know, is Brazil a really good place for my product? And you want to do a market assessment and figure that out. Great, you can use an IMAG for the costs associated with doing that market assessment or that partner search. You want to do work with the U.S. Commercial Service and do a gold key, which is, again, very similar to what we're talking about, market assessment, partner search, is really understanding that market and if it's going to be a good fit for you. You could use an IMAG for the U.S. Commercial Service gold key. Website designer consulting, partner search or market research consulting services. Absolutely. Export education, this bucket, the 4th bucket, probably something that doesn't get as much. I think it's fantastic, and I wish people would use it more as a component of their IMAG when they do their budget. Export education, so cultural competency, best business practices in foreign markets. Export compliance, you're going to get a lot of that if a company goes through Export Tech, and that's great, but maybe you feel like you need to know more export compliance knowledge, get a little deeper with that. Or foreign language, because if you're going to be working in foreign markets, maybe getting some basic business language skills is going to be helpful. So those are kind of the 4 buckets. It is first of all, again, I wanted to reiterate, it's a reimbursement grant. How it works is a company applies. Once they're approved, they incur the expense, then they submit for the reimbursement of those expenses. I will add, we do multiple reimbursements. We understand the realities of small and medium business, and that's, if you're doing a project and it's $10,000, we don't want you to be without those funds for very long. So you can do multiple reimbursements along the way as you complete phases of your program, of your project. Additionally, there is a 30% match requirement. We want companies that are going to use these grants to have involvement in this as well. So if you're getting a $10,000 grant, the expectation is there's going to be a $3,000 contribution by the company. So there is that match component. The good news is, well, the bad news is, we don't allow for transportation and lodging as an allowable expense. The good news is expenses like that do count towards your match requirement. And we'll make sure all this is available to you as well, just to let you know. A couple quick questions I often get. Aaron, what about this project? And inevitably, it's not anywhere on here, or it's in that gray area, and I don't know. And I love those questions. That's fantastic, because that helps us flex what we're doing, look at different things. Just because it's not on here doesn't mean it's not something that we're going to necessarily cover. It might. It might not be something that we currently cover, but it also might get us thinking about things that maybe we want to be doing. So it never hurts to ask. So if you have a project that you want to do and you're not sure if it's going to be covered by an IMAG, That's okay. Let's talk about that. We'll make sure that there's clarity on that, that you know whether it is or it isn't by the time you move forward. The other thing people ask is, do I have to do just one of these, or can I do multiple? Yes. So if you're doing a budget, as long as it's an allowable expense, and you want to do a trade show and some consulting services, and then you have a little left over and you want to do some export compliance education, great. As long as it's allowable expenses, you can do multiple projects within your IMAG, within your grant. I won't go into a lot of detail on this. Ineligible expenses, it's actually pretty intuitive for the most part. Things like we're not going to pay for you to rent warehouse space or for passport costs, things like that. So this will always be on the website. You can always take a look at it. We're going to work with you as you submit those applications. We have a grants manager that is going to work with you as well. If there's something that pops up on here when you submit your application that we're worried about or isn't necessarily an allowable expense, not to worry. We'll be sure we talk to you about that, and we'll figure that out. We never want to put anybody in a position where you come back later on and say, okay, Aaron, here's my reimbursement, and we have to say, oh, wait, this wasn't allowable. That's something we don't want to do. So we're going to work really closely to make sure that the details are covered, and that never happens. So what do you have to do? I realize I have a date. I have to update. Apologies. But I am happy to say that our application for IMAGs is now completely online. It's through the portal, Network Wisconsin portal. It used to just be a giant packet of PDFs and Excel spreadsheets, which I know we all know and love. It's all online now, and that makes life a lot easier for us. So when you submit your application, we can take a look at it. If there's changes that we need to make, we can send it back to you online, and it just makes that whole process go a lot smoother. So if you are interested in an IMAG at any point, you can reach out to me, you can reach out to our grants manager, you can reach out to anybody on the team and let us know, and I'll make sure you have that information. We'll get you a link to an application in Network Wisconsin. It's going to take about 4 to 6 weeks once we get your application. We have to do our due diligence as the state, make sure that we've reviewed your application, our underwriting team has reviewed the application, and that we've done what we need to do. So just make sure that you're calendaring backwards from whatever you're going to do. If you're going to go to a trade show, don't plan on submitting an IMAG application 6 weeks before you're going to the trade show. That's not what you want to do. So get the application in as soon as you can. It doesn't matter if the project that you're going to do doesn't happen until November. Get the application in now, because I can't guarantee that we're always going to that we're not going to run out of funds. Once we're out of money, I'm out of yeses at that point. So make sure that you get those applications in, get approved, and then you can proceed with your project when the time comes. The timeline: projects begin upon acceptance. I'm going to pause, and I'm just going to say, if you do an IMAG, and we're going to talk to you about this, as applicants as well. Never, 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 never begin your project prior to getting acceptance on your grant. We cannot reimburse for expenses that you incurred before you were accepted. And I never want somebody to come and say, hey, I'm ready for my reimbursement, and say, whoa, you registered for this trade show in August and you didn't get accepted until September, and I'm sorry, you're out $5,000. Never want that to happen. So you wait for the word from us saying, yes, you're good, go, and then once you do, you're moving forward. Our next cycle for IMAGs will open July 1st. You'll talk to Sheila Postler on our team, you'll get that application, and you can move forward with submitting your application. We talked about budget, we talked about export tech, and we talked about the cost match. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to talk to you, Sheila, any of our market development directors. We can all talk to you about the grants as well. Oops. These are some of the people you're probably going to interact with. So we have 4 market development directors: Francisco Carrillo, who handles Mexico, Latin American markets; Chad Hoffman, Canada, Australia, India, Africa, and the Middle East. He's got the most crazy hodgepodge of the world, but it's very interesting. Fan Fu Lee, who handles all of our Asian markets, and Rome Router, who handles Europe for us. Sheila down below, I'm sorry, I don't have a picture of her, and I should, but Sheila is fantastic, and she is our grants manager, so she will be your first and main point of contact. She's going to help you get your application in. She's going to help you get your reimbursement done. She's going to help you if you have any questions along the way. Not to say you can't call me, but Sheila is a great resource for you as well. Final thoughts. There we go. Exports will become an increasingly important aspect of the U.S.-Wisconsin economy. It already is, right? A massive amount of the world, 96% is outside our borders. Exports are a huge part of our economy. It should be a strategy for every company that's that's looking to grow. And the reality is that companies are competing in a global marketplace, whether you like it or not. You might not be exporting, but your competition probably is looking to do that. And if you really want to grow, you can't ignore the percentage of the world that's out there. Companies that do not adapt to the new global realities will become victims of those that do. That's absolutely true. Again, you might not be exporting, but your competition is, the world is. It's a global marketplace, so important that you engage in it. So again, thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me. And if there are questions today, down the road, we are available to assist you in any way that we can. Again, I think somebody here said, take advantage of all of the free resources that you have available. I love that, absolutely. We are here, just pick up a phone, send an email, and we're excited to engage. So thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
Questions? Do we have any questions?
I actually have a question for the audience.
Okay. You could use the microphone.
I'm just wondering, who is currently exporting overseas right now? You are. And what products are you, and what region of the world? Oh, services, like what, IT or? Transportation. Oh, okay. And do you find any, can any one of us here be of service to you? Yeah.
No, definitely.
Yeah, okay, so.
Yeah, definitely. With you, I just put your notes in ChatGPT and it's telling me some good things about you. So, I will definitely talk to you. WEDC, yes, I was in contact with Mr. Hoffman. He started me off on the process, but then I didn't know about the grant part of it. I spent a lot of money, so I'm wondering if I can get back so I will definitely talk to you about that.
So Aaron, I got a question. Who's your grants manager?
Can you
Sheila
repeat the question
Postler.
again?
Who is
Oh.
the grants manager at WEDC?
At WEDC, our grants manager is Sheila Postler. It used to be Katie Udak. It's Sheila Postler now, and she. If you're sharing the presentations, yes? Yeah. So her contact information is on there. Otherwise, I'll leave my business cards here as well. You can reach out to me. I can get you in touch. You bet.
We have an online question? Okay, hold on. Online question. Okay. Online question was, do you know if a country is buying, any country that is buying tobacco?
Or do we know any country that's buying tobacco? Do we know any country that's buying tobacco? I don't know the answer, but I think there's an easier way of finding that out. So within the U.S. Census Bureau, you can go and find out data of countries that the U.S. is exporting to and we are importing to. And that is the same data that the U.S. government uses to figure out whether we have a trade deficit or whether we have a trade surplus. So I would say the main resource they should consult would be the U.S. Census Bureau data on importing as well as exporting. And then they can then just do some research on tobacco and where it's being sold. And then they can start from there and then, I guess, go down the rabbit hole.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
You had a question.
Let's give, oh, wait.
There's a question in the back.
the back.
I think it's
Okay.
Katie.
Hi, I have a question for Aaron. It deals with product development. I think that a lot of the companies here are probably smaller or starting up and selling locally. But if they would like to sell internationally, there may be a need to change their product, add languages to their packaging. Is that something that you could elaborate on how WEDC could support that?
Yes. So with regard to packaging and changing of those things, that is something that often, like I said earlier, if you're exporting to Canada, you may have to change your packaging to French. There may be certain requirements that you need to include that you aren't currently, and that's something that we can do with help of our authorized trade representative. Katie makes a really great point as far as product changes. That is not something that has typically been, that was traditionally allowed through part of the IMAG, because you may have to make an adjustment in your product, right, for a different market. Typically that was considered cost of doing business. But that is something that we looked a little closer at when I had said, if you have something that's not necessarily an allowable expense, to make sure that you mention it. That's something that we continuously got companies coming back to us saying, hey, I want to export to this market, but they're saying I need to do this, and I'm not sure how to do this. What do I do? So great, maybe they need to get some consulting services, or they need to look into that a little more. That actually is now an allowable expense under the International Market Access Grant. So there are a number of ways that we can help you. Our market development directors can assist you with that as well. Or if you're just trying to get a sense of, do I need to change my product or the packaging for it or something along those lines, we can also talk to our authorized trade representatives to help you explore and understand that a little better.
Awesome. You got something,
I have
Dawn?
a quick question, probably for either one of them. Could you use this grant if you need to trademark or patent the product or service that you're providing?
We do allow them, so consulting services allowing those things, so the costs associated with that would typically be allowed. I'm always reluctant to say that something is absolutely allowed until I see the budget and see the project and what's put into the application. So consulting services around marketing, potentially legal, those things are typically allowable expenses. But I want to see the project so that I can absolutely say yes or no.
I would also add that in addition to the IMAG, I think there's also a DATCAP grant as well for exporting, but it has to be within the agricultural space. So if you're exporting food or food products overseas, then there may also be an opportunity to go to DATCAP, which is a sister organization to the WEDC. So.
We play in the international trade sandbox, and we play well together. So the folks at the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection, or DATCAP, they have grant funds that are available for companies that are engaged in the food and ag world. So if you're a timber producer, or you're a soybean grower, or a cheese maker, something like that, and you're looking to engage, they have specific grants within DATCAP that you can utilize. They actually do have funds that they've provided that we just folded into our grant infrastructure at WEDC. So the DATCAP has IMAGs, essentially, that they fund. We just manage them. So if you, again, are an agriculture producer of some sort, you could actually utilize our IMAG or DATCAP's IMAG. But they also have other grants as well. So if you, again, there's a great trade ecosystem around Wisconsin, whether it's WEDC, Department of Ag, Trade and Consumer Protection, the SBDC, SBA, organizations like the Madison International Trade Association, the folks at the universities, private business. We talk regularly. I can't always guarantee I'm going to have all the answers. As much as I wish I could, I don't. But I guarantee if I don't, I know who I can go to get those answers for you. So, we all talk regularly. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Let's give them a hand. Just to reiterate some things, so if you have a question, please raise your hand. I will come over and give you the mic just for the benefit of our online audience. We were also asked if we're going to share the presentations after. I will do so when I get back to Arizona. I'll email all the attendees the recording. So I know we started a little bit early. If you guys came right at 10 for this panel, we have it recorded, and I will send that link out too as well. Next, I'm bringing up Haley Garcia. She's with our tourism program, and she's going to introduce the next panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Haley Garcia. I'm from San Felipe Pueblo, and I'm half Diné. Born and raised in New Mexico, but I am based in Chicago. I am a part of the National Center's Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Center. I oversee the East region, and I'm happy to introduce our next panel. We have Sky Gillum, who oversees the Northwest region, and we have Ed Byers. So this panel is on boosting local economies through tourism.
Okay, hey, a couple quick questions. So who has individually owned businesses, your own business? Oh, a lot of people here, wow. Who are from tribes and you have a tribal business? A tribe, okay. What kind of businesses you guys have? I'm just curious. Just yell it out. We don't need the microphone. Okay.
Residential and commercial construction.
Oh, got you good, okay. What else? What type of business do you have? Just curious. Yeah. No, we don't need, we're just yelling, we're yelling it out real quick. What else? Okay. A lot of different type of businesses out there. So we're going to talk a lot about tourism, but I got some more questions for you. Who's gone to Europe? Half the audience. And why do you go to Europe? Why do you go over there? You learn about, you go to Italy, you want to learn about Italy, right? You want to taste the food, you want to see the history, you want to see all those things. How many of you have gone to tribal land, reservations? And why do you go there? Why do you go there? Do you go there to learn the history, the culture, taste the food? In some cases, but not always the case. So think about it. If you're in Europe, if you're a European, what do they want to do? If you're in European or Asia, what do they want to do? They want to come to the U.S. and they want to know more about American Indians, our culture, our history. So when I'm in Europe all the time, hey, you're an Indian, right? That's what they always think. You're an Indian. What do you do over there? Those type of things. They see us on TV all the time. So we're going to talk about Native American tourism and the business opportunities. There's so many opportunities like us going to Europe, same thing here. So many different opportunities, and that's what we've been working on for the past year. So we're going to start, we have to go through our names and those type of things. So real quick, and I think, do you have the clicker? Who has the clicker? Oh, on the podium. Thank you. That's the first thing you got to have. Okay, good job. Okay, so we got their introductions. We're going to talk about our NetTAC program, which is the Native Ed Technology Assistance Center. We're going to talk about the power of cultural tourism. It's like the cultural tourism in Europe. It's the same type of thing. So many opportunities here. We're going to talk about marketing and storytelling. Who knows what storytelling is? Yeah, I think half of us know what storytelling is. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about your digital presence. We're going to talk about your cultural tourism opportunities in native Wisconsin, because there's so many opportunities. Is everyone from Wisconsin? I hate to say it, I got the Wisconsin. What other states do we have represented here? Okay, Illinois, okay. I know, Chicago's the country, like San Francisco, New York, that's the country, yes. They got sovereignty, everything else, we know that, yes. We're going to talk about this a little bit about business planning and you know, those type of things. And we're also going to really talk about our technical assistance, the people that are here, how they can really help you with grants and funding and those type of things. So next is page down. Oh, there we are. It's our slide. Who we are. I'm going to let Sky talk about herself because she is from, I think you're like Idaho, Montana. Yeah, she's that whole little Pacific Northwest.
So just quickly, because I know Ed will talk a lot more than me, but my name is Sky Gillum. I'm from over in Montana. I'm an enrolled member of Little Shell Chippewa, and I'm from the Blackfeet Nation. So I came over a couple days ago all the way from Montana to visit with you guys. I'm the Tourism Technical Assistant Specialist for the Northwest region, and that includes Wisconsin and Minnesota. And the lady that introduced me is Eastern, which is what Chicago would be in. So I'll talk about her a little bit at the end. So I come to you with many years of experience in economic development within my own tribe, within Montana. And I've been in gaming and the education and research realm. So I kind of have a diverse background, but I feel like it was really applicable to my work now. And I'm here ready to support tribal communities and in developing tourism as an additional economic pathway, enhancing diversification and long-term sustainability. And that goes along with Native entrepreneurs. And I guess throw a little bit of myself in here, like where I grew up, we're right next to Glacier National Park. And that was our traditional homelands. And so growing up, seeing all those tourists and them not necessarily putting that money or anything into our community, really even stopping in, has kind of grown a passion in me to be able to tell our own stories and then be able to come around and help other tribes do that, that face other, or like similar stories like us, and be able to tell our own story, which is kind of a little bit of our theme today. We'll keep saying that, but I'll keep going back to it, and I'll let Ed introduce himself.
Perfect. And I'm going to switch seats because I can't see people over here. So I got to see people. I don't like it. Okay. So who's had over 1,000 flights? Flights. You know, airplane flights. Who's had over 1,000? You've had over 1,000? How many have you had? Okay, I'm at 3,400 flights. 3,400 flights. And how did I get that? Well, I used to be a partner at Deloitte, and I traveled every week, typically 1 to 2 flights a week for 30 years. So I like flying, I like visiting things, everything else. So I've been in, look, these are some interesting facts. I've been in all 50 states. Who's been in all 50 states? I know a couple of you have. I've driven in 49 of the 50 states. One state I haven't driven in is Hawaii. I've driven in Hawaii. That's easy. Alaska. Going up there because I've always used to go up there in the winter. I'm not going to drive that little, what they gave me a little Vega or something. I'm not going to do that, or Pinto. I'm not driving up there. So I've been in 55 international countries. So I'm perfect for tourism, right? I like learning, I like the culture, I like those things. A little bit more about myself. We've got to bring the thing over here, it's way over there. Now that I'm getting old, I can't see. I used to be eagle eyes, now I'm not. So I'm Maidu from Northern California. I'm a contractor with the National Center, helping the team out with the NetTap program, which is the Native Edge Technology Center. So we're doing a lot of things there. I also do a lot of work with the BIA, BTFA over the years, DASM. So I've been doing that now for 4 years. And this starting your own business is such a great opportunity. And we're going to talk about later the tax benefits. But one, there's so many opportunities. You can do everything from IT, you know, everything. What about tourism opportunities? So we've been, like for the past year, we've been visiting tribal nations, we've been visiting entrepreneurs. What's that show where you go on and the guy, they pick new business opportunities. Shark Tank. I wish I had $1 billion. When I visit all these tribal nations, tribal entrepreneurs, there's so many opportunities. And that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to be sharing some of those things. So next, you get my glasses. I'm going to need to put them on everything. And my little glasses need that. So next we're going to talk about the
So a little bit about the Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Center, which is, we love our acronyms, it's NETTAC. So we have a cooperative agreement between NCAIED and OIED, which is the Office of Indian Economic Development. And NETTAC supports tribes and Native entrepreneurs in developing tourism-related initiatives. And this assistance includes, and is really not limited to, strategic planning, cultural tourism development, branding and storytelling, and funding navigation. And all of those can be difficult in this day and age. I guess my favorite would be storytelling. We're natural storytellers, but the funding navigation is increasingly difficult, and it's something that we're here to help with. So we don't offer a one-size-fits-all approach. We'll sit down with you, figure out what your needs are, and what the best is for your communities. So we'll listen and co-create and be there for you throughout the whole process. And of course, Ed had to throw in a question. So does anyone know why Congress creates NETTAC? You don't win a prize, but
yeah, get a prize for this.
unless he wants it.
Okay, think about it. If you go to Vegas, if you go to Vegas, who's been to Vegas? Probably no one here. And no, yeah, that's why I thought no one would go there and spend money. If you go there, what's their support infrastructure? They probably got 20 people in their tourism bureau in Las Vegas, supporting the businesses, supporting everyone. State of California, what do they have? They got ads running in every state. That's from the tourism bureau. So there's taxes out there from every state, all these cities, all the states supporting tourism. What did Indian country have to support tourism? Hardly nothing. Zero. So that's why Congress gave some money to support tourism for Indian country. That was a rationale behind that. So that's why you see some of the grants, the tourism grants, entrepreneurial grants, those type of things. A great initiative to really develop tourism in Indian country, and it is paying dividends. So we're going to talk about that next. I know some of you had the answer to that question, so you didn't want to yell it out, you didn't want to get the mic. So next thing is, who went to Res? Anyone go to Res? How was Res? Did you guys like it? It was good. You had to walk so far, though. It's the only problem. All the different sessions. Okay. So we had a tourism track. We had 8 sessions. And Sky put down 8 key lessons that she learned. One is states are now starting to really invest in Native American tourism. Why is that? Why are they investing in tourism now all of a sudden?
Popular media, all the Western TV shows.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually seeing the energy of people coming in. Like we talked about the Asians, the Europeans, they want to come there. Hey, when they're visiting the reservation, they're visiting the tribal lands, they're also visiting the overall state. So the states are really investing heavily there. One, the foreigners are willing and wanting to spend huge sums of money. We're talking a couple $1,000s a day to visit these tribal lands. So think about Wallapai. What does the Wallapai have in northern Arizona? They got the skywalk, they got all those native things up there. Helicopter rides, all the tours of boats, boat rides on the Colorado rivers. So they're seeing all those things. So when you go to Vegas, where do you guys stay? Do you guys stay at the Holiday Inn or Best Western? No. What do you guys do? You want to stay at a nice experience, right? That's what people want on Indian country too. They want a 4-star or 5-star experience. So when you're developing your business, you got to think that way. So very important. Tribal nations are also starting to invest heavily in tourism programs. That's what we're seeing everywhere we go. It's just amazing. What I really see, the tribal entrepreneurs could really fit into that more. Visitors to Indian country want to hear from Indians. Is that a surprise? If I go to Italy, do I want to hear from you guys? No. I want to hear from Italians. That's the same thing here. When I go visit a tribal land, the storytelling, I want a Native American to tell me that story, the history, hear about their mom and dad and their grandfather. I want to hear those things, and that's what they want. They also want to learn about Native American culture, food, monuments, and celebrations. I mean, okay, if you go around the country, do you ever stop at the Native American, what do you call it, the restaurant? No, not really. I see some food stands, but there's some opportunities on these bigger reservations, bigger tribal land to develop opportunities like that. We see some of it. It's even developing more. If you go to some of the casinos, they actually have restaurants inside based upon Native American food. And that's an attraction for people. So again, good opportunities there. Many visitors to Indian country want a multi-day experience. So they want to stay on the Native American hotel with the 4 or 5 star experience, and they want to spend big money. So we're not talking $89 a day. We're talking the hotels at $399 or $599. The same thing you'd be spending in Vegas. And now in the last couple of years, universities and colleges now have new tourism centers because they see the opportunities as well. Any questions? I don't want to ask that because Kyle will get mad at me for asking a question early. So next we're going to talk about opportunities in Wisconsin.
So based on RES and our tourism track we talked about, and it was really well attended, we heard what was needed, and we had really great speakers there that were talking about their opportunities. So there's many different tourism opportunities for Wisconsin natives. And we put together this, it was from NATAL. Oh, you probably want me to change that, huh? I thought you were doing this.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it. I'll be in charge of the clip.
So there's many different opportunities for Wisconsin natives, and we put together just a group of different opportunities. This will be available for you guys to click the links if you want to check it out. And it's from NATAL, which is the local big group. And so there's all these different tribes, bands, all that good stuff. And there's different things that are offered. There's heritage centers, cultural centers, museums, some really great gift shops. I know some of us like to shop. I like to get my jewelry, all those things. And there's also some events, festivals, and especially powwows that are available in the area. And some language programs that offer some immersion experiences. And there's probably tours, there's probably lots more Native entrepreneurs. This is just what we kind of gathered together. But with that, there's definitely a lot more opportunities, and we've seen this at RES for ways for tribal communities and entrepreneurs to advance, not just advance, expand, and be able to take a bigger part of that tourism initiative. And also those tourism dollars, which I think is really important. So I think I'll turn it over to Ed. These are really tiny. They're hard to read. I understand that. But like I said, you'll be able to check them out when we get it uploaded.
And again, that's from the Native American Tourism Organization.
No, we did want to point out the wild rice harvest one, which I can actually see because it ain't super tiny. But we thought that was really amazing. And I ate the wild rice from over here, and it's really good. So that's something, I would want to come back and check out. So be sure to check this out when you get it uploaded, but I just wanted to point out there is opportunities here, but there's ways to expand. We're going to talk about that next.
Okay. I think our key point here is I don't see that many businesses up there. There should be a lot more. If you go to the Navajo country, Wallapai country, North Dakota and South Dakota, their list is huge. Look at what you guys have here. We got who's from Illinois? Who's from that separate country of Illinois? Or Chicago. Look at the attractions. That's only, a couple hours away? They should all be up here visiting you guys. I know, but they should be spending money on all this. More money. That's our point. Okay, next we're going to talk about the tourism business opportunities, which are endless, and I see a big S next to yours. That means it's yours. And I'm the.
Ooh.
Wait,
I was hoping this would be mine because I had it as Ed's. So there is tourism opportunities that aren't necessarily listed on there, or maybe they do have them going on and they just weren't updated. But we wanted to talk a little bit about them. And I've been traveling all over the Northwest region. This is the first time I got to come to this area. It's beautiful. Well, I've been here before. I actually had a scholarship and I spent some time over in Wisconsin when I was in college. I won't tell you how long ago that was, but the opportunities are pretty much endless. There's tour operators. We see Native country really expanding in this. I just got back from South Dakota, and they have a South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance that's really expanding on itineraries. So having tour operators that can be on your native lands and give that cultural experience. Fishing expeditions are also really big. We have big lakes. You know, my region also is coastal, so that's a way to expand. And cultural attractions. Yesterday, we visited a really cute motel that's owned by a Native entrepreneur. So that's hotels, bed and breakfasts, those type of places. And also, you know, the big tribal hotels, which are amazing. Destination marketing organizations like NATOW and, like I said, the South Dakota Tourism Alliance. Those are opportunities there. Transportation providers, not everyone shows up here with a vehicle. You need providers for people that fly in, like myself, or where I'm from, we get a lot of people coming in on the train. Cruise lines and small boat tours. We might not have a big cruise line here, but there's definitely opportunities for boat tours. We were by Devil's Lake yesterday, and so they had some awesome opportunities there. There's media and publications. I actually met a friend that writes travel articles for Native or Indian country, so opportunities with that. Travel planners kind of along with that, so someone to put together those itineraries. Restaurants and bars, and breweries and distilleries. I was over on the coast, and there's a tribal nation that has their own brewery and distillery that was really unique, and you know, their brews had their own names that were really unique. So I thought that was a cool experience. But for me, food is a big part of travel, and that's probably my favorite part. So being able to take part in that and having some more traditional food be offered.
Hey, so is there good fishing in Wisconsin? Yeah. What kind of fish do you guys have here?
Walleye, salmon,
Okay, the best then. Okay. Just think about that. Get a helicopter tours from Chicago, come up here, go fishing, cook them a dinner and a meal, and send them back. What an opportunity! That's what they're doing in other parts of the country, starting new charter services. You know, bringing them out there, going to the Grand Canyon, going up to Horseshoe Bend on the Grand Canyon. That's what people are actually doing. So think of these creative ideas, and this afternoon when we talk about it, there's so many tax benefits, cash flow opportunities by doing it. You got to put those couple of things together. Let's go to the next slide. See, now we're on top of it. Did you push the button?
Yes, it's good.
I got to make sure we're on there. Okay, we're on there. We got to make sure. We're looking at the same thing, otherwise we'd be standing up there. So we talks about cultural tourism, where identity meets opportunity, of course. One of the most important things, because people really want to learn about the culture of the country, in this case, Indian country. They want to learn about it. They want to hear about the storytelling and oral histories. Wherever we go, people are talking about a storytelling, business. So if you go, who's flown into the Grand Canyon? Who's been there? Did you go to the Grand Canyon West or the Skywalk or?
Southside, Arizona Lakes.
Yeah, went to Southside. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but think about it. You go there. We got, 1,000 people a day coming, maybe more than that. I see all the helicopters coming in from Vegas. They go to the Wallapai Nation. They go there. They visit for a couple hours and they leave. What do they want to learn? They want to learn about Native American culture. They want to learn about the Wallapai Nation. What an opportunity. Some of the guys are now talking about getting a storytelling business, a cultural center, so they can come and visit that, while they're on the Wallapai Nation, and also taste the Native American food. Right now, the food they have is just normal food. What about Wallapai Nation food? So people are starting to develop those type of businesses. Again, great opportunity. We put down cultural tourism is not new to Wisconsin because you already have a lot of people who are visiting tribal land, tribal nations. We just got to now take it to the next level. Push the button. And of course, you have to do this with nowadays with digital marketing. Wherever you go around the country, around the world, it's all through websites, social media, and all those things. So I'm going to be going to New Zealand. I've never been to New Zealand. I'm going to New Zealand next year. Then I'm taking the cruise from New Zealand to Sydney, which I've been there. And what do I do first thing? But before I go there, I'm on the web constantly now, planning my days, hey, I want to learn more about New Zealand. I want to learn more about the culture. Where can I go? I'm really a history buff. So I always studied history growing up. I want to know the history of New Zealand. I'm searching that. So wherever all my cruise stops, I want to plan those days. Same type of things here. We got to have the website, social media mechanisms set up for your visitors so people can see that, and when they go there, they're prepared to spend money on your business. Very important. Okay, next.
I was just going to expand on that just for a second because I've been on the road almost all of May. So I was driving all over Montana. You can't go very far in a day. So I visited tribal communities there, North Dakota, South Dakota. I've been on the West Coast quite a bit and now over here. So guess what the first thing I do? I get on my phone and start Googling what it is to see there, where I want to eat, all those experiences. So just really important is having those websites up to date. I mean, it's terrible when you show up to a place, you're all excited to go to that museum or a restaurant and, they're closed that day. So that's important to have your hours, how to get there, services you provide, and especially events. If there's something cool going on, you want to know about it. And social media is really important with that too. It's a way to really up to date, capture a live audience. And there's ways to get on top of the Google searching. I know Ed already talked about this, but like I said, I think it's really important with this. And the digital storytelling, where I just came from, they talked about having QR codes at some of their historical places. So even if you don't have that guided tour, they still have the opportunity to be able to QR code that and have a video with someone telling a story about why that's important traditionally or culturally. And I think I'm up next too, right?
You should be.
I just took over yours. Oh no, it's got E.
Okay, so we got, again, the opportunities here are endless, but we already went through it, the storytelling and heritage, arts and demonstrations. We see that wherever we go. Not just from my perspective, I think we can take it to the next level, because you just see people out there selling stuff, but it's not in a marquee location. It's not in a developed type of a business center. We can take those things to the next level, I think. We see a lot of those. They want the land-based knowledge, like the municipal walks, this foraging, eco-tours. People want to know what's happening there on these reservations and tribal land. What's been happening for centuries. They want to know those things and take them on those tours and tell them about it. And of course, the cultural food experiences. I just think that is such an opportunity. So if you go to, whatever tribal land, farm to table, grow the stuff. So you go to Europe, we all go there. What do? I go to a farm to table restaurant. Oh, I'm tasting Italy, which is just a tomato and stuff I get here in the U.S. But I'm still over there and I get that experience. Same type of thing we can do here. I think we even have better food here. The native food is so wonderful. And we're not actually tasting and eating that food. We should be doing that. Of course, there's some challenges, and Sky's going to talk about that.
So I get the hard part, the challenges in tourism industry. So we're talking about seasonality. We live in the Northwest. There's definitely times here that are a lot slower, not the peak season, and that's typically winter when we get our lovely snowstorms. I mean, I live in Montana. That's like 10 months of the year, it seems like. So adjusting to that and being able to maneuver, whether you take really advantage of those peak times, the late spring, early fall, and that peak time in the summertime. So really getting out there to capture those tourism dollars, and how do you do that? And we're here to help with that. Also, there's ways to embrace winter tourism opportunities. We talked to a lady yesterday. She has a motel, and she welcomes snowmobilers and winter recreation. Ice fishing's big in Montana. I'm sure it is here. So how do you capture those people and keep going throughout that winter time? Is that an opportunity there? So thinking about those things and how to maneuver and capture that. Economic factors, I don't want to dwell on this. It does get kind of depressing, but we have impacts of travel restrictions. We just got through COVID not too long ago, and like my reservation completely closed. And that was never had ever happened and it's the gateway to Glacier National Park. So that impacted some of our tourism businesses back home. But how do you get through that? How do you prepare for that? I think now we'll better prepare for that, but think about those things as you're, planning your business, or if you're have a business right now. There's also lovely economic downturns. We go through ups and downs. So preparing for those downturns and being ready to handle that, and having resources like us to help you get through those tougher times. And there's also competition, whether you're, just a minority or any business owner here, or a tribal person. You want to find that niche that others have also tapped into, but making it your own. And I feel like that's unique in Indian country, because we are a niche. There's not a lot of people offering tourism endeavors with our unique spin. And that can fit any business. How do you make it unique and make it your own and be your own storyteller? So those are the three I wanted to touch on.
No, I think that makes sense. We got our next slide. Yes, George, yes.
So identifying your niche. So a niche market helps you stand out in a crowded industry and attract loyal customers. And so how do you become unique? How do you offer that experience that only you can offer your own spin? And examples of this and how to create it your own is adventure tourism. So hiking, jeep tours, outdoor experiences. Where I'm from and throughout my travels, there's boat tours. ATV tours are also big. I guess there's probably opportunities for snowmobiling, things like that here. And that's stuff people love to do. Get out there, have active experiences. There's also cultural tourism, which I think is a great niche market. There's historical sites, art galleries, local traditions. I love to go to museums and cultural centers. I've traveled to Europe. Those are places I love to visit and learn about their culture, but also even within our own country. Wellness tourism, I don't seem to get enough of this, but retreats and spa vacations. And that's something to think about too, because, after I've been on the road for a month straight, it'd be nice to be able to go to a spa, and especially to have a unique experience that maybe only a native or a person from Wisconsin can show you. Ecotourism, I think Ed talked a little bit about that, but outdoor travel and environmental tours are really big right now. So being able to show people your environment, how traditionally we, used our environment and gathered medicinal plants, things like that, our people are really into that. And that goes along with agriculture tourism. So they put produce picking and tasting tours, like wineries, things like that, and farm tours. People really want to experience that, want to come to your area and check out what you're doing when it comes to agriculture, and even with the animals that people raise. So, and that goes along with the food stuff. That's my favorite part, is eating those produce that are produced there, or the animals that are grown there.
Yes. Hey, I won't mention any businesses, but I was helping two people. So our job is to provide technical assistance, help, tribes and tribal entrepreneurs. So who was on there was an Airbnb session yesterday. And it was an individual tribal entrepreneur who was putting like a tribal hotel of teepees up. Developed a great new business. She put it on Airbnb, and she's developed it the last 3 to 4 years. She's seeing it starting to boom. Thinking creative ideas like that. Now, not all the guys want to go to a spa, do you? So you want to do a manly thing, the hunting, the fishing. So I'm working with some guy who wants to put trailers on a reservation just for those manly men who want to do those type of things. Go fishing on the Colorado River. Again, put it on Airbnb, but then also attach to that a concierge type service. Get the food prepared for you. So you don't need to go shopping and bring it on the truck. Have it all prepared for you and additional charges. Set up your fishing tours for you. That's all the concierge. So everything, once you get there, you go to Vegas, you go to some place, isn't everything all set up for you? Yeah, it is. Most things. Why not the same case here when you go visit a tribal nation? Have everything set up for you. And of course, I think wherever you go, you always hear this. You got to make sure you make a plan as you develop your business. We won't go through all the details. You've heard that from the SBA. You've heard that all the time. But that's very important. Run these ideas by different people. So you're going to start an Airbnb business on tribal land or near tribal land. How many different Airbnbs exist? And wouldn't that be nice to know? And actually, the SBA does a great job with that. So we were just in Anchorage. We're talking to them. And the SBA is helping so many people with coffee shops. And they tell people, don't put it in a coffee shop. Why is that? The most coffee shops per capita in the United States is in Anchorage. And they show them the data, but everyone still wants to put in a coffee shop. What's going to happen? You're not going to be successful unless you're a unique business. Just having a coffee shop won't make it, but some kind of unique coffee shop may make it. Of course, you're going to have legal requirements and regulations, especially if you're on tribal land. Oh, sorry, we didn't get, yeah. Especially on tribal land, you got to work with tribal council, those type of things, which is constant. You got to fill into their meeting schedules, which is you got to have everything prepared 1 month before the meeting, so we understand all those type of things. You got to work through all those things. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about our Technical Assistance Center and how we can help you, and all free of charge, so we're just here and ready and willing.
Ed flew through that. That surprised me. So how can we help as NetTech? And I'm your Northwest person, so how can I help you? And I'd love to visit any one of you after this too. So we can offer tourism training, which is a little bit of what we're here for today, but more one-on-one. We're having a really great webinar coming up that I'll be happy to share with you. And so things like that, we can offer training, business plan development, so that's kind of Ed's specialty, but I worked on that. So planning that business and getting it prepped, a lot of what's going to come up next, grants and loans are going to require that anyway, so making that the best for your needs. So feasibility studies, these are also stuff we worked on and can help with. I even helped a little bit with a tourism corridor plan, which is unique. So whatever the needs are for your community, we're definitely there to help and, try to gather the experts in those if that's not who we are. So grants and guaranteed loans, I have a background in grant writing, so this is stuff I love to do. At least push them your way, and if you want to put in for them, I'm here to help and definitely make it the best successful grant application that you can and check over those loan applications. And we also do general advisory services, so I like to say I'm your best cheerleader, so let me help you, let me assist you in any way I can and get you to the point that you're successful. And referrals to federal agencies, and we see this trickling down with the Native Act. That's kind of where we all stem from, is there is funding out there, so connecting you with those right agencies that are providing that funding, and that can go along with grants, loans, things like that.
Oh, one thing I was going to mention, so I'm monitoring, we got all these Senate bills now with funding. I'm monitoring Senate Bill 61, which talks about the grants for tribal nations for tourism. So on there, it proposed $35 million for tribal grants. Let's get some of that money. That's what we're there to help you with. So let's get some of that money. If it gets fully funded, we'll see what happens, going through all these things. But at least it's out there, and we're monitoring it.
So a little bit to expand on this is we're here for you. And I know there's other people in the audience, but definitely I'm willing to talk and help you guys with anything too. So we offer one-on-one support for your tribal government or tourism-based businesses. So that's why I've been traveling all over, is to meet these people, these correct people face to face, the tribal nations. It's easy for me to do that back home in Montana, but getting out here and meeting everyone that might need my help. And I can offer technical assistance, and it's no cost. I can help you with grants, loans, your business plan, feasibility studies, all that. This is what the Net Tech Center is. And if you're from Chicago or anywhere else listening in the world, we have people in different regions that can offer assistance, just like what I offer. So we can meet you where you are, whether it's concept, you're thinking about it. Well, let's visit about it. Let's create what you're dreaming of. If it's a startup, so you're starting it up, let's get you through to where you can put in for grants and loans, and maybe expanding your business. So maybe you already have a business and you want to capture those winter tourism dollars. Let's figure that out. And basically, you bring the vision, we'll help you build the roadmap. So we'll get you to where you need. Oh, I guess I was right.
Oh, was it? Okay.
He's me.
There, we were right. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so our final words here. Culture is power. Let's build it together. There's so many opportunities for all of us. We're here to help you. We're here to support you. Every single person in here could develop a tourism business and be successful. You really could. I mean, I see the endless opportunities. Doesn't matter where you are in the country, what state you're in. There's endless opportunities in this field, and it's just ever expanding. Again, if we're going to be 9 billion people, and they all want to visit the U.S., they're going to be touring our states, our tribal lands. We need to be there to support them with 4- and 5-star experiences. That is a must. Let's take that money when they come here, right? We can do it. So that's it. Oh, but I think next is our contact. We gotta have our contact.
So we'd love to talk to you about any of your ideas. Like I said, we'll be here all day, and we want to grow together. So here's our contact info. Ed's is there. He's the program manager for Native Edge Tourism Program. And mine is right there, and I'm the Tourism Technical Assistant Specialist for the Northwest region. And I just want to give a shout out quickly to the lovely lady that introduced us. That's Haley Garcia, and she's our Eastern person. So Chicago people or anyone else that's considered Eastern, we have a lovely map. I actually have 13 states, so it's not just Montana, but 13 more. But I'm here right now, so I can visit with you. I'll be here all day, so we're welcome to have you guys come up, and if you have questions, we're happy to try to answer them, or I'll figure out the answer to send you. Not to guarantee.
And the final thing I'll say is, we also have the power of the National Center, which puts on res. We have all the people there to support you as well. So amazing group. So not just the tourism center, but the small business development centers, all those type of things. So if we don't have the answer, we can look across the hallway, see that person, and they can help you as well. So, are there any questions? We're getting
Raise your
looked at. We're getting
hand,
looked
and I will
at.
bring the microphone.
Why didn't you guys mention any gaming, casinos, relationships, or that type of tourism?
Want to take that?
Well, to me, gaming and all that stuff goes hand in hand with tourism. But gaming also does have its own foothold in funding. So there's a lot more unique that are just geared toward tourism. But to me, you have that beautiful Oneida Hotel. I want to stay there. But I also want to take part in what would be considered more tourism part. And a lot of that funding rolling down is going to be geared toward tourism, not necessarily for gaming. And also, I think it's important for tribes to think about expanding past outside gaming. So, really keeping it on a tourism track was our presentation today, because I think there's so much opportunities in expanding and creating that diversification that will create sustainability, which is diversifying outside of gaming.
Another question. When you talk about green tourism in your other states out west where cannabis is legal, is that a thing?
So, I just got back from South Dakota, and I was really surprised, and I was over in western Montana, and on my reservation, they haven't taken part in this, but it's something that actually went through Montana legislation that it's now allowed, and that's new. So I actually seen businesses in western Montana that have been going already, and South Dakota is also doing this. So yes, there is other parts of the western states, especially over in Washington, that are doing this and taking part. And I think another great thing about the NetTech program is creating that mentorship. So, if that's something you're interested in, there's a business over in Washington already doing it, a tribe already doing it. Well, let's tap into what did you learn? Why recreate the wheel? Let's learn from them. So that is big. I have seen it, and it's popping up. It's brand new in my state, so I'm actually really excited to learn about it. Especially where we are, we get all these tourists, and they definitely want to take part in that. So,
Yeah, I want to expand on your casino thing, because a lot of tribes, some of the casinos have seen a downtick, overpopulation of casinos. So you got to showcase your casino by enhancing it with other type of tourist activities. The water parks, the native foods, things that are associated, hunting and sporting expeditions. That draws people to your place, right? So you go to I'll make it up, you go to Bellagio. What do you think about Bellagio, Las Vegas? Who's been there? It's so beautiful, the flowers, and I go there just because it's a destination within a destination. So you got to make it a destination and a destination at these casinos, and some way of thinking about that, expanding it with the tourism opportunities. So you raised a very good point. So you guys, that's what you want to be. You want to be the destination within a destination. Then you're successful.
and then some gambling on the side.
And no gambling, you have no way of winning. No, I'm not joking.
I have an,
Can I make a comment just on the gaming part of it? So the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, even though we do focus on economic development within the tribes, we do have one of our sister organizations, IGA, that does focus on gaming. So the National Center does kind of step away from the gaming aspect of things. We focus on things that sometimes tribes that have gaming and are able to build further their economic development, we step in when those come into it. So we do kind of pull back when it comes to gaming because we do have a sister organization that does focus on gaming, and that is why when we do some of our panels, it doesn't necessarily focus on gaming as, let's say, a tourism, because we do know that gaming is a big tourism part of Indian country, but we also want to, as the National Center, show that there are other economic ventures, and that's where the National Center steps in, is outside of that gaming aspect of it. And that's why with this presentation, gaming wasn't a huge part of it.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
I do. So,
Wait a second. You were a panelist. You can't ask a question.
I'm an entrepreneur, and I work with tribes across the United States, so this is very critical. And I just finished a tourism assessment for the Alabama Coshada tribe. One of the things that I would love to hear from you guys, if this is maybe one of the services, is the intellectual property. So I'm also the president of the Southwest Association of Indian Arts, and so when we put our artwork online, or images, or our logos, or a name, you have predators then that are taking that, and as the other panelist shared about re-engineering or reverse engineering. Well, it's no different than, if you go to Germany, on your tours, and they have powwows, and there's not one Indian there. And so how are we protecting that, and is that something that you guys are going to be a specialist in helping us with that? Because I think that's a vital service, and I'm advocating for that at the Southwest Association of Indian Arts for our artists and our fashion designers, and so I'm actually bringing in patent and trademark attorneys to give specialized workshops so that we aren't getting taken advantage of, whether or not you're native or not. It's your likeness, it's your image, it's your intellectual property. So anyways, I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts.
No, but I think you have a good, You know, our job is if we don't have the answer to get the right referral for you. 'Cause it could be with the U.S. government, it could be with the legal firm, tax entities, those type of things. So we have some great contacts, and I think the National Center people, I think,
Yeah.
Kaya already has a contact for you.
No,
Oh, she's saying my time's up.
I know a great organization. Again, I'm Haley Garcia, and I oversee the East region. So there's a great organization hosting regional events. They were funded by a foundation, but they're headquartered out of Loyola University. So it's a bunch of lawyers, native lawyers, who are currently doing events. They have an event happening in Chandler, Arizona. They just had one at the Tunica Biloxi. And it's lawyers, and it's having conversations with tribal leaders. And I'm more than happy to give information on that, because it's a bunch of lawyers talking with organizational leaders, with tribal leaders, entrepreneurs, and it's just a conversation of like how do we, this month's or next month's topic is tribal commercial law. And so I've attended that one. It's amazing. And then also to the cannabis front, I just visited the Eastern Band Cherokee, and North Carolina is like a no cannabis state, I believe. But the tribe has this really nice facility. They have about 300 employees, and 80% of their employees are their own tribal members. And they're doing everything from like making things on site, from planting, and they use the infrastructure that they had. They use the old bingo hall. So definitely there's stories out there, and I'm more than happy and willing to talk about those as well.
I think that was a great question. I'd love to answer that, but we're getting cut off because we're already over. But maybe we can visit about that after.
Sure, it'd
Because
be
we
a great
definitely
resource,
want to make
because
sure
Susan
we
Anthony is a
protect.
federal attorney who does
Yeah.
all this, and you guys could add that to your suite of services.
Yes.
But to your
Perfect.
cannabis question really quick, so you know Las Vegas Paiutes just opened a tasting room with a full destination within a destination. I love that. And if you haven't toured it, now they did little food carts that are from tribal members. I mean, it is a beautiful park. So when I was at Res, I went to the tasting room, not to taste, but we are live. But because I have a cannabis client, I love looking at what other tribes are doing in the space, and how do you create a sustainable model? And this is one. It's entertainment. They have live music that they support their local musicians now. They have an artist show. So I mean, yes, cannabis was the draw, but now you're going to eat and be entertained and lounge, as they say, a tasting lounge. So. Follow Eastern Band's model and go do it.
Because they're open for site visits.
I think our time is totally up, because now I'm being thrown out of the building.
Okay. Well, thank you so much to our panel. I just wanted to make a quick note. Yvette Fielder is the program director for our tourism program, and she just wanted me to let you guys know that the program agreement is a referral program, and then also to offer technical assistance, which is kind of meeting with the tribes and seeing what the potential is for tourism. So if you have any additional information pertaining to the tourism program, yes, reach out to the TAs, but you can also reach out to Yvette Fielder. Now we're going to break for our lunchtime. So we have lunch just right outside these doors on this side. Feel free to grab a box, bring it back to your seat, use the restroom, do what you need to do, and then we're going to get started again right at 12 o'clock. So thank you. Bye.
I love the word knowledge share, because it's not always just sitting in a room, receiving the knowledge. It's like you're also part of the conversation and sharing the knowledge as well.
And I love it when I hear of a company coming in, they've never been to a Native Edge. We recently had this again in Oregon, and they develop, and as a result of it, they go after a contract, and then as a result of that, they get to hire 50, 100 new employees, that kind of thing. And then they come back and they tell you, you know, like, hey, this past year, this is what I've done, and thank you because you gave me the strength and courage to just go after it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they sit on their hand, they have so much information, and sometimes it's just at their fingertips, and it's just that little bit of encouragement that then they want to go pursue that.
Well, you know, a lot of times we use the word empowerment. What does the word empowerment mean to you?
Empowerment to me, I think it's part of that, you know, just the encouragement that you can receive from someone that sees that in you, and it just may be one or two words or a short conversation, and it has empowered you to take the next step, to not be afraid. Because really it's our own fear that kind of prevents us sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's fear that you can't get to your next level because you hold yourself back. A lot of times, like, you know, your worst enemy is looking back at you in the mirror. And I think empowerment can come from others, but sometimes you just can empower yourself, you know, light a fire for whatever reason. So I think these trainings and the work that we do at the National Center, it's all around empowerment and making sure that our businesses have a voice and that our clients that we work with, we're there to support them in their needs.
Absolutely.
I grew up here in the community.
Do we have a small clip to run?
Our families were entrepreneurs. We had to be.
Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing, tobacco products, farming,
the exponential
stores,
growth that we've
retail,
experienced, we're hopeful that we'll cross that 1,000
we focus our
employee
attention on
threshold
profitable
later
business
this year.
relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one-person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of the community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup. Not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome. Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start, and that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became the Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now.
We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is the place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can grow that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information. It's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people, we better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what company are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The 8A has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk Inc. being able to grow in government contracting.
8A programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination as well as promotes tribal sovereignty. So we meet people where they are to provide them the information that they need to know so that they can become successful in their tribal businesses.
The National Center, they were an integral part of us getting started. It's important to show up and represent, to show what can be done so that they can visualize themselves to where we're at on the government contracting side and some of the business development.
Take me down to the river where the peace won't run dry.
I think coming from a small town, you get stuck in the mindset of, oh no, I can't do that, or I've never seen anyone else from my community do that. But in actuality, there are people in my hometown and my community that have been doing things, and it's just maybe I haven't learned about it or I haven't been exposed to any of that. So it's been nice to be part of the National Center and seeing what they're capable of.
The Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, our economic development strategy has shifted to a more regenerative model to be truer to the ancestral ties of our economy. We are really investing heavily in indigenous to indigenous trade to be a little bit more true to our ancestral roots.
This is my first event like this. I'm just trying to grow all Native solutions because I can see it could be bigger than what it is.
The work that we're doing at Grace Now has been about how do we learn from other tribes and really support that mission of intertribal trade, intertribal relationships.
I appreciate what you guys do. Having somebody to celebrate Native business and create a cooperative relationship and to share has been invaluable.
When you are unified and you're coming together and you're sharing information, even the mistakes that you made along the way, then you're learning and you're going to move forward and progress. The rainbow is always at the end of that storm. We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store.
Jeff, if we could get you up here, Jeff Johnson. Yeah. Huh? No. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you guys could please take your seats so we can continue. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So next we have our lunch panel. We're joined by Stephanie Taylor. We got to meet Stephanie back, was it a couple last year or last year in New York. And so I was really happy to know that she is based in Wisconsin, so I reached out to her. And then we also have Jeff Johnson. He's with Potawatomi, I was going to say Adventures, Potawatomi Ventures, and so we're really glad to have them as well. But we're also going to have one more speaker who's not on the agenda, but he is with our board of directors, Ernie Stevens, and so he's going to pop in really quick and give us a couple of words between Stephanie and Jeff's presentation. But if you could turn your attention towards Stephanie, that would be great. Thank you.
Do you have the PowerPoint up? The PowerPoint? Oh, okay, thank you. How is everyone doing today? It's halfway through the day. There's a lot of great information coming, so that's exciting. I'm just gonna go through this real quick. So really what I'm going to be speaking about is leadership today. So that's going to be leading with innovation. We can empower business growth and our global reach. Okay, yeah. Do I use this to click it? Okay, thank you very much. All right. So my name is Stephanie Taylor, and I wear many different hats. When it comes back to a lot of what I do, it really comes back to creating impact in communities with mentorships through collaborations and growth rooted in our culture and community. I am the executive assistant to Zor at Mavid Construction. I am the Wisconsin outreach leader of SCORE, which is a nonprofit that offers free mentoring resources to entrepreneurs getting in business, trying to grow their business, or trying to get out of business. So it's literally whatever you would need. And then I also own my own business, which is consulting and really inspiring you to go after what you want. I am going to start. I did my presentation a little backwards. I gave everybody a piece of paper. Typically, my PowerPoints are so short and sweet, and they're like the little bullet points on there, but because I wanted to make sure that I left some information, and you are going to be getting these PowerPoint presentations, I just kind of included a lot more information than I normally do. But when it comes to our innovation and our leadership, it comes to listening. When it comes to listening, you're going to be listening to teams, the team that you work with and that you're overseeing. You're going to be listening to the community that you're serving, or it was talked about earlier, your niche client. You're going to be listening to the market, which is all the data of what's happening, what's coming, what happened. Everything along those lines will help shape decisions that you make. When you are really in innovation, it's not even all the time about starting something new. It's about seeing where there's gaps. When you do that, you're going to be making daily decisions, and make those daily decisions, you want to make sure that they have long-standing impact, not just for right now it sounds good. When you really have a goal in mind, you're going to want to have your decision making with that in the forefront, and it's going to come back down to your why. Like, why are you doing this? When you do that, it's like, are you going to be open to new tech? It depends on like the way you hire with diverse skills and thinking. You weave that into your mission and all of your strategic goals. A lot of this is like a base outline of everything, and it goes into so much deeper details. So if you have any questions at all, let me know. But when it comes to being a leader, it's always about being open to change and asking questions and seeing where you can solve some problems or potentially assist in growth. Not potentially, you are assisting in growth. Now, with leadership, I'm going to go through like when it comes to being a strong leader, what that can mean. And when you are a strong leader, you can build people, systems, and purpose. It goes into a little more details about that because when you are leading and building people, you are going to be investing in them. You're investing in their knowledge, you're investing in their growth. A great example of that is some businesses in this room right here. We have D&T Construction, where he does a lot of education and partners with banks for his contractors, and he invests in their growth, in their potential in the trades. I'm sure there's a lot of other businesses in here that invest in people in many different ways, and that is one of the main characters of a really strong leader. When you are building systems and processes, it's always about being sustainable. Like, how can we get this done in the most efficient way? And the best way, honestly, goes back to the last slide, is listening to the needs and wants of what is out there, of what you're solving and the people you're serving and you're working alongside of. And you gotta lead with purpose, giving them something meaningful and to understand the importance of what they do and how are they gonna connect to that work. Really kind of diving deep and really being a part of every part of it. I find that really strong leaders do just as much work as they delegate, because everyone in this room is a leader. Sometimes you have maybe one team you need to lead, or sometimes you might have 5 to 10 different teams you're leading at once. So being able to pivot and be able to kind of adapt to different situations and understand that is very, very important. I do believe that leadership is changing a little bit nowadays, because I think there is a misconception where a lot of it is control, which I understand that, but I do believe that the strongest leaders, through the work I do, you lead with empathy and clarity. You have to understand the people you lead, what is going to motivate them, and what is going to challenge them, where they don't get too bored and they still want to show up and they enjoy working for you. When it comes to clarity, I cannot reiterate this enough, communication. Clear communication is so important in leadership, making sure that you're honest, direct, and consistent. Consistency is very important, and I feel showing up is consistency. Showing up is a great way to build relationships and to show you care. And I know our time, we all are very short on time. I totally understand that. But really understanding that that is an investment in itself, and finding the right people that are aligned with what you're doing is important. The traits are key to building trust, especially in diverse teams, because we do have uncertain times, as we all know, so we don't even quite know what's all happening. I'm not even gonna go there. But otherwise, you do get a lot of better output of work by encouraging people, uplifting people, and coaching them through situations. It just comes to that communication piece of it all. And they'll do it not just because they have to, but because they really truly believe in the work they do. It comes down to the why we're doing what we're doing, the problem we're solving, and that ends up being our passion and our drive to show up and make a change. And that can be a change within your community, that can be a change within your organization, or you could be just changing process all around. Now, when we think outside the borders, this slide is a little long, so I'm going to try to get through it rather fast because I have a very certain amount of time to speak. Now, when it comes to leveraging innovation with leadership for global expansion, it is very important that the opportunities do exist beyond domestic markets. A lot of smaller businesses feel that that's not a market for them, where if you are truly solving a need in your community, or if you're doing something innovative to make sustainable processing, guarantee that not just locally or nationally, globally, someone else could be very beneficial understanding what you do. With that, leadership and innovation are key to identifying export potential. When it's not just about the shipping over the seas, it's having the vision for growth and being willing to adapt. I recommend, I know this isn't like very plausible in every situation, but really understand where you are trying to expand to. Expand the culture, understand like the language, understand their processes is very, very important. I do advise visiting these places. I know that sometimes is not very doable, but that is very beneficial to get firsthand and go visit where you are trying to expand to. Leadership, it pushes a company to ask, where else can we make an impact? We want to, innovation, the questions we I apologize. Our offerings, they meet demands of new markets. When you explore how your products, services, or processes solve global challenges, instead of just looking for new places to sell, you really want to think about the why. I know I repeat that a lot, but it gets lost a lot. It really does. And especially when we are in the middle of something and we are spread thin and we're a little overwhelmed, or we have different, when you are a leader and you're leading different types of people that have different ways of doing things, you're going to really have to be understanding of all of that. And sometimes that is not the easiest. When it comes to I always recommend starting small. When you start small, you can really learn and grow from that. I recommend when it comes to, you don't need the massive export departments to get started. One market that closely aligns with your values, capabilities, or demands your work. Launching on a small scale builds confidence and creates a foundation to scale globally with lessons learned and leading away. And then when you really understand where you're going, you're going to be making change. You're not just selling something, you're truly solving a problem. That's what you're doing. You're making impact for generations to come. You're leading the pathway for others to be innovators, for other people to get that confidence to stand up and make change. And you're creating change makers. Essentially, every single person in this room is building more leaders and change makers. I'm going to go right here. Now, keys to the global competitiveness. I don't really like reading word for word from these, so I'm going to really try not to. But you want to build systems at scale. You really want to, when you're making choices, understand what the potential could be, and if we are to get there, are we ready for it? Because you don't want to have this big dream and not have thought about the process of, if we get this contract, are we going to be able to have enough people to execute it? Are we going to have enough product to send? Are our services going to be able to accommodate? You gotta think in the future, which affects our everyday decision, which went back to my prior point of really making that innovation a part of your DNA. That's pretty much too how, when it comes to Mavid, they were listening to their community, and then they expanded. They do a lot of commercial interior. Based off of a lot of feedback from the community, they realized the importance of renewable energy. Because it's not just about sustainability or a trend, it's a real need in tribal communities. So when you find that need, and it's something that kind of really resonates with your why, you're going to find ways to be innovative and fill that gap. When it comes to invest in partnerships, tribal, region, and international, it's like we say, no one grows alone. You're going to want to collaborate. Success comes from coming together. I spend a lot of my time breaking down silos, and that is within a lot of tribal communities, and it's beyond that. I'm from Green Bay. There are so many beautiful organizations that do amazing things that don't know about each other. And I know that that's not there. When it comes to tribes, there's tribes in the same organizations, and the departments don't really connect. And the departments are at a disconnect. Did you have a question? Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. So, like, understanding that, breaking down those silos is where then you can really make change and understand the different aspects, because you're going to want to understand the whole process. As a leader, you're going to want to understand how you get from A to Z, what was done in there, what didn't work, how can we change that, and what does that look like? And we don't have all the answers, so we're going to want a strong team around us. We're going to want people that have those ideas, that are creatives, that can really see something in a different perspective than us, which is very beautiful. And so I just really think that there are a lot of different programs. There's, as you have learned today, and I'm so sorry, I got 5 minutes left. You want to also leverage your story and technology. It is super important to understand that your story matters. When it comes to technology, one of my favorite things that not a lot of startup businesses know about is CRMs and the data collecting aspect of being able to share that with your team to help make innovative choices. That data collecting sometimes starts to happen a little more once your business starts picking up and you want to work on marketing or make a lot of changes. I recommend starting that data collecting or really understanding from day one. There's a lot of different ways of going about doing that. There's just a lot of different ways to reach an audience. It's not what you do, but how and why that can set you apart from pretty much anyone. Now, my final thoughts on this is really leadership means creating spaces for others. True leadership is about using your position. You want to lift others, whether it's empowering your team, mentoring a peer, or advocating for your community. The space will always allow others to grow and contribute. And that's what we want to strive for as leaders. We are here to make change. We're here to really make those innovatives come to life. We're the voice. We're the action takers. We take our ideas and we implement them. And we encourage others to implement their ideas. And we really want people to see the power that they have within themselves and feed into that. Because some people just don't believe in their ideas. But growth isn't just numbers, it's legacy, especially in Indigenous and value-driven spaces. Legacy means your impact echoes for generations. And that's something that I know we all hold dear to us. And to understand that is powerful, that what you do today is going to be affecting people to come for years to come. You want to let you grow beyond limits with culture and purpose. When you do that, you make bold and meaningful connections. I know a lot of what I talk about today is more like empathy, feeling, emotions, but those connections that you build with people, the way you lead and feed into the people that are in your organization or your customers or your community, whatever your purpose is, it's going to make an impact, and you're going to change lives without even knowing it, and you're really going to inspire change without being aware of it. But thank you for having me today, and I believe you're next, right? Okay. Just kidding.
Mr. Ernie Stevens, so
okay.
He's going to give a few words, and then we'll go into Jeff's portion. Yes. So,
everybody's fortunate. My wife is here, so she's like Darth Vader. She can choke me out from way back there.
I'm sorry.
I'm not really kidding.
one of our board of directors for the National Center. He's based out in the Green Bay area.
Yeah.
The Green Bay area. So we're really excited that he was able to stop in, and so just wanted to give him some time to introduce himself and just kind of add on to what Kip was saying today and everything. So if you guys could give him attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Oneida, and I'm on the board. My father was one of the founders of the National Center like 100 years ago. It was back in Kip's day. No, I'm sorry. Kip's my colleague. I'm picking on him. So, but we're like a couple generations in front of Dad and the old boys. So, Kip is, I want to say he's young upstart. Let's just say he's upstart. How's that? So I didn't come here to roast you, Kip. You're just there. So let me focus back to the. Let me focus back to the corner to my wife. That's my wife, Cher Stevens, back there. Our oldest son is the vice chairman at Oneida Nation, and he's going to turn 47. So you know how long I've been hanging with this lady. And so I'm serious. When she wants me to stop, this speech will end. I don't know how she does it, but again, she's my friend. We have 5 adult children, and we have 20 grandchildren. And I know I had a connection to Milwaukee as a kid, but Cheryl wouldn't let me move back here because then she wouldn't come with me. She said, I go to Milwaukee anytime I want, but she's staying in Oneida. My wife is a res lady through and through. Stone cold res lady, you know. Ebonics and everything. No, I better stop, right? My wife holds a degree in business economics, and she worked her way in business because she's a protege of my father, the late Ernie Stevens Sr. He told us all to go to school for business. And of course, he was really never in my life because he worked in Washington before me. I was raised by my mother, Marge Stevens. Now, she's an 86-year-old, how do you explain her? Because she used to be a hardcore A militant. So now she likes to be called an activist. I think that's the word she's looking for. But that's who raised me. So I was raised in the movement. And part of that was in Milwaukee. But my father was always economic development. That's where his role with the National Center comes from. There's people all over this country that tell you that they started a business because of my father. He told us both to go to school for business when we went off to college. I just wanted to play basketball, and my wife is an artist. When she changed her major, my wife has a Bachelor of Science degree in business economics. So I took her back to the res. We moved home. We got our degrees. I sent her. My dad was on tribal council. I said, here she is. She listened to you. She has her business degree. And she needs a job, Dad. She said, okay, send her in the morning. We'll put her to work. So that day, not 4:30, more into the evening, she came home, and she was wiped out. I said, well, what kind of job did he give you? I figured like a manager or executive director or something. She said, no. She said, I'm a manager trainee at the brand new Oneida One Stop, and she just got done putting in 12 hours on the cash register. So I went and saw my dad. I said, you send my wife to a cash register after 5 years of college, a degree in business economics? She's at the cash register? She's got to start from the bottom up. You got to learn the system. You got to know business to do business. And that was his philosophy. So I didn't go into business. My wife's an excellent business lady, but she's the grants writer for the Oneida Nation for the last 34 years. 34 years. Millions of dollars into our community, from little bitties to elders. She's done that. Her team, she always gives the credit to her team of grants writers. So that's what Cher does. But mostly she tries to take care of me when she can. But we're family, and we have a giant Oneida family, and that's where we come from. So again, with the National Center, my father was a part of that team that started this, and I've been a part. I think Kip and I have been a part of maybe about 2-3 teams. So we've seen different things and different elements of the National Center in our era. But I guarantee you, folks, and I stand to be corrected, but I think the National Center is not because I'm on the board now, because I was on the board when we had our challenges too. But I think the National Center is one of the best places it's ever been. And it's because of people like you, people that are interested in making Indian country, not just Indian country, but the world a better place. And that's why we're here. And this is my neighborhood. I was here. I was coming, then I wasn't coming, and I literally woke up in San Antonio, Texas, this morning, and then I flew to Minneapolis, and then my wife picked me up and brought me over here just now. Yesterday, they named a street after me in Eagle Pass, Texas, at the traditional tribe of Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, on their casino. So. I spent a Head Start graduation with the little bitties, and I'm living the dream, because you guys do all the work. I don't know business, I got an accountant. If I lose count on my hands, I'll use my toes. I need an accountant, and I got a very strict wife, and she takes care of me. So, but the National Center is someplace that we have to utilize to change America, to change Native America. And that's what we're here for. And that's what I'm here to thank you for, because it's important to understand and appreciate why these guys came together. They came together to make Indian country a better place. And if these all registered here, right? So don't let that title fool you either. because these registration, we run the Indian Gaming Association training sessions, okay? And we bring in some big guns to help in those sessions just like we do here. But don't let that fool you. You guys are the experts of the industry, and your experience brings this to the table and makes our people better, helps our people to spread your word and your voice. And so again, this is my neighborhood, and that's why I'm here. But I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that what you bring to the table will resonate for generations to come. So keep bringing it and keep working with it. It's important that we continue to do that. And I want to just in closing acknowledge my mother again. She had no high school diploma, and she was divorced and had 4 kids. And we might have been, a little bit young for hoodlum, so maybe that word didn't apply to us because we were a little bit young, but we were certainly on our way. But in the old days, they wanted an atmosphere where our kids could learn in a safe environment. America's starting to figure that out now, but this is 50 years ago. And so that's why they created the Milwaukee Indian School. And so they did that in our duplex and just said, we're going to teach them. And they got volunteers from the university to come teach those kids. And today it's in Franklin, I think. I'm not affiliated anymore. I moved north in 1975 to pursue my boxing dream. I can tell you about that if, no. She's saying no. I'm a state Golden Glove champ just downtown. Okay, she said no. Okay, so the bottom line for this is, because you're in our neighborhood, I'm glad Kip is here, my colleague and my good friend. Maybe he'll tell you about how the Potawatomi Casino came into being. It's all connected to this discussion. It's all connected to Indian folks trying to find their way. It's all connected to Indian folks trying to create a better tomorrow. And as I told all those folks in Kansas yesterday, or in Texas yesterday, that 350,000 direct jobs in Indian gaming. When you talk about the businesses that evolve out of that, that number goes to 700,000. Indian folks ain't adopted anybody into the tribe. Otherwise, I'd be over by Kip's tribe. They got a lot of nice wooded land up north that you could go hunting and fishing on. But I said, we're not adopted anybody. But when you come into that 700,000 employee base, when you start putting your kids through college, when you start putting your money aside so you could retire and work in Indian gaming at fair dollars and fair benefits and good people to work with, then you're helping us win. So I call them the Indian gaming family. So they're all a part of our team. And so I, on behalf of the National Center, my colleague Kip, and those folks, Tim Wapato and my daddy and so many others that have gone on, you guys are creating the tomorrow that they set out to do. And I'm asking you, please, help us do that. Take the message home. Grab yourself some mentors. Help these folks. Help us. We need to create a better tomorrow through business, through economic development. You guys are the key. So thank you so much. We get a basketball right now.
Absolutely. Put the clinic on it.
Not gonna fall down the steps.
Thank you, Ernie. Good stuff. So welcome. My name is Jeff Johnson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the commercial group for Potawatomi Ventures. I wanted to talk to you about leadership, and kind of a last-minute ad, so I didn't really have a slideshow to present to you, but can you really learn leadership from a slideshow? Maybe you can. I don't know. I mean, not to be hypercritical, but a lot of good ideas, though, that were presented and discussed to that point. I wanted to talk, I have a number of talking points, but 3 things come to mind: who I am and who we are, servant leadership, and also like company culture. So this discussion right now, I'm a proud member of the Forest County Potawatomi Nation in northern Wisconsin. We are on Potawatomi land right now in Milwaukee. I was born here and have a long connection with family. Otter Clan, and and I've got some blood, Ho-Chunk Nation blood in me. So, to be honest with you, talking about connections with our relatives is really, really important. I wanted to actually talk to the people directly, and really this audience and the attendees, right? The people that own companies, and have a meaningful conversation about what that means. What can I say that's going to be meaningful for those that are sitting in the room? Because I remember I was a small business owner for 17 years, and I understand, right? We can pour over resources, we can pour over all the things that are available at your disposal, but at the end of the day, what you want is a signed contract, right? You want to be able to feed your family. I think having a very good conversation about leadership and how to integrate that and how to get from A to B, leadership is included with that. I introduced the idea of servant leadership, first in line but last to go. That's the way I describe it. At Potawatomi Ventures, we've integrated that kind of understanding into our strategy. We've built it into the mission-driven and values of our company. It's a metric for performance. It's something that we're proud of. It's something that we try to teach to other businesses and other tribal communities where we go. I have always been forthcoming with it, and honestly have always tried to wear it on my sleeve, because I think it's not a secret sauce. It's just a way of having some kind of integrity to do business and conduct business with, external stakeholders and clients. It's bringing people together. You've heard that conversation a couple times with my colleague here and Ernie. Bringing people together is key. Well, you got to bring them along too in order to be a good leader. Understanding about leadership, all you got to do is close your eyes and think about the things that you're good at and the things that you're not good at, and you already know, right? But what you have to do is you have to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, what can I do to, bridge the gap, take care of those things that I'm weak on, right? You have to have the courage to do that. This isn't difficult. People make this more difficult than it needs to be. At Potawatomi Ventures, I have done just that very same thing. I sat on the board of directors for 3 years. I'm an engineer by trade for the last 27 years, a civil engineer with a specialty in heavy civil for highways and bridge foundation. If I have to manage another highway project, I think I would rather join the circus, to be honest with you. I've been there, and this challenge came up. I thought it was something that I know that I could add. But the one thing it did teach me is to hone my craft. You have to understand your craft. You have to be good at something, right? So I spent 27 years trying to be good at civil engineering, the processes. But now it's my turn to give back to the community, so I'm really proud to do that on a daily basis. I don't know who's heard this, but I learned this at Harvard. Company culture eats strategy for breakfast. Ever heard that term? Some of you have, some of you haven't. It's like, I characterize it this way. When I came on board, Kip told me, by the way, Kip Richie is my boss, so I gotta speak nice about him, right? One of the things that I heard was, hey, we got a 94% employee satisfaction rate here at Potawatomi Ventures. We're doing really good. I'm like, hold on a second. I know how to think critically. Wait, so you're telling me that all the employees that work for the company could possibly be just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, right? Isn't that true? The point is that what you do is you engage with people, right? And you learn through your own perception of that and the way you look at it in order to effectuate quality change. Here we go again, effectuate quality change. My badger, my change agent, I was given this medallion by one of my Ho-Chunk brothers before I went to Harvard and said, hey, do you realize what what a badger means. Well, state of Wisconsin, I'm a UW graduate, right? Well, it's a little bit more than that. He said it's a change agent. You have got to be the personality to shoulder that change. Do you have the courage to be disliked, to ask for accountability, to do those things that people are more critical of, right? But it's for the benefit of not only the community, but for the organization. So I just, sure, I'll do that. I do that without even thinking about it. So this seemed like a natural fit for me, right? That's another secret, or little story behind my medallion. But to get back to my point, company culture, eat strategy for breakfast, I heard this at Harvard, and they talked about, you know, your company culture, and if they get along, if you have the right people on the bus, they will perform for you, even if the team is 2 people, right? 3 people. So this is applicable to everyone in the room, including tribal governments, right? And that company culture, if it's one that puts people first, has good leadership, they're going to perform very, very well, right? And it doesn't matter what you decide for strategy, and people overuse that word too. Strategy is just a logic for winning. You got to sit down and determine what roadmap are we going to use to win. And that's strategy, okay? Lastly, I guess innovation. So what we do, the really good part that we do also at work, innovation. The young lady that was talking about innovation is profound. You have to build that into your strategy, into the logic to win, right? Into the people first mentality, right? And if you do that, you can't go wrong, right? It's something that we have, you know, our company is, you know, gonna, if I'm allowed to say this, you know, be about 450 million this year, 750 employees, and we've grown. Our holding company owns 19 subsidiary companies, and we're growing. It's something that I'm proud of, and I want to share with and show other people and show, you know, other entities and how we can get bigger. I mean, scaling is great, but sustainability is better, right? Bring the community along, bring the people that trust you along. So for me, that's what I value. So thank you. That's all I had. Right?
We have time for 1 or 2. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much to our wonderful leadership panel. Okay. Next, we have Buckley Brinkman and Katie Sinnott, and I would tell you their titles, but I don't have my agenda up here. They can introduce themselves, but we're going to go into panel style with them. So if you guys could give them your attention, that'd be really great. We're going to go over AI in retail, supply chain and manufacturing. All right. So we'll go with Buckley first, can introduce himself, and then Catherine.
Good afternoon. Oh, where is this? Use technology first. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Buckley Brinkman. I'm with the Wisconsin Center for Manufacturing and Productivity. We're a nonprofit here in the state that helps small and medium manufacturers stay competitive.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Katie Sinnott. I'm an international business strategist, formerly the Vice President of Global Trade and Investment at the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. And I've led many trade and business attraction initiatives, including securing Wisconsin's largest foreign direct investment ever in the state of Wisconsin. And most recently, I've been working with Buckley on advising manufacturers on AI and growth strategies.
So I really like the way that Kip started the morning off here, talking about, we should all be thinking about what's possible. And I think that this technology, AI, really expands the horizons for all of us on what's possible to really conceive and then execute against. And I think what we're seeing right now is this technology is really accelerating. The models are getting better, the adoption so that we have examples of how this works and doesn't work are becoming more frequent. And then also, there's a real commitment to building the skill level so that people can use this technology effectively. And if you just look in your community and see the number of people that are talking about AI and then offering opportunities where you can really get engaged and get yourself up the curve quickly, it's just multiplying very, very, very quickly. And so, those are the positives. What are maybe some of the misconceptions that you've seen, Katie?
I think the largest misconception is that AI is going to take over the world. And honestly, I think we should think about AI as a puppy. Puppies are eager to please. They sometimes cause a mess, but they certainly can't figure out what that slipper is for, right? So AI has no empathy. It has no ability to make those tough decisions that a human being can make. It lacks judgment. It struggles with creativity. But the wonderful thing that AI does is it pulls together enormous amounts of data and analyzes it on your behalf incredibly rapidly so that you can spend your really precious time adding value on that hard decision part. So we as humans really shouldn't be afraid of AI. We should look at it as an asset to make our jobs more interesting, not necessarily easier to do, but it lets us do more of high-value work. Do you want to, or do you want to just continue as this?
Just keep going.
We'll just go like this.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
So we're really seeing businesses, or we're really seeing manufacturers bifurcate in how they're using AI. The larger companies, and there's a very small percentage of these that are really using AI right now to drive their operations. Taking data from the floor and really making decisions, autonomous decisions, so that they get the best product going forward. This is really complicated, and it's really risky for most operations. Most of the people that we're engaging with, we don't advise them to start there. Start someplace really simple. So where we tell manufacturers, and I would advise you in this room, if you haven't experienced AI, stay away from the core value of what you're doing. Go experiment in a place that won't have an impact, won't have a negative impact on your business if it goes wrong. Because this is really about learning, really about trying to figure out, as Katie said, where the human ends and where the technology begins, and then how one affects the other. And so a couple examples of where we use it, or where we advise our folks to use it, is off of the production floor in your day-to-day tasks. I mean, it's rare that I start a writing project without using AI just to lay down the baseline for me. It just saves a tremendous amount of time. And then in what Ed and Sky were talking about this morning is an incredible application when you're talking about how do you get your marketing tailored to your customer and also effective online. Some of the things that we're able to do right now with AI and just a few prompts would take an agency 3 or 4 weeks just a couple of years ago. So look for those opportunities to use that technology off of the main line.
I thought maybe it would be useful to hear how one manufacturer did use AI in their operations, although that might not be the place where you will start. But it's really interesting to see how a food production company incorporated visual AI into their quality control. What they did is they took a rules-based system which looked at the size and shape, and they also did visual imaging of what constituted a really high-quality product versus a low-quality product. And to do that, they had to install cameras and sensors onto their production line. And so with that information, the equipment and the algorithms of AI could easily automatically discern this is a good one and this is a bad one. So that was a huge benefit to the company. It eliminated the downtime, the human downtime, and it also took away a job. It did take away a job that was repetitive, monotonous, and low-skilled. And the real highlight of what that company found is they took that individual, as you know, the job market, it's hard to find good quality employees all around the state. They took this person and they did a lot of upskilling, and so that person was able to do higher value work that was more stimulating, which increased the job satisfaction as well as retention. So that was really a win-win for that company. There are some fun stories about getting to that point, though, and some problems that they had, which I'll talk about when we dig into the types of data that we're going to look at in AI and some of the things that might happen.
So I think when you're one of the questions that we get a lot is, how do I start? How do I just take that first step? And I think one of the most important things for an organization is to name an AI champion, that one person who's going to be the focal point of what you're doing inside of your organization. Now, it might be you, but that person, number one, should have really good knowledge of the company and have credibility within the company. They don't necessarily have to be a technical expert, but they do have to be someone who can talk to anyone in the company and really be seen as someone who knows what they're talking about. The second thing is they have to be excited about AI. Don't burden someone with this. If they really genuinely aren't interested in the technology, find somebody else. It just doesn't pay to have somebody doing that who isn't going to move the ball forward. And then finally, I think one of the most important criteria is that they're curious. They're constantly trying to figure out, okay, how does this work? Or what's a new tool? Or what's a new application for this? Or how do I get more people involved with this technology and really moving it forward? So I think that's a really important first key step. And I don't know what you think, Katie, but I think what are some of the other steps in getting engaged?
I think the most important, the number one thing that you need to ask yourself or ask your team, ask the front line, is what's our pain point? Where are we today that we can't do this? Or maybe costs are skyrocketing, or you're not reaching your customers, you're losing customers, or you're just you and you can't do your social media, right? You need help. I think what's really fascinating, we were talking earlier with one of the other presenters about how she was a single person in her business. It's ideal for you as a small business owner. You don't need to be a manufacturer. There are so many ways to use AI. We talked already about marketing. You can create a marketing campaign. Imagine you don't have a social media bent. Maybe you're not very good at it. You can use AI to help you with the social media campaign. And in fact, you may already have tools at your disposal. If, for example, your company has a financial system for your accounting, it may have AI in it already. And even generative AI like ChatGPT, you can feed your financials in, but you better make sure you have a subscription to ChatGPT before you do that. Technically, it should be, if you have a subscription, that it doesn't share your information outside of your circle. But I would check with your IT people. I'm not an IT person, so double check on that. But it can talk to you about what your margins are, what's your turnover. It can create a very simple Excel sheet for you. But really, it goes back to, what are your pain points? What do you want to solve? Can AI solve that? Do you have the data to do it? And do you have the will to do it? Do you have the skill that it takes internally to do it, or do you need help with an advisor, or do you start with your AI champion and then they help you think through all of that? So Buckley, why don't you talk about quick wins in terms of the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, just like with any other change strategy, it's really important for people to have success early, right? So don't pick the most complicated project that hasn't been solved for the last 2 decades to use AI on because you think it's magic. Pick something small. Pick something that's going to have an impact and that people can feel like they feel good about both what happened, but also using this technology to solve it. And I think that's important in any kind of change advance. The other thing is don't stop because of some sort of fear. And one of the things I hear all the time is, well, our data isn't good enough. And I guess my answer would have been very different even 6 months ago about data. The technology's gotten so good that it can overcome some of the inconsistencies in your data. It can actually help you clean your data. But I'm much more worried about that getting outside of your company. I mean, make sure you're using a model, like Katie said, that holds the data within your 4 walls and doesn't release it out into the wild. Once it's out in the wild, anybody can do anything with it. I think we heard some talk about artwork before. There's a lot less sites now, right, showing individual artwork if you go to an artist site, or individual pieces, so that you can actually lift that out of the internet. So be very, very careful when you're using this data, but be sure to move forward with it. And I'd advise you to start with the end in mind, right? Figure out what it is you're really trying to solve and what success looks like so that you can get focused in on that. This is really fun technology, and it can lead you a lot of places and down a lot of really interesting rabbit holes. And there's nothing more frustrating than having worked on this for 2 or 3 weeks and discovered a lot of interesting things and realizing that you never solved the problem. So stay focused on that problem that's in the middle. And then make sure you're checking the outcome. I don't know, if you're like me, I'm not a very detail-oriented person, so this is really painful for me. If I save all of this time, I want to go use it somewhere else. Well, you have to invest a piece of it to come back and make sure that the output is right and make sure that it's consistent. Because for someone like me, if I'm delegating it to someone, that's really easy for me to cover for that person or make a recovery from that. If it's me using AI, there are no excuses. I'm the one who screwed it up, and there's no one who's going to help me. So take that little extra time to make sure that what you get out of the technology really makes sense. So those are the things that I would suggest to make things go right. Katie, what are some of the things where you see projects go wrong?
First, I'm going to talk a little bit about data, and then I'll talk about the number one problem is an undefined problem. Who here has used AI at all? We got lots of hands, right? Did everyone get really excited about ChatGPT? I had someone write a poem that was similar to one of their favorite poets, and they read it at an event. It was super cool. That was when ChatGPT first came out. And now if you've stayed with it from the beginning, you can see how the evolution is so rapidly evolving. But you can also see how it could bring wrong data, or it can't help you enough if you don't give it the right information. So the number one problem people encounter is they have an undefined or poorly defined problem. They don't have a solution. What's your end game? What's your goal? I want more customers. Well, for what? I want more customers to buy product A within 6 months. So you want to be as detailed as possible. It's super important. If you are not detailed, you will not have your return on investment. If it's not measurable, your team will feel like it's just an exercise in futility. They won't know why they're doing it. They'll be confused. They won't be able to say, hey, Buckley, I got it. Here's my metric. I succeeded. I got 10 more customers in 3 months, and I sold 10% more product. If they don't have those specific guidelines of what you're trying to achieve, it really is just fun. And maybe not, because it's going to be demotivating too for your team members. The other thing that Buckley brought up that's super important is your AI policy. Even for the one-person shop, you should be thinking about what data are you willing to put out there, what data is forbidden to go out there, who can do it, what are you expecting from it. So at a minimum, before you start with AI, you should have a real basic skeleton of what your policy should be on AI, because it can get out of hand quite quickly. So you really want to do your research there and make sure that your team's not sharing data where they shouldn't. I think there's a story about an LG employee sharing something into GPT about 9 months ago of a new product, and that was found by competitors because it went out into the space. So you want to make sure you're within that gated environment where there are clear boundaries for the use of it. There's also some evaluation of your data that's required. So there are 5 types of data that you're going to be looking at. So is it relevant? Is the volume sufficient? Is the accuracy enough? Is it consistent? Is it is it complete? So is it relevant? So if a company is trying to do machine maintenance and they feed in sensor information from a temperature of that machine, that might help a little bit, maybe not. Maybe they need vibration more than they need temperature, so that algorithm will not be able to function. So when you think about that, you need to make sure that you're giving relevant information to solve your problem. And then volume. This goes back to my food example. So this food producer is just a crazy story that most of us probably wouldn't have even thought of. So they have windows in their shop floor. So when the food is going through and being processed and the sun is out, it shows something different to the camera. When it's rainy out, it shows something else. So instead of needing 100 visual images of what really constitutes good and bad, they needed thousands. They needed, 10 a.m. on a sunny day, 12 p.m. on a cloudy day, so they needed to really refine that. So do you have the right volume of data? And then, how complete is it? Imagine that you want to send a new email to every single new customer each month, and you want to say, thank you for buying product A, product B, product C. What if you forgot or didn't fill out the date, or you didn't fill out the email? Your data is not complete. So your model cannot work. And then if we look at things like consistency, what if you're using Celsius and Fahrenheit, or you're just using different types of measures? Your model, again, will fail. Maybe not fail, but it will not act as you expect it to. And then for accuracy, are you cleaning your sensors, right? If you're trying to measure bacteria and you're not cleaning your sensors, you're going to get negative false positives. And then human error. We all have human error. That's one place where AI works really well. If it doesn't have human error, if it has all accurate information, it will produce well. But if it doesn't, it cannot. So those are some of the pitfalls that you'll fall into. And Buckley, why don't you jump into information about how a project might be veering off, how to identify that?
Well, I think this is where really defining your target is important, because either you're moving towards that target or you're not, right? And if you're looking at something that maybe is a little hard to define, or you're looking at your AI program in general, with AI, you should be able to see a result almost immediately. So if you aren't seeing results that push you forward in your objectives, take a time out, take a half step back, and really look and see, hey, what can we do a little bit differently? what maybe isn't as focused as it needs to be. Maybe somebody's not as skilled as they need to be, or maybe I haven't done a good job as a leader to really say, these are the pieces of the puzzle that I've kept inadvertently in my bag, as opposed to laying them on the table and saying, we need these things to be done as well. So it's just really a straightforward way of staying on top of what the outputs are. Don't get lost in, what people have done up front or how cool the model is. What did it generate at the end of the day, and how did it move you towards what you were trying to accomplish?
Buckley, why don't you talk about some of the pretty simple projects that you've been part of that you've helped manufacturers benefit from with your chat bots and different things like that?
So one of the things that we've managed to do right now is we've taken all of the OSHA regulations and all of the 800-171 regulations around cybersecurity from NIST. So now we have a chat bot, we call it Manufacturing GPT, that you can go in and ask any question you want about the safety regulations or about the cybersecurity regulations and get an immediate response. That's one example. There's another example with one of our clients that used it in IT because they have offices around the world and only one IT resource. So now they put the most common answers to problems into this model. So if you're anywhere in the world, you can get an answer immediately, a response immediately. And as the model has learned, it's able to answer more and more of those questions. And so then when the IT person is present, they already have the troubleshooting track and can get right back to that person with the answer that they're needing. So there's a couple good examples of how the technology can really help you do day-to-day things.
And how long did that type of project take, Buckley?
We put our policy manual on ChatGPT in about 20 minutes. Now it takes you want to make sure you're running it through its paces to make sure, again, it's giving you the answers that you expect. But it's very quick, it's very simple, and can be done very easily.
Right, and I think too, it can be used to capture tribal knowledge. You will find that we're aging out many of our people. There are maybe one person who knows all of the information about running one machine. You want to capture that. You want to do a brain dump from that person and capture that information. So it's incredibly important and a relatively straightforward tool. I think it would be interesting to hear how people in the audience are using AI, because everyone raised their hand. So anyone who would like to volunteer their story.
Yeah. I think AI is a valuable tool. And I said tool. What it does is, if you don't have a lot of time, it can help you scale your stuff. I use it more to scale. So if you want to start a project, or you're working on a project, or I would ask for an outline. And then I would basically take that outline, look it over, and then determine what type of information I want to put in there. And then you can take whatever your information is. I think AI is really good at, you can take your information that you have data. Once you have an account, I would say have an account, make sure you're protected. But you can take your data that you have and maybe different scales of the data, maybe the questions that that project has in there, and you can, because you know what your deliverables, objectives, outcomes, different stuff like that, you have an idea of what you want at the end of your process. So you could put that in there, and what it does is it helps to create a better outline of the first outline. I should say that. And then I would go through there, because I would never take nothing off of AI and just use it straightforward, because one, sometimes the language doesn't match up. Sometimes the data doesn't mesh well. And then you have to be specific with AI. So that's another thing. You got to specify. So if I'm doing a project and I'm writing this proposal for something, then, I mean, you can use it for contract writing. You can use it for like a lot of things. But if you use it in contract writing or different stuff, you got to put the stuff in there and you got to specify. You got to be real specific because sometimes it won't get down to what you're looking for. So say if I'm writing on, I'm going to provide XYZ amount of widgets to so-and-so for this amount, then is everything in there, you know, is what I'm looking for in there when I'm proposing the data. But it's phenomenal. I mean, you could use it for contract writing. You could use it to do social media. You can use it to, I know now who got me into AI is actually teenagers. Because what they're doing is they're writing papers and they're getting good grades in school. So someone's daughter actually just finished college, and she used AI through the whole process. And she taught me how to use AI. So AI is very good for contract writing, grant writing. It's a good tool to start your outline, put your stuff in there, and then refine your information. So I may take an old proposal or old proposals from other places and kind of put it in there and ask it to specify on certain specific stuff. So it does that too. And then you can print it out and proof it and see if that's the direction you want to go in or you want to specify. And then there's nothing like putting your own eyes and your own feel on your own paper so that it's yours.
Right, I love that. It's like having another employee that you can guide to do something.
I basically use it for my C-suite level. So I created bots for so I use it as my C-suite level. So I created a COO bot, a CMO bot, a CLO bot, all the C-suite levels. And then I am doing 2 projects overseas. And from each C-level, like the chief operating officer, I said, create a 60-year plan for this project in this country, how to develop, how to start. Give me a blueprint for each C-suite person, and it gives you that directly. The other day, I was reading an article where Bill Gates was saying that it would replace certain jobs, and at the end of the day, it will, because sometimes you really don't need that physical person at the moment, and the AI replaces that. I use maybe about 10 different AIs. I pay sometimes $200 per month for each subscription because some of them, depending on how much you pay, it gives you more information.
Right.
More information. Some now, it creates that blueprint and then creates the website. So instead of it doing a PowerPoint presentation, which would be less interactive, the website is more interactive, so you can click, you can find what you're looking for very, very easy and so forth. So that is basically where it is going.
Right, it feels like it's a leveler. So the smaller businesses get access to the same, maybe not exactly the same, but to similar type of skills. Having your COO bot, your CTO bot, all of that helps you get more information and run your business better. That's great, I love it.
I do the research and development for our company, and so I utilize AI a lot in building my outlines, especially for like digital products. So I do a lot of our creative, like graphic art looking things, and so when I'm starting those kinds of projects, usually I would go through like Google image search for like design ideas and utilizing AI, I'm able to kind of not have to do that as much. I can kind of just have bullet points of, I definitely need to talk about this, this, and this thing. And sometimes it's helpful for clients to also know this item on the list. So like kind of using AI to decide what are the most important key points whenever I am creating like a pitch for a client or writing an RFP or something like that. That's personally how I've been utilizing AI. But a big challenge I have come and face with is when you're in this tribal Indian country space, making sure AI hits the points that you need to, knowing your knowledge of the culture. So like AI is very colonized per se in its language and its ideals, and so it's kind of funny. I keep my ChatGPT accountable and question why it considers, why do you use this word when I'm asking for this like kind of description, and teaching it the way I want to talk so that it kind of like shares my ideas with me.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. I mean, with all of these models, they've been trained on data. We've seen where ChatGPT has been asked for a picture of a pope, and all of a sudden it comes back, 16th century pope, and it's a black person. I mean, that doesn't make any logical sense. But you can see the way it was trained to be inclusive and display different things. It happens across other technology too. Think facial recognition. Facial recognition is really good on an old white guy, right? It's not so good when you start changing gender or changing races. So now all of a sudden you're using the same assumptions that you are if you're trying to identify me as if you're trying to identify someone else. It may not pass. So when you're using AI, it's really important, as you say, to train it on how you want to see the world.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Lacey C. Robbins of Robbins Nest Consulting. Two things I wanted to add. The first thing, as you mentioned about sharing your data, if you have a paid membership, you can change your settings so it does not share your data. I think that's very important to lift here. The second thing I wanted to lift, and it speaks to your point, is you can actually teach your modes to write in your voice. And so uploading samples of your work, samples of previous writings that are unique to your voice so that you can actually teach it to write in this voice, write in this format. To echo what the young lady was saying here as well, in addition to having consulting, trucking and logistics company, and adult daycare company, I also teach as an adjunct professor. I teach entrepreneurship, big surprise. And the colleges are getting hip to this as well, that students are using, ChatGPT or other AI tools. And so there are things that are in place so that you can be able to delineate, was artificial intelligence used to write X? The last thing I want to say is when it comes to grants, I'm not sure if there are other individuals in here who are using AI to write grants, is that you, again, want to upload text that allows you to capture it in your voice, because now funders are rejecting grants when it's been evidence that AI has been used.
So I think all those are really valuable points. And I think what's going to be interesting as we go forward is how people, it's like having the calculator when I was a young student and people saying you're cheating. AI is the same sort of, we have the same sort of dilemmas in our institutions now. I'm just really excited about where we are in Wisconsin because we have the potential to be real leaders in using AI. We're not going to necessarily be leaders in developing the technology, but we're going to be real leaders in how we use that technology in a practical way. And I'll just use as an example, the Microsoft AI Co-Innovation Lab for manufacturing. I mean, that's $3 billion that Microsoft has invested in this state so that we can make use of the tremendous amounts of data that manufacturing generates to really strengthen our models and strengthen the way just being Wisconsin people, right? You know, the badger, right? We got to innovate, you know? We have to be the person who's forcing change and catalyzing it.
I just have maybe a comment / question, just in a responsibility in AI, especially in Indian country, as we have this really large push for data sovereignty in all aspects. So, you know, in our logistics, in our business and economic development, but also in our culture and traditions. So where are the checks and balances, and how are we being responsible in that data sovereignty into the crossover of AI? And is there a space where is somebody, I haven't heard of anybody doing it yet in Indian country, but is there kind of like almost like a nonprofit or an organization that's kind of doing a check and balance, like a regulatory kind of thing to where, because the other thing with AI, or my understanding, right, is that the more we feed it, the more it knows, but now we're giving away all of our knowledge, and that then is the antithesis of data sovereignty. So what does that regulation look like, and what does that responsibility look like when we're talking about AI to actually help, right? Because we want it to use it as a resource, but how do we do that with also maintaining sovereignty?
I have absolutely no idea. I think it's really interesting to watch Congress right now struggle with that very issue. They are not worried about that issue. They're not worried about that at all. You know, we have, I've seen on the manufacturing side with like trade associations that will set up data sets and test beds that are isolated. That might be something that in the tribal area, it's something that you could set up. I mean, but it would have to be something that's independent on an island of its own. And, you know, once it gets out into the public models, there's no way of recapturing it.
So hi, I'm Jermaine Wells. I think the original question he was asking, what do we use AI for or ChatGPT for? I've been using it recently for my sales channels. So it actually helped me create a strategy for 30 days of marketing. And I was able to feed that into my sales channel, and I've been seeing results from my TikTok page, my Facebook page, my LinkedIn page. My numbers have increased, my following has increased. So from that aspect, I really like ChatGPT, but from some of the points that you all are making in the room, I do need to be more specific and targeted with what I'm trying to get so I can get that targeted audience reached more successfully and protect the data that I'm putting into that system, because I don't use the paid subscription, but I will now knowing that. But yeah, I do like using this ChatGPT, and I do think AI is a great tool to have in your tool box. That's all I want to say. Thank y'all.
Yeah, and the one tip always is be sure to say please and thank you when you're using your prompts, so that when an AI takes over the world, they know you were the polite one.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but more of a comment regarding data sovereignty. I have a son that's an Air Force graduate from the academy, but he's a data security management, cybersecurity and things like that. But he doesn't tell me what he does, but more of in the military, they don't go on the public AI and stuff like that. They have a closed loop and stuff like that. So a lot of that data is not shared. So that's the question I would have, like what you mentioned. So maybe in the future they might write laws and things like that regarding the data sovereignty.
Yeah.
So, and then the other thing is, I guess he doesn't do anything related to social media, like take photos or anything like that, because he knows that he's one of the several, what do you call it, like that an enemy might take him out or something.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
that's important
Yeah.
for him. And stuff like that. So that's all I wanted to share.
Yeah, that was good.
Thanks. Yeah. Some more.
Which I think was really, really important. Can you hear me? So, you know, in Native American culture, we look to our elders as the knowledge keepers, the knowledge sharers. With AI coming into the picture, what does this do for the elder population? Is this going to, I don't even want to use the word because they aren't irrelevant, but we look to them to help transfer the knowledge, you know, passed through down since time immemorial. So when AI comes into the picture, what happens to those elders that we value so much for the knowledge that they carry?
Could it make it more effective? I mean, could it? I mean, the trick is figuring out. The trick is figuring out what part of this is saving the data, and what part of it is saving the tradition. You know, so the tradition. I mean, the tradition from my point of view, at least in our family, is telling the stories. Of course, some of those I don't want to hear anymore. I've heard them for 40 years, but it would be really nice from my point of view if, I don't have the patience to talk to my mother for that long to get all of the details of the pictures and all of the memorabilia that we have in our family, or the interaction between the different branches of our family that could be enhanced by that. That would be more along the data side, and I would think that that's where AI could be really helpful. Along the tradition side, I think that's something entirely different, and it's something that requires a lot of thought and a little bit of creativity to figure out.
But there's such value in getting the knowledge passed down from your elder, from your grandmother, from your great-grandmother. Now it sounds like AI is just going to come in and replace these people who we revere so much.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
You established that as a family was valuable,
Right.
you know, and not just solely like, oh, this is what the computer said. And agree with me?
Well, I guess to clarify what I was trying to ask in the realm of business and economic development, to kind of bring it back to the National Center and AI data sovereignty is our EDCs can use it for very specific things logistically. That makes a lot of sense. And gaming. There are several areas where AI is going to move us into the next generation and to be progressive, right? But also in that space, where is there's, and again, this was kind of a general Indian country question, probably, right? Is how do we also protect that? Because even if we're using closed loops, AI is AI, right? And if a company's not using that, but say an employee wants to do a little cheat, you're not sticking company information, you're sticking numbers, tradition, knowledge, and culture back into AI. I'm just wondering, is that even something that some of these EDCs that are doing tech right now and using AI, is there something or a program that we can create that's a little more, it helps regulate that data sovereignty? Because if I'm telling you I have 5,000 tribal members, but I really have 4,000, now AI is reading that. If they're saying I'm making 5 million over here, 400 million over there, now AI is reading that. Now we're sticking all of our data and our statistics into AI. That's the data sovereignty I'm talking about.
Right.
Being exploited into the general public. Not as much as tradition per se, but all of that is traditional.
Right.
Our EDCs are based in tradition, right? Like Jeff talked about that earlier. Like everything we do is about our people and for our people and how we create sustainability. And so it's always going to be culture based and Indian country based. But all of that beautiful, wonderful data, even in our EDCs, how do we protect that? Or is there something that we're looking at possibly in the future of how we protect that in the data sovereignty space?
So part of that is a technical question, and that is just putting your data in a secure place and making sure that only the people you want to use it have access to it. And the other piece of it is an enforcement piece. If somebody's taken that data, I mean, if somebody's taken some of our data out and using it in a way that they shouldn't be, they're not an employee anymore. It's just that simple. I mean, there's an enforcement piece.
Yeah, and there are lawsuits today against companies like ChatGPT for using, copyrighted text and songs and things like that. And so, I mean, there isn't a solution right now in terms of government regulation, but yourselves would want to self-regulate. So, we're getting the hook. So
Good conversation, but
Thank you.
Sorry, we got to move to our next session. Thank you, Leslie and Catherine. Next, I'm going to bring up Erin, and she's going to introduce our next speaker. Buckley and Catherine will be around after with the round table as well, just letting you guys know you can ask additional questions then.
Is this one on? Yeah. Okay. Like I said earlier, my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff for the National Center, and I get the pleasure to introducing our next session. So here we have, how do you say your last name? Meg Schmitz. Okay, we have we have Meg Schmitz, franchise business coach, and she's going to do a session on franchise opportunities.
Forward button is change the screen?
Yes.
And where's this?
This microphone?
But this is a clicker?
Nope, back there.
Ah. Okay. Hi, everybody. Question for you. First of all, I just want to say this particular slide deck is for a seminar that I used to do in person and now switched to online. So I understand that there's a virtual audience out there as well. Normally, I field questions when I'm doing my webinar because you've got chat right there. So I'm going to try to speed through some of the slides. I may skip altogether, and then try to leave some time at the end. But most of the people who are attending my sessions are coming to franchising because they don't have an original idea of their own. They would like to be their own boss, own their own business. Have any of you ever looked into franchise ownership? You have. 1, 2? Okay. How many of you have an interest in owning your own business, whether it's a franchise or not? You do. Okay. So I will try to make this interesting and entertaining for all of you. So that's me, the fashionista. I just want you to know that the Wall Street Journal gave me the title of franchise guru, and the Milwaukee community gave me the title franchise fashionista. For any of you who need to know later on what I'm wearing, I'm happy to tell you. But for those of you who have been curious about franchising or virtually, what would bring you here today? What, besides the fact that you all you're a locked-in audience and you have to sit here through this, but think through, if you wanted to have a conversation about owning your own business, I am your resource. I put this picture up here because the gal who handles all of my production said, Meg, you're so much more than the dresses and the high heels. When she comes out to my property, we've got about 400 acres in the Janesville area. This is what I'm doing in my free time. My husband and I own 7 businesses. We're working even when we're not working. Some of them are franchises, some of them are not. But I put this picture up because we all need to have work-life balance. After I get out of here today, this is what I'm going to go do. I have been a business consultant. You can read down through this what my qualifications are. I think one of the funnest things about what I do is that I've got a podcast called The Free Agent, where I talk to real people who've stepped out of either a W-2 or business ownership where they're struggling on their own and wanted to get into a franchise. We're in our 7th season, so I've got, I don't know, 150, 170 interviews up there, and a lot of information about business ownership. Owning your own business. How many of you own your own business right now? How many of you got into it believing the success trajectory on the, what is it, on the left? Yeah, how easy was it? Yay! So I put this up because this is what it's really like, as you know, if you own your own business or want to someday. No one saw the pandemic coming. No one saw it coming. We all have to live through it happening, but this is what success is not always like. My background is in counseling. So my mom was a hospice nurse. We're very accustomed to transitions. My dad was a surgeon for many years. And so he was self-employed in a way. We all hit crash and burns, and you need to work with somebody who's been there and done that and can help work through it. So in your own decision-making process, I think we'll skip this one for right now because not too many of you are in this path right now. But when it comes to owning your own business, and you have a job, or you own a business and you want to make more, you want to expand and diversify, then how do you really know is that possible? What's your bandwidth? Do you have the capability to make this happen? We're all going to hit a fork in the road at some point of decision making, the decision tree. Yes, I can do this. No, I can't. So I am an advocate that you work with somebody like me who can help you to navigate through the decision tree of, are you better off staying in a job or with your own business? Excuse me. Or diversifying it into something else. How many of you know Yogi Berra, who Yogi Berra was? Some of us are old enough to know who Yogi Berra was. I love this picture because when you see a fork in the road, take it. This is where we are in life. I don't care if you're getting married, having kids. It's not a one-size-fits-all conversation, that's for sure. But he said it. How many of you know much about Yogi Berra? He was a New Yorker, lived in upstate New York, and directions to get to his house, you take the highway, you take the county road, then when you get to the fork in the road, take it. And people were always like, what are you talking about? This just doesn't make any sense. He had a great big piece of water in the front of his property. You could go right, you could go left, but the opposite side of the lake, you're going to get where you need to go. So people ask me all the time, this is crazy with the media. This is crazy with the economy, tariffs, who knows what is going on. But I challenge you all to think about your own consumer habits. I follow a site called franchiseinsights.com. It carefully monitors consumer sentiment and where the actual dollars are going. This is just good for you to see. This graph was given to me by a wealth manager who's here in Milwaukee, Crescent Grove Advisors. He wanted to clearly demonstrate to his clients that you can get scared all you want by the economy or what you hear in the news. But let's look at real data trends with dollars spent. I know that people are worried about Target and prices going up. But people, every one of you, did you buy gas today? Got a haircut recently? Think about necessary, essential services, and that's really where the money is. Okay, that's me, and those are my real shoes. Investment choices, one size does not fit all. On this slide, we've got 6 or 7 different investment styles. So you've got real estate, you have an investment portfolio. How many of you, by the way, have an investment portfolio? Interesting. Okay, very interesting. Absolutely passive. My husband and I do a lot of angel investing, which is high risk and no control. Anybody heard of angel investing? Okay. My husband is Mr. High Risk. I'm not. He's got a portfolio of about 125 different companies. Some of them just roll up and blow away in the middle of the night, right along with the money that we've invested in it. And other ones turn into, how many of you are following Bitcoin? We invested once upon a time in a tiny little company that was acquired by Kraken. Kraken is supposed to go public in 2026. But, I mean, that's the 10x we're all hoping for, or whatever that number is going to be. A startup business, for those of you who started your own business, Do you have the support of spouse, family? Yeah? That's a hard one. Owning your own business, it lives in your household. It lives in your head, it lives in your bed. That if you don't have your own plan, it's a tough road to hoe. Acquiring a business is not as easy as it seems, and I'm obviously an advocate for franchise ownership. By the way, I got involved in franchising in 1992. We opened our first one in 1993. So Great Clips, I opened 5 locations. I learned so much. I knew that I did not have an entrepreneur. I had an entrepreneurial mindset, but I didn't have an idea. And I wanted to make money, and I wanted to get wealthy, create wealth for myself. After 5 locations, someone made me a 7-figure offer, and I took it. And that's when I jumped the fence to come over to the consulting side to help people who want to take control of their financial future, figure out what the right mechanism is. It's not always one of these options, but if you've got the chutzpah, then let's talk about what will give you that financial advantage. People wonder, franchising. How many of you have heard a bad franchise? Somebody had a bad franchise story. They're out there. But you know what? It's out there in small business too. Those crash and burns, and that's what this chart is all about. The blue line is a course of 10 years. A franchise agreement tends to be 10 years. This green line is how many franchise entities are still operational, meaning the LLC or whatever that corporate entity is still paying taxes and listed with the government. The blue line are entrepreneurial startups. And it shows over the course of 10 years how many of them are still operational after 10 years. My husband has 6 businesses that are his own. They are still operational, but they feed. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's like money is moving around all the time. But he's one of the unusual ones. He's a high-risk guy. So you really need to know your own risk tolerance and what is going to work for you. From a premise standpoint, do you all know what a franchise is? Go to a shop franchises. Here's some common franchise concepts, but it's a lot broader than what people tend to think. I'm asked all the time, what are common industries? It's so much more than food. It's so much more than food. But a franchise concept is something that has been developed. It's been documented operationally, execution-wise. They've worked out the wrinkles, maybe not 100%, but then they duplicated it. We have a company, my husband does, it started in Glenview, Illinois, now it operates in Milton, Wisconsin. Now we're looking at Minnesota and Nashville, some other target markets, because he's perfected the system. I'll just ask, have any of you heard of tall grass restoration for your prairie property? Anyone own any farmland or prairie property? Okay. That's an example of a small business that then has been duplicated, replicated. It's not going to be a franchise, but conceptually, it has all of the correct elements. Franchising is not just food, but that's what most people think. It's the first top of mind. Oh, I want to own a Chick-fil-A. Oh, I want to own a Krispy Kreme. There's some hot coffee concepts right now. But it's so much more than that. So for those of you who want to create a business, or you have, these are some of the common elements that you'll need to pay attention to. When I first got into franchising, business ownership, I'll call it, that was my husband at the time. And he's my ex-husband for a very good reason. I am telling you, number 3, having a partner or spouse who's supportive of the goals and dreams of a business owner, the buck stops with you every day. And if your partner is not along for the ride, it is a double extra haul. You're nodding. It can really lead to significant outcomes. So you want to make sure that the decision that you're making is in conjunction with your spouse. The 3 words that I like to talk about, your wife, your life, and your money, those are the most important things in deciding what you want to do with a house, with a business, buying a car. I don't think anybody really buys something without talking it through at home and figuring out. But owning a business is like adopting a dog. It's another entity in your household, and somebody's got to take care of it. So these are the elements to create a new business. You're going to need to have these skills. On top of, apart from that, a franchise system gives you all of those other things, but it's now in a box. It's like a business in a box. It's not that simple and it's not that easy, but it is fundamentally boiled down to elements that are executable on a day-to-day basis, where you have a support system of other people. Number 14 is the most important thing to me. Franchising offers you a network of people who are in business also for themselves, but not by themselves. And I'll tell you, over these last 5 years, thank God for that network of other owners across the country, because this pandemic, the pandemic, really shook the heck out of different markets in many different ways. But we had a network of people all across the country who were saying, what's happening with you? What's happening with you? My husband used to come upstairs right at the beginning of the pandemic and say, holy crap, my 6 companies are surviving and thriving because of what I've learned from you in franchising. He doesn't want to franchise any of them. He just wants to streamline and grab the data points that are important to his consumer base. So this is everything that you get with a franchise system. It's predictable, reliable. Think about McDonald's. Predictable, reliable. Every time you get that Big Mac, you know the way it's supposed to be put together. That's what you get, is as a franchisee, too. That's what you're buying. These are some data points that I pull out, again, from my webinar. I'll just skip to what this particular slide provokes. People will ask me all the time, what is hot? Like right now, what is hot in France? If I'm going to own my own business, I'm going to put 100,000, not a million. Not everybody wants to go that high, but if I'm going to put money into something, where do I know the consumer trends are going to play out for the long term, not just the short term? So hot in franchising is not where we like to be, but where the consumer dollars are saying is here. Health, fitness, wellness, beauty. Anybody have kids, pets, and parents? They need entertainment, enrichment. Kids, pets, and parents. Technology, the last session on AI, it's into everything now. I've got a lot of companies in my portfolio that'll say, we may be a maid service, but we're a technology company. We may be a roofing contractor, but we are a technology company. So tech is, I would say, number 8. This is not in priority of importance. Home ownership. How many of you own a home that over the last 5 years you've done some kind of renovation, repair, upgrade, update? Home services, big dollars are always there. And the last one that I'll bring up, but I don't particularly like putting people there, is in hospitality and food. It's the first place people think of, but it's really, unless you grew up in it, it's probably the last place you want to be. So I work with people who are curious about evaluating all of their personality traits, their skill sets, their financial acumen, and helping them put together not just what's hot and where the dollars are going, but what kind of capabilities do they have to run a business that will make them successful. Franchising is all about a process, and so that's the way I run my business. It's all about a process of helping you do the research. It's a very logical progression to get, just like anybody who's in the job market, you start with an executive recruiter who's helping you to figure it out. You end with an in-person meeting. After many, many interviews, hopefully you're going to get the nod. So I work with people throughout that whole process in much the same way. Just some of the high points that are here. My services are free because I'm compensated by the franchise companies for a successful placement. So if you were to get a hold of me and you wanted to have this conversation, you don't pay me a dime for anything. If we do reach a successful conclusion, then the franchise company pays me. So you don't ever have to think about that. Here in Milwaukee, I have a business networking group that is not just franchising. And so I want to invite those of you who are business owners or are really involved in the business community. If you want a group of people that is actively building, they need funding, financing, HR services, accounting, bankers. So if anyone would like to join a really good networking group, it's a free networking group that I run once a month. It is virtual, so nobody has to drive anywhere anymore. I used to do it in Wauwatosa, but now it's all virtual. So I'd like to offer that to anyone who'd like to check it out and see what the conversation is in the market. We're all stronger together. These are all people, actually, I think all of them are in Milwaukee, except for a couple of them, but this is where I start to ask people, you know, are you thinking about yourself and owning your own business? Do you want to hear a success story? Just pick one, and I will tell you a success story. In this particular group, I don't know if it's appropriate based on the number. You're not here because you came to learn about franchising, but I'm going to be here for the 4:30 roundtable. Come and visit me if you want to hear what's going on out there. A whole bunch of these people have hit a brick wall at some point. I actually had a gal this morning at 8:30. She called me. She said, Meg, I need a shot of Meg. I need you to help me through this. I've got a situation. So as you can tell, I work very closely with people with whom I'm helping to make a decision. They don't all go franchising. Some of them are going independent, but they want that lifeline of other owners who are confronting the same media and other issues just like we are every day. These are the FAQs, and I think at this point, based on interest in the room, I'll stop with the presentation and see if you all have questions about owning your own business or franchises or, yes, sir. Oh, hang on a second.
So since you are into franchising, do you also help, like if I wanted to franchise my company, are you able to help me with navigating that arena?
We've done it many times. Between my husband and myself, I'm your first point of contact that I will then introduce you to attorneys and other people who will help you with the finer points of the structure. Franchise is regulated by the Federal Trade Commission, so there are hoops that you need to jump through, like a wealth manager is accountable to the SEC. Then we would need to bring you up right through the FTC approved process. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Fair enough. I'm going to give you 20 minutes of your life back. But I will say, I'm originally a soft-spoken, wallflower kind of a person. And I figured out through business ownership where my voice is and where my power is. I think for any of you who own your own business, good for you. It's a slog every frickin' day that you don't always have the answers to. If, and my counselor brain can't shut it off, anyone wants to have a conversation about where you are in your business and what this business environment is like, what the future looks like. My husband is a financial guy. He used to be a partner at Goldman Sachs. He's Mr. Algorithm, paying attention to world dynamics, global investment dynamics. My son is a wealth manager who's always got his finger on the pulse of where are the trends going. And so what should you be paying attention to if this is the direction that you want to go in? So there's my contact information. And so for anyone who's out there in the field as well, feel free to get a hold of me. I'm an open book and happy to talk about wherever you are in your journey. Thanks.
Meg? Yes. I'm curious what your other 6 businesses are. You mentioned you had 7.
Okay. So one is a franchise here in the Milwaukee market. I may as well give myself my own plug.
Absolutely.
Image Studios is a salon suite concept for beauty, health, wellness professionals. If you've heard of Sola Salon Suites, my salon suites, we're next level above that. We are inclusive of all different health, beauty, wellness modalities. They're all individual LLCs, so they're all independent beauty professionals. We're in Wauwatosa on Burleigh, right across from Mayfair Collection. So we've got 40 suites. If any of you knows anybody who's in health, fitness, beauty, wellness, who wants to own their own business and have their own studio, I have 20 of them open. The other businesses that we own are really much more geared towards my husband and his interests. I mentioned that he was a Wall Street guy. He started on the trading floor in Chicago, Options Exchange, and worked his way up through a couple of firms. One firm was acquired by Goldman Sachs, and that's how he became a partner there. He was opening offices all across Europe and Asia. He's Mr. High Frequency Trading. You were talking earlier about technology. Talk about the speed of light. He's got AI built into his trading platform, so you can take the man off the trading floor. You can't take the trading out of the man. He's got a platform that is operating with scientists and professors out of Whitewater. I had mentioned, and I showed that slide at the very beginning of me on an ATV with the chainsaws and herbicide and all that. That is Tallgrass Group. We do prairie, wetland, woodland restoration work. We're around Milwaukee. We're really southern, southeastern Wisconsin, northern Illinois for now. My husband would like to expand that business anywhere there are prairies, wetlands, and woodlands. We've, for the fun of it, got about 20 chainsaws of varying lengths. So if anyone wants to come out and play Chainsaw Mama or... and that picture I put up earlier, I mentioned my producer for my podcast, she's come out a few times and played lumberjack. So prairie, wetland, woodland restoration, how many of you've heard of carbon credits? They're wetland credits. And in southeast Wisconsin, with all of the development that's going on, we own a lot of property that has been converted into saleable wetland credits for companies like Haribo, Amazon. We're going to get Microsoft good when they come in, so that'll be another one. So Tallgrass Group has a number of different entities under it. One is equipment rental for those specific projects, but really restoration and wetland credits are the two big money makers there. Very niche. And this is really my husband. He went from Wall Street. Fun fact, the SEC called him one day because of all the trading that they were doing at Goldman Sachs. It didn't make sense to them. And he said, come, I'll show you my operation. I'll show you all my trading algorithms and how we're able to trade make all these trades in such milliseconds of time. After they came in and saw what he was building, I said, there's a guy down the street, and we don't like what he's doing. You know anything about Bernie Madoff? And my husband said, well, yes, I do. And we agree. His trading platform is a crock. So my husband was able to help the SEC get Bernie Madoff. But then you take the guy and put him out on the property, and our property is in Milton. I don't know how many of you know the middle of nowhere, Milton. A lot of farm property out there. You put his feet on the ground, and he's got size 14 feet. You could see the roots just growing out of the soles of his boots. He went from flying high all over the world and Wall Street and arguing with Bernie, literally face-to-face arguing with the guy. And you put him on the prairie. And this is why I'm passionate about what I do, because we all have this persona that is our public persona, but who are we really underneath it all? And that's my husband. He's a farmer. I didn't know that. I was marrying a farmer, but I married a farmer. So those are the wide variety of different businesses that we run. Thanks for asking. Image Studios, IMAGE. I'll be here if you want to know more about that later. Yeah. I love your hair, by the way. You're styling a look. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Fashionista, I'll see you later.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much, Meg. We have a little bit of time for our next panels to come up, so we're going to take a quick break, but we'll reconvene around 2:10. Is that the time? Yeah. 2:10? Yeah, 2:10, and we're going to do a raffle for our Reservation Economic Summit, which is our organization's annual conference hosted in Las Vegas, Arizona. One of the biggest ones for biggest economic and business development.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say, Yvette Fielder.
Yvette Fielder. Hi, everybody. So welcome to the Native Edge podcast.
Native Edge podcast.
Series number 1.
Episode 1. That's pretty amazing. Awesome. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's talk about this podcast. What are some of your expectations on the podcast?
Well, I think people, they really like to engage with, what's happening, what's in the now, what's happening, what's going on, especially in our line of work across Indian country and even into Canada now. A lot of importing, exporting, ideas coming in and out both ways. And so people want to know what's happening, what is the National Center doing, how are we creating these things, and how can we be relevant in their life and their work that they're doing? How can we bring resources to them?
I think it's, you mentioned our brothers and sisters from Canada. It was so great to have the delegation, Canadian delegation. Just a few weeks ago, we had, 12, 13 different businesses come into the National Center?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a lot of great questions. It's really exciting because I don't think the National Center has really had that footprint in the years past, but we have recently with our export program in the last 3 years. And so now there's also the inquiry of the importing. And so a lot of questions generated there. And of course, anytime there's a question, we always want to help them, and if we don't have the answer, we have so many friends and partners and resources available, plethora of SBA and MBDA and all the players.
I love the word a plethora. It's such a plethora of information.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like, click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Rails Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman-owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you got to do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm going to make 10 contacts today. I'm going to make one contact that's going to be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you, trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is Indigenous.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values. When it comes to community, I'm here today to learn about the different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego as I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in the tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, I highly recommend it.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration. And the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment.
Just meeting other individuals, definitely learned that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say.
For RES tickets. So RES stands for Reservation Economic Summit. It is our organization's annual conference held in Las Vegas, Nevada, not Arizona. But I'll give it a minute. If you have not put in, I can't think of it with business card, feel free to come up here, throw your card in here, and we'll do 4 drawings. Must be present to win. You cannot transfer the ticket to anyone else. It has to be you. Am I missing anything else? I think those are the two things I had to say about that. All right. Anna, did you want to come up here? And then you can help me with it too as well. Oh, no, you're good. Okay. All right. So,
who's going to Vegas?
So this just covers the Reservation Economic Summit ticket. Lodging and flight will be provided by yourself. Okay.
I got less excited. I know, I didn't even put my, oh, I'm picking?
Yes.
Oh, I'm feeling like this is gonna be so lucky for dun dun dun.
All right. Nicholas Santana. Yay, Nicholas. Okay. That's our first one. And so we got 3 more.
Let's do it. Ooh, this feels like a nice card.
Lacey Robbins.
Go Lacey.
She's not here? She left. Lacey Robbins. Must be present to win. If she doesn't come by the 4th draw, we can redo hers again. Okay. All right, Melody Serena. Yay! And then Angela Serena. Angelina Serena. All right. Ed Byers. Okay. Yeah? We're good to go. We did our 4. Give it to someone else? Are you sure?
It could be to Lacey.
I don't know where she went. Okay, one more. I'm gonna have a hard time doing this. Imtiaz?
Mr. Patel.
Mr. Patel. Okay, Mr. Patel. All right. Well, I'll email those winners your free registration ticket, and I'll do that in a follow-up as well. So next, we're going to continue with Anna. So if you could please give Anna your attention, please take your seats, and we'll continue. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna. I am the managing editor of Milwaukee Startup News, and I am here to talk to you about earned media. You're saying to yourself, what is earned media? Earned media is any time your business appears in a magazine, newspaper, on television, on the radio, and you paid nothing for it. If you've ever wondered to yourself, how did that local yarn shop up the street get into Fortune magazine? They paid for it. So that's not earned media, but it looks like earned media. Let's talk a little bit about how you can get some earned media. This is me, and my publication is a very niche publication. It's an online business publication that focuses exclusively on scalable startups in the Milwaukee 7 region. But these tricks work for anyone. I have been on both sides of the fence. I am a managing editor of a publication now, but I used to have a small business. So I've been a pitcher, and I've been the one pitched. Yikes. So here we are, earned media. Anytime you get attention that you didn't pay for, It's earned. And why do you want that beyond it being free? It's credible, because the media outlet is lending you their credibility. They're saying, this is an interesting thing, people. Let's check it out. And that feels great to you as a business, and it brings in people you might not have normally reached. Okay, so here are the hard truths. Media is a business, and they need clicks or eyeballs or ears or any of those things. So you need to sell them your story. I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me and say, Anna, write about my business. And I'm like, I'd love to, because then I don't have to look for, it's my job. I have to look for stories. If someone brings me a story, I'm delighted. But you can't let it go there. You have to give them the story. Why should they cover you? Because getting the why is this a good story? What is the story besides just my business? Will get you, the media person, the clicks and eyeballs and all the things they need. So they're exchanging their storytelling for your story. That's kind of how it works. If you live in, and I really only know this market well, but if you live in Milwaukee, one of the kind of great things is because everyone is running out of money for things, there's all of a sudden a lot of local programming here. And they need programming for every single day. Now, some of that programming is paid for. Like, for example, if you've ever watched The Morning Blend and you see someone bring a bunch of pairs of shoes and talk about shoes for summer, they paid for that. If you see someone coming on talking about something that's an actual story, they probably didn't. So keep that in mind when you're watching local media. But they have to fill 40 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever their block is, every day with unique stories. That is amazing for you. I have to fill the publication with stories every week. The journal needs stuff every day. The more you can do for them and bring them this beautiful story, the better it is. Here is kind of the big thing you have to remember, is who do you want to reach? So ask yourself, first of all, are you a business-to-business company, or are you a business-to-consumer company? If you're a business-to-business company, you're going to want to look at a business publication. That's where you're going to find your audience. If you're a business-to-consumer, who is your consumer? If your consumer is in wanting to do beauty things, gravitate towards somewhere where people read about beauty trends. So match your audience. So just for fun, because we're kind of it's a little dark in here and the day is getting long, let's turn to our neighbor and just say, this is the kind of business I have, so that we can kind of go along step by step, and maybe as we leave, we'll each have a pitch that we can send out. Sure, Anna, we will do that. Great. So I know when I had my small business, it was a business to consumer. That makes it very wide open for mainstream media. If you're a factory who is creating AI stuff, that is a considerably smaller market of media that wants to work with that, because it's not as compelling to as many people. It doesn't mean those stories are bad. It doesn't mean those companies aren't amazing. It just means that there's a smaller audience for a story like that. So what are you? Does anyone want to throw out, what kind of business do you have? Yes, my good friend. So Tribal Consulting, you are a consultant, and you are consulting on, well, so are you a business consultant? You are helping people raise their business? Are you consulting about how to run a household? Like, what is the thing that you are teaching people?
Tribal government. We do youth services, so we build out youth programs. We also create content and media to appeal to clientele who may not be necessarily paying for our services but still absorbing our content. And then we also do business development, nonprofit management, financial services. It's a long
So
list.
it's everyone.
Yeah.
So, but I would imagine because you are reaching out to the tribal community, your audience is tribal members. So that is going to limit your reach for earned media to the media that serves that clientele. So do we have another business? Yes, my good friend. Well, okay, so you are a business that is trying to appeal to other business owners. Okay, so that again has that really that limited market, but a very popular thing in entrepreneurial circles. So how do we, in that case, stand out from the sea of other business consultants? There's 2 business consultants for everybody that's starting a business. So what is the thing that's going to make our friend interesting, our friend compelling, our friend have a story? Well,
all my references.
Well, but if you give me a list of people, I'll be like, great.
Right.
You want to give me a story. So
I don't want any more clients, though. I have too many.
okay, well then you do not want earned media. If you don't want, so it's not for you. That's okay. Earned media will connect you to your audience. If you don't need an audience to connect to, you don't need earned media. But most of us do. So we have to. Right, and or you could grow if you want to grow that way, if you want to grow your customer base, if you want to test out new ideas, you want to connect to a new audience. There's millions of things that earned media can do for you. But you just, before you start on that journey, what you just want to do is be very specific about who are you trying to attract. And that is how you are going to target who you pitch your stories to. I know that I get a lot of pitches from people I'm very certain never read Milwaukee Startup News. And I know that because they're pitching me about businesses that I've never covered before. So you want to make sure that you know what that media covers. They're not going to yell at you. They're just going to ignore your pitch. And then you've wasted your time. And you don't want to waste your time. So start finding where do the people that you want to connect with get entertained? And this is a great way for you to use AI. Now, I know some people said before, oh, let's just do our whole campaign on AI. I think that was Buckley. I don't agree with that. But I do think that you can say, okay, I am a Milwaukee-based business looking to increase the number of people in my hair salon by 20%. This is the kind of hairstyling I do, which is going to give you a demographic. And then you can ask it, okay, how do these people consume media? What do they read? What do they listen to? And that is going to let you know if you're not a media maven, and you're not because you're a hairstylist or a cook or a business consultant, you're not a media maven. So that's going to give you some tips on how to get started. Yes?
So Anna, three domains, but the same questions. So if I'm reaching out, what would you say are the 1 or 2 key elements of developing that story? And what's something that could actually turbocharge it? And then for you, for another, broader media source, and then just in general, what you've seen go viral in social media.
Well, social media is a little different, so I'm going to just talk about earned media, but I hear what you're saying. Move it along, Anna. So, so who do you want to reach? We hit it. What is my key message? So what do you want people to know? And then how are you going to get their attention? So let's say you are a hair salon, because we were talking about that earlier. You can pitch a story to a local network saying, hey, it's back to school time. I would love to talk to you about 5 new hairstyles that are popular. So you're offering them a story. It's a story that people can relate to whether or not they're going to use your business. And that's exciting. And then you get to say who you are, you get to show off your expertise, and they have something for you. If you come to an earned media opportunity and treat it like a sales opportunity, it's not going to work. Because what this person needs to do is sell the story. So that's why I thought if maybe we knew some of our businesses, we could think of some stories that we could pitch to local media. So if anyone wants to throw it out there, I love doing that. So when you have the what's in it for the media outlet, the thing is, will this story resonate with their readers, listeners, viewers? That's what's in it. Oh, I will take tips. And then, have I made it easy to say yes is really the most important part of this. And how do I make it easy to say yes? I contact the right person. Tell them what my story is, not like write a story about me. This is the story. The story is it's tax season, and here's 10 exciting ways to prepare yourself for this big day. Or, any other thing. I know you're like, no, but well, you got to pump it up, right? So you have the story, you have the right people, you are easy to contact. So if they respond to you, you respond back. And give them a good phone number, because a lot of times people, especially if you're doing something live on radio or TV, they want to talk to you first because you might not be good at talking. I personally am not that good at talking, really good at writing, but you might have a voice that is difficult to understand. That has nothing to do with you, but it's just, this is what the business is. They want to hear you. So all of those things will make it easy to say yes. You've reached out to the right person. You have an exciting story. It's easy to contact you. You're ready for yes? No? Okay. Okay, so now you are. You're ready for your pitch. You have your story. It is 5 picnic ideas for a magical Memorial Day weekend from local caterer. You've got your hook. Well, it's Memorial Day. All of your readers, listeners, viewers are planning for Memorial Day. I am an expert in delicious foods as the owner of a cooking business or a deli. Here's my story. Create your press release. Your press release should have the name of your company, where it's located, how to contact you, what it is you do, and the story, the hook of the story, should be in that first paragraph. And then as you go on, you can give background information, which they will read if that hook gets you. So you want to start with a thing. What is the story? Why do I want to read this so badly? Are you with me? Thank you. Okay, this is one of these things, and you might not agree with this, but I really don't think you should use AI for this. You can use AI as your outline to say, here are all the things I wanted to say. But when you get a request and it doesn't have a lot of pizzazz, it's hard to get excited about a story. So I know you can't go up there and do this in an email, but you can give some words and energy that kind of convey that. Like, this person is going to be fun to talk to. My readers are going to like this. So if it's very formal, it might not be very fabulous. So your goal is you want someone to get excited about getting this email. That's what you want the person who opened it up to do. Okay, we've got this. Does this person normally report on it? Does it reach my target audience? Is it there? Do we want to do this together? Or do you want me to stop? No? Okay. So we're just going to send our pitch email now. It's got it all. In your email headline, say story pitch, whatever the pitch is. Do that. Everyone will appreciate it. Keep it concise. Once you tell them the story, when you're available, what you want to do, let it go. If they do not respond to you, and I mean this to the bottom of my heart, it has nothing to do with you. They might not have any space during the time that you pitched. It just might not be right for them. Someone else might have done something similar recently. It has nothing to do with you at all. You have to not take it personally. I always respond back to people because I think part of my job is teaching people in the environment that I'm working in. But not everyone has time for that. And so you may never get a response. That has nothing to do with you. You're still fabulous. Your business is still great. It's just not for them. Got it. Give good contact information. Answer the phone. Know that you're awesome. You got to have a little swag when you go into this because you're selling your great ideas. You're selling your role as an expert. You're just selling your enthusiasm for what you do. You gotta feel it. So even if this person opens this email and says, this is not the story for me, but this is a great story, they might keep it on the side, pass it along to someone else. No is never no forever. It's no for right now. Okay. I can already tell you don't want to practice, even though practicing is my lifeblood. Please practice. Okay, we're going to do this together. So which of your many things do you want to pick as your company?
I would like to focus on Robin's Nest Consulting, which is our learning and leadership development firm, specializing in supporting mid-sized businesses and government entities on educating and empowering their leaders to help them to retain top talent.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of hot things going on in there. We heard leadership. We hear like an HR focus. We know this is a business-to-business entity, so that is going to limit us. We're probably not going to razzle-dazzle them on real Milwaukee because they're sipping a Bloody Mary and talking about a llama. So we're going to look at the business publications. Here in Milwaukee, you have a few to look at. It's going to be hard to stand out in that field because it's another business consulting field. So this is really when you can step into using your expertise. So what you might want to pitch is...
So my expertise is neuroscience, and everything we do is through the lens of science.
Great, and like right now is a very tumultuous time in business. And trying to keep and attract people is a very important part of the Milwaukee economy as our population is not growing. So I'm just riffing off the top of my head. You could propose an article about tips for keeping top talent happy. And then add in what are your credentials and you run this business. So you're making the story what's really happening to people that are relevant to your readers, and then you're presenting yourself as an expert. And so the more people see your name connected with those things, they start to make that connection. This is a recognized expert in our community. So if you're like Anna, I don't know, Biz Times won't give me the time of day, start a little bit smaller. So start with your alumni magazine. Start with Pitch. Or rather Patch. Many local communities still have Patch and they will let you publish your stuff. So are you going to get a ton of readers? No, but what you will get is when people start Googling you, those articles are going to come up. And when people are going to see what you're about before they meet you. And that's a good thing if you're putting out your best stuff, because that's what you want. You want people to know you're amazing. My friend.
Going way back, I hired a PR firm, and they got me, this is down in the Chicago area, got me the Wall Street Journal. They got me
Mhm.
the best interview that continues to bring me new prospects was Patch. I poo-pooed it at the time. I thought, oh, come on. Franchise Times. I got all these
Right.
other ones. Patch, it's really amazing. It's local.
It's local and it's also genuine because people who are savvy about business know that those are paid pieces. And so, they're slick and they're gorgeous and they definitely look great on those little plaques on the wall, but your everyday person probably is not reading that. You want to get where they already are and just say, hey, here I am, being amazing, waiting for you. Does anyone want to do another little riff, or do we want questions? Yes. That sounds fabulous. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've got a convenience store. It's called Fireside. I already want to have a s'more there. It's going to be in Slinger.
And let's see, it is almost 10,000 square feet. It's going to
That's amazing.
open in August. But it's a little bit different than a Quick Trip, which is the 800-pound gorilla. It is made-to-order food, drive-through. It's more high-end, electric vehicle charging, high-tech, and really focused on customer service, good quality organic food options, really geared towards families, busy moms, and really having an option to go out and find not just fast food, but food that they want to feed to their families. Right?
Well, can I just riff on some things that would not
Sure.
be, because it sounds like you have quite a bit of backing and probably have a professional PR fund, but there are things you can do in the community that could strengthen who you are in that community a little faster. And these are all just off the top of my head. So you could bring in Cub Scout and Girl Scout groups, and they can make their own, I don't know, are they making organic pizza? They could do something like that, great local photo op. People love seeing their kids having fun. If it's very high tech, invite the local computer class in to look at that and explore different opportunities for working in those fields. So that kind of stuff isn't going to cost you much, and the community basking that you get will be really worth it, because love starts at home, right? So the first people that you want to love you are those that are going to see you every day, your Slinger friends. And then as those things get popular just organically, other troops will hear about it. They'll want to start coming. And then their moms will come and pick them up. And as long as they're there, they're just going to pick up everything for dinner. And
Great.
do you know what I'm?
Sure.
I'm just riffing.
Yeah, well, that's really good.
So things that to get attention doesn't have to cost $1 gazillion or be something grandiose. It can just be reaching out to the people around you, letting them know you're here, you want to help. Anyone else? Well, I know that most of you are not scalable startups in the M7 region that I would write about. However, you've met me and now we're friends because you saw me dance. So if you want to give a pitch to me and let me know or ask me what I think about it, I'm so super happy to do that. And if there is anything I can do, feel free to reach out. I'm super happy to do that because I want all of us to succeed here in southeastern Wisconsin, and even if you're not, but I mostly want you here, to have wonderful, amazing lives where we can support ourselves and be happy. And that is it. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Do we have questions? Oh, we didn't. Sorry. Anna. We are just going to go through to our next speaker. So I think we have Erin coming up to introduce her. Oh, where to go?
I don't know if you want to stand here, if you want to sit, or what you want to do. I'll stand. Let's get that so we can hear it. So our next speaker, I know we're getting at the end of the day, and we've been here since this morning, and it's after lunch, and everybody's getting tired. But we do have another great speaker, and she's going to go over HR. Carla is amazing. We met Carla back in 2020, 2021. We came up to Las Vegas, reached out to some businesses, and she was one of the businesses that wrote us back, came in, gave us her story. And shortly after that, we started utilizing Carla. So we utilize her for all of our HR needs at the National Center. And she gets to come to some of our NEIs and go over HR. So everybody enjoy.
Thank you, Erin. Yeah, they run me ragged over there, I'm telling you. Anybody need to get up and stretch, do any jumping jacks or anything? Are you guys all going to hang in there for another presentation? Okay. So, as Erin said, my name is Carla Byland. I am citizen Potawatomi, so very happy to be up here among my relations. My Potawatomi name is Paneshe Pemashi, which means bird who soars, which is why the name of my business is Soaring Bird Solutions, so that made it kind of easy. My aunt gave me the name, and I always figured, well, crud, now I got to do something with my life, right? Because she didn't say bird who sits around all day or bird who just takes a bath in the bird bath. It's like, oh, I have to soar. So anyway, I try very hard to rise to that challenge because she is an amazing lady who's turning 90 next month. So we'll be celebrating her birthday. So I'm going to talk about human resources. My company does HR consulting, primarily focused on HR. Also, we do some business consulting, strategic planning, succession planning, etc. But we're going to talk about just kind of the basics of HR. And I'm going to try to take 35 years of experience and shove it into 45 minutes, okay? So, bear with me as I go really fast. But feel free to ask your questions at the end. I'd be more than happy. So I look at HR, and there's a lot of other companies say that there's the HR life cycle. And the life cycle is what happens to an employee from the time they start until the time that they eventually leave the organization. And so, we start with recruitment and selection, which is actually the most important piece, because if you recruit the right person, you don't have to manage the performance so much. So recruitment and selection, onboarding and integration, performance management, training and development, retention, and then eventually separations. Most people will leave an organization eventually. I have met people who've been with organizations like 50 years, and I'm like, are you ever going to retire? So eventually we do have to deal with the separations. So basic employment law, the basic employment law is, the foundation of it is the United States Constitution. So the United States Constitution lays out the wage and hour laws, different discrimination laws. And the state laws come into play. There's a lot of states, the state laws are more friendly than the federal laws. Good example is minimum wage. Federal is still $7.25 an hour. Most states have enacted their own minimum wage. And on top of that, many tribes have enacted their minimum wage, and it's significantly higher than what the state is. But state law and then unions have, they're like their own little law. So they come into play. So your major federal laws, and I'm not going to bore you with all the laws, but your major federal laws are the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Under that, your discrimination, your age discrimination, disability, Equal Pay Act, harassment, Title VII. Those fall under EEOC. And by the way, about 20 years ago, I hit a point where I fell under 3 protected categories. I am female, I'm a minority, and then I hit the Age Discrimination Act at age 40, which I think is silly. I don't think we're old at 40, or 60 even. So anyway, the Discrimination Act, wage and hour, covers your minimum wage, your overtime, child labor, the Family Medical Leave Act. And then OSHA, workplace safety, whistleblowing. So these are your major employment laws. These are the ones that we look at anytime that, we go to a new state, we look at, how do all the laws interact? Which one trumps the other one? Every state has to follow federal law. Many state laws are more generous. I already said this. They're more generous, minimum wage, FMLA, FLSA. A lot of states have extremely generous family medical leave, maternity leave, and so we're seeing in California and Washington where employees can take up to 6 months off after the birth or placement of a baby. So very generous. So tribal employment law. Okay, that's what we wanted to know, right? How does that come into play? So tribal employment law comes into play if you are a sovereign organization. So some of you have businesses and you may be native owned, but you're not sovereign because you're not a tribal government operating on tribal land. So if you are a sovereign nation, then you have some laws that don't apply to you. Title VII and ADA. Most tribes put their own employment laws into play, which is the smartest thing to do. Set your own employment law and code, that way you don't have to worry about the federal government. But when we talk about tribes and tribal businesses, tribal nonprofits, we also look at culture and tradition. How do those come into play? And it's something that needs to be incorporated into the organizational culture. This is something that it's been really hard for me when I hire somebody who hasn't worked in Indian country to try to explain. And I'm going to give you an example. I have a tribe who wants to enact a bring your child to work policy, and they don't want to separate the mother and child, because traditionally we never did. We never separated from the child. We put them on our back and we'd go work. So they want to enact a bring your child to work, and they just want to have some parameters around it. And my employees, the first draft came and it was very Western. It was very, you can bring your child to work if there's no daycare, or if they're sick, or if they're, and so there was an education process for them. And so, that is one way we can incorporate some of our culture into our policies and procedures. It's like, we don't have to do things the way everybody else does it. We can do it the way we want. We can establish our own, cultural leave. We can establish our own traditions, and we need to incorporate it into our stories. And I love that you're talking about stories. Our stories. What is your story? When you hire an employee, what is your story? Do they know who they work for? Your history, your tradition, your culture? That needs to be integrated into the onboarding process. I'm probably jumping way ahead of myself. So for sovereign nations, the Indian preference, because they don't have to follow Title VII, they can enact Indian preference, which basically means that tribal members have first preference in employment, training, contracting, subcontracting, and other business opportunities. And I just had this conversation with somebody else. It's not a racial preference, it's a political preference. Political preference, because tribal members are members of their own independent nation. And if you look at it like, well, what if I go to Switzerland and I want a job? Well, probably you're not going to get first pick. A Swiss citizen's going to get the first pick. Same concept, because we are nations within a nation. So how does I knew I was ahead of myself, right? I do that a lot. Build culture and tradition into everything, your orientation, your policies, your training. Inspire pride. And my team asked me, what is your story? So I gave them the story of my naming and kind of my history. And so they kind of started building my story into a lot of our marketing materials, so that, not only my employees understand where I come from, because we are a native-owned business, and they need to know that and live it, and that's our culture. So build that in. Even if you're not a tribal government, build it into your policies and procedures. Build that into your culture. Okay, recruitment. This one gets me in trouble because I end up with a lot of questions during recruitment, but we're going to go through this one. So your recruitment and selection, basically you have 3 stages. You have your pre-recruitment, you have your recruitment and sourcing, and then you have your selection. So the first thing you want to look at is what are your labor demands? What do you actually need? And you want to be really careful about this because as small businesses especially, your overhead can eat away at your bottom line. And you need to be really careful about your overhead. So what do you actually need in order to get the work done? So what is your staffing needs? Do you have a high turnover? Do you need to have kind of a backup plan? What are your needs? If somebody were to leave, is it going to devastate your organization? So what are your staffing needs? And then what's the supply? How many people are out there that you could tap into? How many people, if you're in a metropolitan area and you've got thousands of people, then great, because it'll be a lot easier for you to recruit somebody. But if you're in a rural area or smaller area and you have a niche market, it's going to be harder to find somebody. So you need to look at what is your supply, and then what's the gap between what your needs are and what the availability is. Some of the strategies for if you have that big gap, and I work with a lot of rural tribes that really don't have a lot to tap into. So your first strategy is, well, let's just retain who we have. Quit having turnover so that we don't have to hire new people. So putting in retention strategies. You might need to reorganize, do some cross-training so different people can do different things in an emergency. During COVID, when a lot of companies laid off a lot of people, the ones they kept were the ones that were cross-trained because they could do more of the jobs. So that makes the employee valuable. Recruitment strategies, maybe do some internal training and some workforce development. Maybe we want to train up the people we have into our management level positions. And then succession planning. What's going to happen when you retire? Who's going to take your place? Do you have a plan for that? And it's really important to have a plan for that. That person I told you had been at a job for 50 years, he's going to retire. And they didn't have a plan. Actually, they had like 5 executives who were going to retire in the next 5 years, and they had no plan. So that was something we had to do a succession planning for. Job descriptions are the foundation of everything employment related. So job descriptions help you identify who's the right person for the job. It helps you to describe the essential duties that the job needs to do. Based on that, what are the essential and legitimate minimum qualifications for the job? It helps justify whether they're an exempt or non-exempt employee. And it helps support documentation in the performance. So have you ever had an employee say, that's not my job? Not my job. Well, you pull out the job description that they've signed and you go, well, it is. It says it right here. This is your job. So it helps you support you in that performance management. So it's really important to have good job descriptions. Don't just pull some standard template off the internet and shove it into a box and say this fits. You got to really be realistic. What are the actual duties? What are the actual qualifications? Because if you set your qualifications too low, then you may hire somebody who's not going to be successful because they don't have the qualifications to do the job. But if you set them too high, you may not get any candidates. So you have to be very realistic about what the qualifications are. So when we do a job analysis, we look at 2 things. We look at what tasks are done, and we look at what does it take to do the job, the knowledge, skills, and abilities to do the job. That's our job analysis. So when you're building out a job description, you should have a template. So all of your job descriptions look the same. And your template can be whatever it is, your own template. But this is what we usually have. We usually have the demographics information. What department is it in? Who does it report to? What is the work schedule? You may have what percentage of time does this position need to travel? These are important things that they're going to want to know as a candidate. You have a brief overview why the position exists. And then the essential duties. What are the primary duties? And put them in order of priority. The top duty is this, and then. And then, what are some additional duties? This is where you put things like, I expect you to, keep up with best practices in your industry, keep up with training and development on your own, or this is also where you put additional duties as assigned. That's your caveat, right? It's like, yep. It's in your job description. It says essential duties as assigned. But, make sure those additional duties really kind of relate. But I mean, sometimes it's something like I used to do data entry at a clothing shop, and every other month I had to work in the retail on a Saturday. That had nothing to do with my job, but it was an additional duty. So that's how you think about those additional duties. Then you want to list, what are the qualifications it takes, the education, the experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities. Any disclaimers? Disclaimers are things like, this is not a contract, we are at will, by signing this, you're not signing, we're not, committing to any type of contract. So disclaimers like that. You might have a disclaimer that says this job requires a background check or a drug test. And then you have an area for signatures. And so it should always be signed by whoever approves your signature. It might be the CEO, it might be HR director. But when you hire an employee, they should sign it as well, because it shows that they know what their job is. I can't tell you how many times I have an employee go, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. It's like, well, did you read the job description? Because it's very clearly stated in there. The interview process is very important. So hiring the best candidate for the job is the goal, right? So the first thing that you've done when jobs came in is you screen to make sure they met the minimum qualifications. And then you're going to narrow it down to maybe the top 5. And then we're going to go into an interview. So you need to have all the information that you need to make a good, informed decision. Be careful not to just hire somebody that you like, because, there's always going to be people that we like better. They come in, they have a better personality. That doesn't mean they're going to be better for the job. So ask questions that are specific to the job. I have seen the craziest things in my career. I've seen questions like, if you were a Beanie Baby, which Beanie Baby would you be? If you were a tree, what would you be? And I asked the question, the Beanie Baby one. I said, what does that tell you? And this guy had it all spelled out. I was like, well, if they're, because he had a Beanie Babies lined up on his desk. Like, which one would you be? And he said, well, if they pick the dog, I know they'll be loyal. If they pick the fox, I know they'll be, wily. And I was like, that's ridiculous. I was so shocked I couldn't even use, diplomatic words. I said, that's ridiculous. Ask questions that are about the job. That's what you want to know. Don't ask vague questions. Be very specific. And don't be afraid to probe. If they don't give the answer you're looking for, ask additional questions to get the clarification, get them to speak more. A lot of candidates are nervous. They give an answer. I've had candidates who give one-word answers. That didn't mean that they were a bad employee. It meant they were a nervous candidate. So if you say something like, tell me about a time that you resolved a conflict, and they give you something very vague, say, well, tell me more about it. What happened afterwards? When did, so get specific, probe, and ask behavioral-based questions. So if I ask you as a candidate, are you good at communication? What are you going to say? Yeah. If I say, are you good at resolving interpersonal conflicts? Yeah. Okay, well, tell me about a time that you did. So that's what you want to do. You want to say, tell me about a time that you resolved a conflict with a coworker, and how did you do that? Or tell me about a time that you had a difficult customer. How did you handle that customer? How did you de-escalate the situation? Ask very behavioral-based questions, because the premise behind that is past behavior predicts future behavior. Trust me, these are hard. Behavior-based questions are hard. People really, they'll get stuck and they'll go, And you can probe them, and if they can't think of it, then pose a scenario. Okay, let's assume that a customer comes in and they're angry and irate. How are you going to talk them down? Help them answer the question. Because sometimes we go blank, like, wow, I have 30 years experience, but I can't think of one single example of. So some sample questions might be, give an example of a goal that you reached and how you achieved it. Describe a work-related conflict and how you resolved it. Share an example of how you were able to motivate employees or coworkers. And have you handled a difficult situation with the customer? Tell me how. Use an interview rating sheet. If you're the only one doing the interview, you still should use a rating sheet so that at the end of your interviews, you can go back and you can look at how you rated each one. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to pick the top one, but most likely the one with the highest score is who you should pick. And if you have a panel, then you're going to collectively rate, and you need to use that data to make a decision. So you're going to have some criteria, and I would really highly recommend that you define what that is. So if work experience is 30 points, what does that mean? So you can put a little guideline that says if this person has 10 or more years of work experience that's directly related to this job, they get all 30 points. If they have 7 years of experience, or if they have experience that's in a job where the skills can transfer, maybe that's 20 points. So define what that is. Work experience and knowledge of the subject, educational background, different things, whatever you want to do your scoring, as long as it's related to the job. Don't put in here, if you like the fox beanie baby, you get 10 points. If you like the dog, you get 7. It's got to be related to the job. The key is to be consistent. The key is when you interview, you ask the same questions of every candidate, you use the same scoring sheet, and you're consistent, so that you can, that will help you eliminate a lot of the biases that come in when we interview people. Because we have some biases. We have similar to me bias. Somebody comes in and they're just like me. Well, I like me, so I'm going to hire them. They may be a terrible, terrible employee though. Actually, not sure I would want to be my own employee. So select the right candidate, gather all the information, select the candidate for the job, write a contingent offer. Usually, you may not have to be a contingent offer, but the contingent is usually subject to passing a background check, subject to passing a drug test. So contingent offer, include all the relevant information in the offer. And remember this, they're interviewing you as well. How you act, how you behave, are you on time? Are you respectful of them? Are you respectful of other candidates? They're interviewing you. And more than ever, post-COVID, employees took the reins. The candidates took the reins. They had the power. There was more jobs. There's more jobs out there than there were employees. Is that right? Yeah. And so, and they got picky. I want to work hybrid. I want to work for a company that matters. I want to have a sense of purpose. And so employees got really picky. So you are being interviewed as well. So be respectful, communicate, and be respectful of those who didn't get the job. Send them a letter. Thank you for interviewing with us. You were an excellent candidate. However, we have selected a different candidate. Because the worst thing to do is to go to, has anybody ever gone to an interview and then never heard anything? It's a horrible feeling, isn't it? You're waiting, and then maybe you get another job offer, and you're like, I don't know, what if I get that one? So make sure you communicate with them. Because, and also make sure you don't wait too long to interview once you post the job, because they're going to move on. They're just like, I'm not waiting for you guys. Half the time, you call the candidates, they've already gotten another job. So be quick. All right, onboarding. Like my cutout people? So onboarding. So there's a difference between orientation and onboarding. Orientation is like going over all the documents, sign their W-4, sign their I-9, get them all set up. But onboarding is an ongoing process, and usually that lasts anywhere from 30 days, 90 days, maybe even a year. It is when you help the employee understand not only the rules and the processes, but the company culture and, the expectations and what their career path is. So don't just throw them out. I see it a lot. I've worked for a lot of casinos, so, hire, and they hire like a bunch of people, and like, okay, there you go, and they stick them out on the job, and they're out there like with these big eyes going, what do I do? I don't know where to have lunch. I don't know where to put my stuff. So make sure you're doing some onboarding. Now follow the 3 C's of onboarding: connection, culture, and communication. So help them connect with the organization. Sometimes just having somebody else, another employee, be their job buddy for a little while, introduce them around. I'm telling you, the biggest thing that comes back to me is I don't know where to have lunch. So that's really important. I'm afraid to take a break. I don't know. So have somebody be their buddy. Show them around. Introduce them to the culture. and make sure you're communicating frequently with them during their onboarding process. So new hire orientation, you want to cover the culture. Introduce them to the executive team. If you can't introduce them to the executive team in person, show them a picture. Because they could be sitting in the break room and the CEO walks in and they're say something like, maybe not wholly inappropriate, but a little inappropriate. And then they find out later, well, that was the CEO. I never would have behaved like that had I known. So let them know who your executive team is. You go over their pay information, their benefits, their rules, give them a handbook, talk to them about safety, give them a tour of the business. And beyond the first week, check in or check back. Monitor your turnover rates. If your highest turnover rates are in the first 90 days, it's because you're not doing your onboarding right. There's something missing. And so monitor your turnover rates. Conduct exit interviews if employees are willing to tell you why they're leaving. Are they leaving for pay? Are they leaving for better benefits? Or are they leaving because the culture is toxic? Ask them why they're leaving so that you can fix it. Performance management. Hardest thing to do as a supervisor is manage the performance employees. I don't like doing it. I don't. I teach it, but when I have to do it, I'm like, no, I have to do it. It takes courage to manage performance of employees. We just hope they'll all come in and be great employees, and we just teach them how to do the job. We can move on from there, but that's not how it ends up working. It ends up working that you always have a problem employee. But so when you're looking at the year end or the twice a year, whenever you do evaluations, you need to have all this information at your fingertips. You need to have, any coaching that you might have done for them, any accomplishments they might have had, any commendations that might have come in, any progressive discipline or corrective actions you've done, what their attendance rate is, any notes that you may have jotted down throughout the year. Because when you do that evaluation, you're only remembering the last 3 months or the last 2 months. It's hard to remember the entire year. And employees know when their evaluations are due, and they know to start behaving the last couple of months so that they get a good eval, right? All of this is that's your arsenal, that's your toolbox. You use your evaluations to justify any pay increases or promotions, but you also use it to justify any pay decreases or demotions or terminations. Be realistic with job evaluations. I've had supervisors give like glowing reports, 5 across the board, and then come to me the next week and go, I want to fire Timmy. And I'd be like, hey, last week you gave them all 5s, and we gave them a 5% increase. What happened between last week and today? And they'll say, well, it's been a problem all along. Like, well, guess what? You didn't document any of that. So managing employees, it's not just a form, it's a year-long process. So it starts with our expectations. If an employee doesn't know what you expect of them, you can't hold them accountable. So you need to establish expectations. And you do that, that's when you do it during the onboarding. These are my expectations. In a big organization where HR does an orientation and then they send them out to the departments should each have their own mini onboarding process. And one of them is, here's my expectations. And you can make it formal. You can have an expectations template and you just like slide it to them and say, here's our expectations, and what are your expectations of your employees? We expect them to treat the customers with courtesy and respect. You expect them to be respectful to their coworkers. Things like that, you need to put it down. Make sure the employee knows the expectations. If they're struggling, coach them. Start with a coaching. Don't wait till it gets big. Pull them out. Hey, I noticed that situation is happening. Let's talk about it. And then you've got, tools in your arsenal that you can use. Let's see if I talk about the tools. Well, let's talk about communicating expectations. So your expectations, your job description is an expectation. The new hire orientation, the policies and handbook, any informal feedback that you give them communicates expectations, and evaluations. They have expectations coming at them all the time. They just don't realize it. So sometimes we have to formalize it. So courageous conversations, that's where I start. As soon as you notice something, courageous conversation is a conversation that you don't want to have. And it means that you got to suck it up, take a deep breath, plan it, and have that conversation. Coaching and counseling is ongoing, kind of redirection. Think about like a T-ball coach, all these little kids come out, they don't know how to play baseball. The coach is going to show them, here's how you do it, and then they're going to correct them. Here, let me correct what you're doing. Your stance is not right, and then they're going to correct them again. Just kind of like keep training and redirecting. That's what coaching is with your employees. Performance improvement, it's a plan to assist the employee in improving their performance. So, we use performance improvement plans a lot. An employee doesn't mean to be, doing whatever they're doing. It's a performance issue. They maybe need some additional coaching and guidance, so we're going to use a performance improvement plan. And progressive correction, so if none of these work, if the coaching doesn't work, if the performance improvement plan doesn't work, you're going to go into a formal corrective action, which is, typically your verbal, written, suspension, termination. I can't even see this one. What am I saying here? Oh, okay. So, continuous feedback, establishing, milestone dates. If you've got something that they're learning, milestones. What do you want them to know in the first 90 days? I like a 90-day checklist. At the end of 90 days, you should know these things. These are the things that I'm going to be measuring on when I do your 90-day evaluation. Goals and objectives may change. If we might set a goal, we're like, yeah, I can do that. And then, life hits you really hard, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm not going to meet this. So we can be flexible with goals. They're not, cemented. So be flexible with the goals. Maintain open communication channels, and coach and assist and redirect employees who are failing to meet your performance standards. The progressive correction process, it's a graduated discipline process, really. The ultimate expectation is to help the employee correct problems. So generally, performance issues, you're going to use a performance improvement plan. Behavior issues, you're going to use a corrective action. So if they're hostile, if they're insubordinate, if they are have a general attitude, or if they are violating policies, or the attendance policy, you're going to go into corrective action. And there's no point in coaching them if they're violating a rule. So you're going to go into progressive, and you're saying, this is what you did, this is what you should do, this is how you do it right, and if you don't do it, the next step is you'll be written up, or the next step is you're going to be suspended. At the end of the day, it's intended to make sure that the employee knew absolutely, without a doubt, what they needed to do to be successful, and they chose not to. So they chose to fire themselves. That takes a big burden off of you. You didn't fire them. They fired themselves. So again, use the disciplinary action when there's recurring issues or continuous problems following instructions or serious misconduct. Now, if an employee hits another employee, you're going to do a performance improvement plan? What are you probably going to do? Yeah, that's something that I would terminate somebody for immediately. That's not only is it a serious violation of policies, but it's criminal. Okay, if an employee, do you have a question? Oh, hold on, she wants to bring you the microphone.
So yeah, about the separation part, when you said when an employee attacks another employee, from a legal perspective, how would you protect yourself so you don't get repercussions from the employee trying to sue you saying wrongful termination or something like that? Because I know when I was a manager at Wendy's, I couldn't just fire them even if they did hit another employee. I had to make sure I wrote them up first and follow those procedures. And I'm thinking that they made me do that for a legal reason. So is there a legal issue with that, or?
I think because Wendy's is such a large corporation, I don't know if there's union involved, because they might have a union, but they just, that's how they wrote their policy. Oh, okay. So that was their policy and procedure. But in general, and you can put it in your own policies that says, any act of violence will result in immediate termination. Oh, okay. So, And no employee will win a wrongful termination lawsuit as long as you know for sure and you're not operating off a rumor, right? You don't, make sure you know your facts. Don't fire somebody for a rumor. So serious violations. Sexual harassment, which I'm not going to train on sexual harassment today, but if you have a case of sexual harassment, you need to fully investigate both sides. And if there is a possibility that it was criminal, if it was more abuse than just harassment, then you have to make sure that you provide protection for the employee who's claiming it and separate them somehow. I highly recommend for a small business, if you have sexual harassment issue, that you outsource to a third party to investigate the situation. Because they're going to be more, they've got the experience to do it. Okay, we don't need to go down that path. So, I kind of have time for that. I'll be up here all day. Separation. So making the decision to terminate an employee and conducting the meeting are two of the hardest things that you have to do. As an HR director for many, many years, I know that the supervisors will come to me and say, can you just tell them I don't want to do it? Like, I made them do it, but I'd sit in there with you. I'll be with you. Because inevitably, it's just not easy, you know. So have a plan before you go into the termination. Make sure you've documented everything. You know, make sure that if somebody says to the employee no without a doubt that what they did was wrong and they were going to be terminated for it, and you can say yes, then you've done your job. So if your policies clearly state this will result in immediate termination, or if you've done a corrective action process and you've documented that you gave the employee every opportunity to succeed, you've got the process. So now create a transition plan. You know, does somebody else have to pick up the work that this employee is doing? Be prepared for what that gap's going to cause. I have a client who is going to terminate their director of finance, and we've documented, you know, several issues and stuff. We've got somebody already hired, waiting, because that's such a key position. So have a plan, and then inform the staff. You know, key staff members should know that when they come to work on Monday, Bob's not going to be there. Otherwise, they come to work and they go, "Where's Bob?" So make sure you're communicating with your staff. Usually, if you're in the office, you notify IT so they can make sure they cut off access that they have to any sensitive systems. Have a separation package. If you're going to pay them severance of any kind, notify your benefits, your COBRA. Get the current contact information from the employee, because at the end of the year, you still have to send that tax information. You want to make sure it's going to go to the right address. Conduct an exit interview if you can. If you're terminating an employee, they're not going to do an exit interview. I'm just going to tell you that right now. But if an employee is leaving to take another job or they're leaving, you know, conduct an exit interview. Ask them why. What could we have done better? How could we have kept you? You know, get their recommendations. Make sure that you have your documentation. It establishes credibility and supports your termination decision. So, you know, you don't want to get sued for wrongful termination. You want to be able to support that you've done everything you can. I've had supervisors come and say, "I'm going to terminate so-and-so." And I ask them, why? Well, because they keep doing this one thing wrong. And I go, "Well, did you tell them?" "Well, no, it's common sense." Well, then you can't terminate them then. I'm a mean HR director. I'm like, no, not until I have all my documents, not until you can prove to me that you did everything that you can. What's common sense to you and what's common sense to me is two different things. Types of termination are voluntary when an employee leaves on their own. Usually it's a new job, personal reasons, retirement, but a lot of times it's because they don't like their manager. Involuntary, that's when the employer initiates it. You know, either you're terminating from unsatisfactory performance, or there's an organizational change. There's been a lot of layoffs in the last couple of months, or misconduct. So employment at will, you know, most states have an employment at will doctrine. It's not necessarily a law, But it basically says that the employee has a right to terminate the employment relationship at any time. The employer also has a right to terminate the relationship at any time. However, it has to be basically because they want to terminate the relationship, not this employee has been a pain and he's filed 5 grievances, I'm just going to fire him. He's going to file a retaliation claim against you. So you can't decide, hey, I don't like women, so I'm just going to terminate all the women at will. Well, that's a violation. So you got to have, it has to be, and it's usually just because they're just not a good fit or they're not learning the job in the first 90 days. So for the termination meeting, be prepared, have your notes for what you're going to communicate, have the discussion in private, schedule a private room, have a representative from HR or another manager with you. It's always good to have a witness. Keep it on track. Don't use small talk. Hey, how are you? How's your grandmother? Boy, you're fired. Don't do that. Make it clear that they're terminated and there's no negotiation, because they'll try to negotiate or they'll try to derail the conversation, but keep it on track. Provide a copy of the separation notice, and depending on what your business is, sometimes you might want to just walk them out, watch them gather their stuff, and walk them out the door. I already talked about an exit interview. Oh, there we go. Look, Erin, I got done on time.
You have any questions?
So in the recruitment process, in the interview process, a lot of your questions and the measurements I saw were on skills. Mm-hmm. What about the cultural element of that? How do you assess that?
That's a good question. So one of the things that a lot of us are looking for is somebody who is culturally sensitive. So I might ask a question like, can you tell me about some diverse populations that you've worked with, and what made that relationship successful with them? Or if you're specifically talking about tribal, you can ask them, have you worked with any Native Americans? What have you done? What is your experience? So you can ask those questions. You just have to know what it is you want to know about the culture.
What advice would you give if there hasn't been an evaluation done for years and you have to give an evaluation? There was I don't even think there's a job description.
What advice would I give to the supervisor?
Yeah.
Well, golly.
Start from the beginning and
I think you have to build your foundations. I think you have to create a job description, sit down and talk about expectations. And I don't think you can evaluate what you've observed, but you don't have anything to compare it to. But you can start with sitting down and having a conversation and say, this is what I've observed, but now let's build our job description, set some expectations, and in 6 months I can evaluate these on these expectations. Yeah. You kind of got to go backwards to go forwards. Good. Not for years. Any other questions?
Thank you. I'm curious about your thoughts or advice you would give. I have considered when hiring someone, rather than as a part of their first 90 days or even the first 30 days as still a part of the hiring process, before I hire you, to give them like a small project, because I want to see how do they handle things, their thought process. I've also done in interview processes, I'll give them like a scenario and right now I'm hiring a finance person. So, I want you to look at the P&L, I want you to look at this balance sheet, I want you to give me a report of what do you see. Because I want to see in real world time, do you know your stuff?
Oh, it's okay. That's kind of a gray area. So you're basically, what you're doing is you're doing pre-employment assessments. And so I wouldn't give them anything that's going to take considerable amount of time, because otherwise they're working for free, or that could be perceived as. But your example of the finance director, it makes perfect sense to give them assessment to see if they actually know, how to balance, balance sheet or look at the P&L or the cash flow. But I wouldn't make it be a long project, like they're working for a week for you and they submit this project, because then, well, that's bad. But I would consider that to be a pre-employment assessment. And I recommend you do assess their skills. So I'm hiring a grant writer for a client, and we ask for a writing sample, so we can at least see, that they are able to write. So some of these things are okay, but you got to be careful of, what you're having them do. And I also would recommend that. Well, I don't know. I guess doing those pre-employment assessments are okay. Question up here. Or are you just stretching?
So I just want to know, kind of related to that 90-day training period, or what do they call it, probationary period, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
If you was to give a person like a test after that 90 days, would you get in any legal trouble if they don't pass and you release them because they didn't pass your test? Like I used to do an assessment after that, and if they don't pass the assessment, at least give them 3 tries. And after that 3rd attempt, if they don't pass it, I just separate them from the company.
I think you're fine.
Okay.
And I think, again, it goes back to the expectations that you give them in the first 90 days. These are the things you're going to need to learn. If at the end of the 90 days you haven't learned it, you will be separated. So that I call it orientation period instead of probation, because probation sounds like they've been in jail. So that orientation period or introductory period, it's the time to assess if they are able to do the job. And if at the end of 90 days, they're not. And I work with some manufacturing firms, same thing. If at the end of 90 days, they can't do the tasks that they need to do in that manufacturing firm, then we have to release them. And that's an at-will. That's an at-will.
Okay, thank you, Carla.
Thank you all.
Carla will be here for the roundtables if anybody has questions that come up afterwards. Oh, is this Trish? So next to introduce our next panel is Trisha.
Who's made some really bad HR decisions? Who's done that?
So I'm Trisha Grossman. I'm the senior accountant at the National Center. Earlier he had on his tourism hat. Now he's got on his tax accounting hat. So he's here to answer all questions tax accounting. And the one piece of advice I can always give people about tax accounting is ask a tax accountant. It is such a big field, but you want somebody specialized in taxes. So.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So please welcome Ed.
Okay, make sure I got my presentation up. So who's made a horrible HR thing? Okay, my worst one I ever did. Oh, you made a bad one? What happened? What'd you do?
Well, I can't disclose what happened.
Oh, God, okay. Oh, it's a good one.
No, I will say that. I will say that the hires slow, fire fast.
Yeah.
I've learned some tough lessons about letting someone stay on and giving a second chance or whatever.
Yeah.
And realizing that, they were toxic and it had a huge impact on me.
Yes.
I would just say those are some hard lessons learned.
It is. Yeah, the hardest thing in any company, any business, is getting rid of the toxic employee. That's always the hardest. It really is. Now, my worst mistake was actually not a bad mistake. Is I was at Deloitte. I was there for 30 years, and I don't know, maybe about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I got in charge of intern recruiting. So we're down, we would have our big event down in Scottsdale, the Scottsdale Conference Resort, it's the center. I go in, it's like 140 degrees out there in July, that's when you go, all the interns. And I go into my room and it's like 4,000 square foot room. 5,000, it's huge. Big. My little bedroom was as big as this. And I go, well, shoot, maybe, for our interns, we're here for 3 days, maybe they can have a happy hour in my, big suite. It'd be kind of fun. So we rolled in a bar. I went out myself and bought the liquor. I've saved the company thousands of dollars, bought the liquor. And so 300 people showed up, all drinking away. Well, guess what the problem was? Most of them are under 21 years old. HR comes and goes, great, everyone's having a great time. You know, you just broke the law. And I go, what? So about a month later, I get called. So like we had the best hiring rate, like 98% of they all joined the firm. So I got called into the legal, and they go, oh, God, we need to discipline you, but we had a 98% hit rate. Hopefully that's a good lesson learned. I go, oh, okay, bye. But they could have really got me for that. But I did learn a big lesson. You just you don't think, you got to talk to HR about those things. Hey, can we do this? You know, so, but I was trying to be proactive and get the people recruited, so. Okay, so we're going to talk, okay, first of all, what I'm talking about today is tax lessons learned. So I'm not a tax CPA. I worked at Deloitte, but I'm on the other side of the house, the financial audit and the consulting side. But over the years, I've learned a lot of tax tips. The thing is, this is tax tips that we've been talking to a lot of companies about. And you can then take it to your tax CPA. So who has a tax CPA? And I always will say, work with a tax CPA, not just a tax preparer. That's a big difference. If you work with a CPA with the PIN, you most likely won't get audited. Let's go through that. Okay, so if you have your own LLC or your own partnership, there are some steps you can take to lower your personal taxes. So your goal is to lower your business taxes, your LLC, but that also feeds into your personal, right, 1040. So we know that. So what's the top steps you can take to lower your personal small business taxes? I'm going to combine those together. What's the steps you can take? Yell them out. What's that? Retirement plan. That's for the rich and famous, yes. On my list, okay. What's that? Real estate, okay. Think simpler. Detail your expenses. Bingo. That's a good one. What else? Home office deduction. Oh, yes. Take all your expenses. Yes, yes. Okay. I'll go to the list now because we're getting late in the day. Top steps to lower your personal taxes and personal taxes right there. Okay, set up your business correctly. A lot of people I see, we're going to walk through this because you got a choice. Who goes in there? Who's gone to the state corporation board? They fill out a form. They select, it's either a C, S, or a partnership. They fill it out, check the box, and move out. The question is, did you check the right box? Because there's a big difference for tax purposes. We're going to walk through that. I've had a lot of clients change their LLC from a partnership to a C. Because then all the expenses flow through to your personal versus the K1. So a big difference. Document and track all expenses. Yeah, that's not a big deal. Does everyone do that? No, they don't. No one tracks no one does that. I'm just amazed by it. So I was just with one of my, not my clients, one of our, working with the National Center here, and they'd give out cash tips as part of their business to the drivers. I go, hey, are you expensing that? He goes, no, I can't expense a cash tip. I go, yeah, of course you can. So that's just a normal course of business in that type of a thing. You would have cash tips. You should be tracking all that and expensing it. And so should the person receiving it, because if it goes over $600. Yeah, exactly right. Of course, they're not going to the other side, but I know. I'm just No, and maximize all your Schedule C deductions. What's Schedule C? We'll get that's just owning a business. You got to fill out the Schedule C, which says here's your income, here's all your expenses. There's all kind of line items in there that most people aren't taking advantage of. So whoever donates to, who gets requests for family funerals? You're in a business. A lot of times people will come and say, hey, can you donate to this fund for my family for a funeral? Can you expense that? Of course you can. That's goodwill for the business. So you should be expensing those type of items. Track all expenses, everything that you have, then take it to your tax CPA and have them decide if they're going to actually expense it. Most likely, everything you have on there will be expensable in some fashion. Maximize the home office deduction. I'm sure, who has a big home office? How big's yours? 4,000 square feet, probably? You have 1,000 foot? Exactly right. And the key to the home office, you don't actually need to use the whole home. You're not using every square foot of that, but that's your home office. And the biggest mistake people don't make, we'll get there, is not saying it's 100%. Your home office is always 100% for the expensable. You're not expensing 20%. Oh, I'm only there 20%, I'm out serving clients. Well, that's still your home office. So that's a big mistake. We're going to go through all these. Leverage the Section 179 deduction. Who knows about 179? Okay, I have 2 tractors. One of my tractors is at the airport now waiting for me. And why do I call it a tractor? A tractor. I have a tractor. I have a tractor at the Phoenix airport. Why do I say that? Because if it's over 6,000 pounds, you can expense the entire amount the year you buy it. And it's considered farm equipment. So I say I have my tractor at the Phoenix airport waiting for me. These are all things written into the law. Know the IRS audit criteria. Do you guys know the audit criteria? That's kind of fun to walk through. Know the IRS hobby versus business income rule. A lot of people are doing out there is amazing. It's gone to tax court. So my neighbor used to be an IRS lawyer. So I got all kinds of good stories, and we'll share a couple of those. But what you can do to really take advantage of the tax code. Again, then you go talk to your tax preparer about it. Leverage techniques were set up by the politicians and the rich and famous. And then leverage a corporate tax rate of 21%. Who leverages the corporate tax rate of 21% in their business? Yeah, we do. Not just keeping the money in there in the business at 21%, but you got to use it within the company. Okay, so let's go through these. Anyone else have any other ideas here to throw up there? Okay. Oh, this is also for considerations on reservations in trust land. You got to make sure you consider those type of things. We got some links up there for that. So, for example, on a tribal business or an individually owned business, there's different type of steps you need to take. I just kind of outline some of those here. Also, if you own an asset on a tribal land, typically a lot of the assets and leases would go through the BIA, Realty Department. So again, this is some of those considerations. I won't walk through too many of those, but the bottom line for these is do your due diligence. We were recently on the Wallapai Nation, and they had a lot of considerations like this. Set up your business correctly. So who has a C set up? LLC, a C? Who has a partnership? So why'd you do a partnership? I'm just curious.
Well, I have multiple businesses. So I have an LLC partnership for the consulting business, I also have a nonprofit, and then the trucking business is an S corp.
Okay, good. Okay. Excellent. Nice. I like that. I like that setup. Okay. So, I'm sorry. Let's go back to here. So when you go to the business, you set it up. Most people want to set it up as a C corporation. So why is that? Why would you want to not select a partnership? Again, because it's going to go through a partnership form, the K1, accept filing, those type of things. The revenue isn't tracking properly. A lot of little issues there. So if you set up the C corporation, that just flows directly into your 1040 via the Schedule C. So take, for example, who's retired here doing a second job? Anyone retired like me? I'm the only one that's retired and still working 60 hours a week. So it's good if you have retirement income, any income from your business, you have a loss, takes away that income, nets out on the 1040. So typically, if you have your own business, who has a profit? Most people in their small businesses, they really don't have much of a profit. I learned that in the old days of a grocery store. I worked in a grocery store. Everyone had a little side business at the grocery store. I said, hey, why do you have this business? Because that way I buy my furniture for my home office. I buy it this, those type of things. So you're never going to show a big profit in your business. Oh, then consider changing to an S Corp. Why would you want to change to an S Corp from a C Corp? Why is that? What's that? Okay, good, almost there. Why'd you set up an S Corp?
So I have a bookkeeper and I have a tax attorney. And the tax attorney was like, let's set the S corp up so any losses we can run through the business basically, where we offset the other businesses.
Right.
So that's helped us to have to pay less taxes.
Yes, okay, and that's number one reason. The second reason is that in the S Corp, you got your salary, that comes through, you got to pay Social Security tax, Medicare tax, everything else. In the S Corp, you can just pay yourself a lower salary, then the rest can be in dividends. So take the dividends off of it, so you're paying a lot less taxes. So typically, there's a magic number. Once your company gets to $50,000 in profit, you want to change to an S Corp. So talk to your tax person about, I've been talking to a lot of people about that. We've talked about that. And everyone knows what a corporation is. Who actually owns a big corporation, IBM, something like that? Who owns that? You may own stock in it, but that's going to be a big business. Once you get into a corporation, you got to do the SOX filings, everything else. So a lot of work there. So the key thing here is most likely set up an LLC, switch to an S Corp after you get $50,000 in income. If you do have a partnership, consider changing the partnership, or just on your return, you can say that you are still LLC. So most states, the IRS does not actually interact with the state corporation board. So typically every state, like Wisconsin, has a corporation board that you sign up things with. The IRS does not talk to those entities. They only talk to them with their EIN number. So that's the only thing they talk about. Okay, next thing. So the IRS forms are simpler than you think. Very simple. So everyone knows Schedule A, right? Itemized deductions. Schedule B is your dividend and interest income. So even like your little income from Wells Fargo, your checking account, all that would flow into there. Schedule C, profit and loss from an individually owned business. And then there's the, the form for the home office deduction. And then the form 4562 for depreciation and itemization or amortization. And then section 179 is just part of 4562. In the old days, you had to fill out all these forms. Who uses TurboTax? Very simple, isn't it? Hey, did you buy some equipment? Did you buy farm equipment? You check the box and away it goes. It doesn't say that though. But it's so simple to use. Now it's just all rolled together. It's really just one form. It's that simple. You just fill out the things. This is all completed for you in TurboTax. Losses from a Schedule C can offset gains and income from other entities. And that's why people may actually have more than one LLC. Who has 3 or more LLCs? I mean, you have, what? You have 4? Is that the reason you have those 4s to kind of do the different things? Yeah, you could actually do a lot of things. Like right now, my company, I say I'm officially 4, is Buyers Holding Group, right? That's what I always say. No, but I have my EWB Consulting. I get income from Buyers Holding Group into EWB Consulting. So I pay myself that. And my son owns Buyers Holding Group. So you can take different steps like that to feed income through. And it's all legal. It's all legal. Yeah, you have to be doing it. Take advantage of the tax code. So we get there already? Document and track all expenses. This is a key thing. And I always say, if you document and track all expenses, you will never need to do one important thing. You will never do. You will never make up expenses. People get in trouble for making up expenses, but if you actually document and track everything, you will never even think about making up an expense because there's so many expenses out there. Just amazing. So standard protocol, if documented, okay, if documented, and you have an e-receipt or a receipt available, most likely you can expense it. Okay, we've been talking about Vegas. Who went to Vegas the last couple of weeks? Oh, God, are you? Yes. Are you expensing it? Absolutely. 100%, yes. It's a business trip. It's always a business trip. Okay, and then if the IRS ever was to audit you, you may need to justify it. But I actually have a lot of friends there. I use staff contractors there. Yeah, so there's always going to be a reason that you're doing something there. Hey, I've stopped by the Bellagio or checked out, the conference facilities for future meetings. There's always a reason. Now, the one thing you have to do is not worry about it. Okay, you're in Vegas for 7 days. You may not be able to expense all those things. But you can expense the majority of it. Your flights, majority of your hotel rooms, a lot of your meal expenses, those type of things. Leverage a software tool. I just use Excel. Very simple. And I have QuickBooks where I track all my expenses that are automated through the checking system. But then I use, every week I sit down, where did I drive today? This week I drove about 400 miles. It's the 3 trips. Where'd I go to? 10 seconds it takes. You probably do the same thing, don't you? Yeah, very easy. So my simple approach, I update an Excel spreadsheet on a weekly basis, takes 5 minutes. Columns are for mileage, hotels, meals, parking, car rentals, airlines, incidentals, because we always forget incidentals. We always have lots of incidentals. Business entertainment, office, business supplies, other expenses, legal, advertisement, subscriptions, websites, all those type of things. I track all those. Credit card receipts are fine. You don't need to have hard copies of receipts. I always say if large companies can do it, you can do it. Large companies, you never need to have an actual receipt. Remember, no need to make expenses. Just document everything. Just document it. So know all your Schedule C deductions. Initiate tracking from your home office. So once you walk out of your home office, which is your house or trailer or whatever it is, you start tracking it, right? You do. Okay. Right now it's 70 cents a mile. I wanted to give you some. I go to my little hairdresser, and I started helping her with her taxes. And I go, hey, you have an LLC? She goes, yeah. I go, got a home office. Oh, what's a home office? I go, well, don't you cater to other clients? She does there mainly, but she also goes to other clients. And she goes, yes. I go, well, you must have a home office where you do your receipts and stuff. Yeah, I do, but how would I do with that? And I go, well, main thing, you're going to be tracking your mileage. So she lived 30 miles from her little hairdress place. That's 60 miles a day times 5, 300 times 50, 15,000 miles times 67 cents. So it was about 13,000, whatever it was, it adds up, 12,000, whatever. Comes right off the bottom. Plus then we got the home office deduction, then we took this. All her supplies she wasn't tracking appropriately. So she had paid $35,000 in taxes. She actually did pretty good money, but she wasn't deducting anything. We paid $3,000 because we just tracked everything. We just tracked everything. So business travel, always combined with a vacation. I always make sure everywhere I go, it's a business trip first and a vacation second. All components of the business travel can be expensed. Meal costs are fully deductible, 100%. Meals cannot be lavish or extravagant. That's the actual write-up. What is lavish and extravagant per the IRS code? What is it? It's per your company policy. Per your company policy. So when I worked at Deloitte, we said anything over $250 per person was extravagant. So I've used that same thing. That's even though I've been retired for a few years. So I just say $250. I write down in my little expense spreadsheet policy for extravagance over $250. I just write that down. So that way I would have it if I was ever audited. Why did you expense these things at the Bellagio, which I never go to Bellagio? It's $240 per person. Oh, that's my policy. Oh, okay. As long as you have a policy. And that sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound like 500 or something like that? So, but other people are taking $250. Other people are taking $350. So I'm in the norm. So I'm not out of the norm. Okay. Track all monthly payments and subscriptions. That's a key thing. I was helping my hair. Don't you have all these magazine subscriptions? Don't you have Microsoft, your computer? She had a tech person helping her. She paid $29 a month. I mean, those things all add up. Okay, office expenses. So typical, track all those. You got your cleaning supplies. Who has office cleaners that clean their home? Yeah, but who has a housekeeper that comes in once a week or once every 2 weeks? You got to track that. There's a reason, because your home office deduction, that certain portion of the percentage, is deductible for the house cleaners. Right? You got to track all those things. Because they're cleaning your office. Remember, if you really track all your expenses, you never need to make up an expense, right? Because it's just that. What? No, dry cleaning. I talked to my tax lawyer about that. Because if it's, your uniform. Yes, but not, your normal clothing would not be considered a uniform. But if it's your stage clothing. Yes, that would be different. Okay. That's different. I asked him that question. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. 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 You can definitely do both. Okay. If there's a business purpose, a business reason for doing it. Okay. Yeah, not an issue with that. All right. Thank you. Because a business office could be for holding conferences, those type of things. There's going to be a business justification for it. Okay. You can't just have a bunch of offices just to have offices. You got to have a justification. As you would know, wink, wink. Everything's always justified, like the extravagant meal, right? Yes, another question?
Oh, yeah, so back to the home cleaning thing. So if you own a cleaning service and you hire your cleaning family to clean, can you write that up?
What's that? A separate LLC? Yeah. It is? Yes, and most definitely. Okay. Most definitely. So if the office is under a different LLC? Yes, because then you're writing a check to that LLC, then you can write it off. Most definitely. Yeah, that's why people set up different LLCs. And they really can't say anything, the IRS, because that's why you got it set up. That's why people have, I said, 4 to 5 different LLCs. And then they have LLCs in their kids that are getting money, because then the kids, don't pay any Social Security or any tax. It's just. So here I always say maximize the home office deduction. It's very easy to do. So my home office, I have a house, my home office is 605 square feet of my house. I don't have the extravagant, who had the 1,000 or 1,200 square foot? The huge home office. But then I summarize all expenses, mortgage interest, insurance, utilities, repairs, house cleaners go in there, maintenance, depreciation. What people forget, so my air conditioner broke down this year. I had to put in 2 new air conditioners in Phoenix. So 2 new air conditioners, you tack that in. What's 2 new air conditioners cost? Yes, mine was $21,000 because the whole HVAC unit. So my home office is 16.9% of the house. So I get to write off 16.9% of the $21,000. Because, right, that's part of the home office. That's an expense. So you got to just keep track of those things. For the IRS, term home for purposes of deduction includes a house, apartment, condominium, mobile home, boat, the garage, or similar property. So you got to make sure you keep, anything's really a home office. Also includes structures on the property, tree house. I don't think a tree house, I just said that. There is a greenhouse, because if you own a nursery, you could have it there. Yes. And then, of course it is, yes. What's that? Of course. Of course. And you got to talk to your tax CPA about the square footage. Okay, so what I've seen them do is they add that square footage into the total place. So take, for example, your home is, because the basements are common back, I used to live in Ohio for many years. So we had a basement. So we say, okay, it's 2,000 square footage on top, 500 basement. They say 2,500, 500 divided by 2,500. So that's 20%. That's very common with the basements. Okay. When asked if your home office for a business is always 100%. Very common mistake. Very common mistake. And a key thing also is different family members can use different rooms in your home for different LLCs. Yes. So you can have different home offices, different family members. You're not going to use the same home office, are you? Okay. So the key thing is what the IRS will do when you get audited. We're all kind of small, lower income. We're not $5 million. Maybe you guys are, but all they do is a documentation audit, where they just ask you for some evidence. That's typically all it is. Someone's not going to come to your house. So I have a picture of my little thing all set up, everything like that. I ran it by my tax lawyer that used to live next to me. He said, "Oh, this is all perfect, in case I ever do get audited." I got it set up. Leverage is Section 179 deduction, which is a Form 4562. And I couldn't take that at Deloitte because I had a partnership. But then once I retired, started my new business, I could. So I bought my first piece of farm equipment, and I got to deduct the entire equipment that year, which was great because I had a lot of deferred income. Because at Deloitte, you get your capital back and you get all kind of deferred income. Just take it all right at that point in time. So capital assets includes cars, equipment, furniture, and software. And if you look at that Form 4562, you can see all the different things you can expense immediately that year. It's amazing. And what I do with these, if I do have people going through that, I have sat down with them to walk through it with the tax CPA, just to make sure. Because once you start getting into Form 4562 and Section 179, it can be a little bit tricky. But if a tax CPA signs off on it, you're going to be fine. Don't just fill it out yourself and send it in. Have a tax CPA with his pen file it for you. Section 179 is limited to $1,080,000. That's enough right there, right? And a value of property purchased to $2.7 million. So I mean, you can almost expense everything if you have the cash flow, those type of things. Okay, that's why I always say this is a great deduction to consider if you open a small business after retiring. But it's still a great deduction for everyone. Note the Form 4562 feeds into the Schedule C. Remember, the Schedule C is the business. So the business is purchasing the asset. So when I bought my car, Buyers Holding Group bought the car. So my car is registered as Buyers Holding Group. So, or the farm equipment. The Schedule C then feeds into the 1040. Know the IRS audit criteria and when to leverage an expert. So whoever listens to C-SPAN, I love C-SPAN, only certain things. Like the IRS commissioner comes in, you get all these things. He comes in, how many people are you auditing? Have you seen those things? Yes. Why aren't you doing this? Why are you picking on the, people under 50,000? Why are you only picking on them and not the rich people? That's what you always see on there. And he kind of then talks about, how many returns are they auditing, those type of things. So IRS only audits about 1 in 1,000 returns. In official wording, if you look in their official wording, it says significantly less than 1%. So we know it's about 1 in 1,000. Your chances of being audited are much less than this. And why is that? Why is that? No, because if you have big dollars, you file with a tax CPA. So a tax CPA filing with him or her is going to lower your chances of being audited. Okay. Most audits are handled solely by mail. Okay. Increased audits, of course, now won't happen overnight. They've lost about 30% of their revenue agents in the past 4 months. Revenue agents are the ones who do the audits. So they've lost about 30% of them, because most of them are older individuals. So there's a smaller IRS staff and a lack of trained staff. Also, audits are a lengthy process and cost the IRS real money. What they have said is that for every dollar they spend on an audit, they get $6 in return. So they actually should be doing many more audits, shouldn't they? They should be doing $100 billion worth of audits and getting back $600 billion. So, but yeah, they just have a low staff there. That's all the things, and you got too many auditors already. And then listen to C-SPAN. Most audits are triggered by overzealous taxpayers, and these are the documentation audits, where you people, I have a charitable deduction of $500,000. No, you don't, unless you're really. So you got to do proof of that. So I did have, during COVID, I moved, and I had a big charitable deduction. I gave all my furniture to the church. So I had a big one that year, but I took pictures of all the furniture. I didn't want to bring it down to Phoenix. So I took pictures of everything, just in case. It wasn't a very big deduction, but it was still, hey, I'd be curious. So I still have all that documentation. No. Yeah, no, it was still wasn't that big, but my charitable contributions are pretty small. So this was a 1 year with giving all that furniture and everything to the church. So it was more than the norm. It still wasn't in the red flag area, because they have the red flag criteria where you got a certain percentage of your income. It was still below that. But still, I'd like to keep, I was thinking about it. I wanted to, okay. Yeah. Steps to avoid an audit: report on income periodically. So most people actually, certain years they'll report an income just to keep audits away from their business. That was the old days. Now the audits are so infrequently, you don't need to worry about it too much. Have a tax CPA with a PID file your return. Note the IRS hardly ever audits any return under $1 million filed by a tax CPA. Why? Because a tax CPA is signing and he has a license. He or she has a license. So if they are committing fraud, they could lose their license. There could still be errors in there, but they're not fraudulently filing it. An individual could be fraudulently filing it, are making up expenses. So when I go to my tax CPA, I have to give the individual, here's all my expenses, I give them my spreadsheets, I give them all my business checking, I give that person everything, looks at it for reasonableness, those type of things. So he's, he, in that case, is doing his job. Don't take excessive charitable deductions. It always creates a documentation audit. And once an audit starts, they could open it up to your entire Schedule C. It's very simple. If you've done something wrong, they're going to get money back. They're going to start opening it up, open the Pandora's box. Don't take excessive 179 deductions without a tax CPA. So definitely, if you do a Section 179 deduction that's large, make sure it's signed off, because then they won't audit you. Okay, example hotline call I made 2 years ago. So actually it was 2.5 years ago. So I was talking to my tax CPA, and I knew, I won't say who, but on what type of land, the person we think was probably taking about $2 million fraudulently. So I go, that's a lot. I was talking to my tax CPA, my tax lawyer friend. He goes, have you reported that? Because I'm certified, I have numerous certifications. They go, you could lose your certification if you know about this and didn't disclose it. It's an ethics issue. So I called the IRS hotline, and I go, okay, I think I know someone who's probably taken some money, grant money, those type of things. In this case, it was actually also casino money, because casino comes in and they could cash checks, and they go to the casino, other casinos, and cash the checks. So we kind of knew about it. And they go, what's the dollar amount? And I go, I think it's probably $1 million. They go, $1 million? They go, yeah. They go, that's so small. We don't do anything under $2 million. And they go, we'll note that you called. Don't waste our time. They didn't say it that way, but that's what I was thinking. I go, because they are so short-staffed. They got to take only the highest cases, and $1 million to them is not that high. I just found that interesting. Know the IRS hobby versus business income rule. The key thing here, who's heard about the hobby versus, okay, yeah, you've all heard about it. So per the IRS, a business is something that operates to make a profit, while hobbies are there for pleasure or recreation. So if you're running a business, trying to make an income, you have a business plan, those type of things, it's a business. It's a business. There's an old IRS myth, rule, that it's a hobby if you lose money 3 straight years. That's not the case. That's not the case. You are running a business if you conduct it in a business-like manner. You put some of your time and energy into it. You intend to make a profit from it. And it depends on your, what's it here? Oh, you depend on some of the income for your livelihood generated. So here is my little tax lawyer a few years ago. Example IRS hobby rule. Individual was going to Vegas every 2 weeks. It was a she, because it's an old document, a she put together a business plan for making money gambling. Had an LLC set up, all those type of things. Yeah, okay, so that individual had a loss that she then took against her normal income. She was a pretty wealthy person. I'll make it up. Maybe she had $2 million in normal income, inheritance, and everything else. And then she had a loss on the business of $500,000, so it lowered her taxable income to $1.5 million. IRS fought it. Guess what? They lost because she put a lot of her time and effort into it. She had a business plan. She was tracking all the expenses. So that's, yes. Now, I don't think that one is right. I don't think that one's right, but it follows the IRS. It follows the protocol. Yeah, that's a stretch, but they lost, and now other people are doing it. Other people are doing it. It's a business. Yes. Yeah, so I just find that interesting. Okay, so now some of the rich and famous things. These aren't rich and famous. These are just normal. I always say rich and famous. Employee, a family member, children under 18 aren't subject to the FICA taxes, Social Security, those type of things. Tax at corporate rate. We're going to talk about that the next slide. Enhance your organizational structure. Like we said, change from a partnership to an LLC, or set up multiple LLCs, like a lot of people do. Set up the S corporation. Hire contractors who happen to be family members, who have their own LLC. That's a very common thing, because then you can deduct all the expenses flowing from one LLC to the next, the cleaning type things. Find a retirement plan. I mean, you need to do that, because you can just deduct that 100%. And set up a health savings account. Who has a health savings account? I do. So that's important. And make sure you take all your travel expenses. What's that? Because you do have your own small business. You can do that. Yeah. Yeah, high deductible thing. That's what I have, a high deductible plan. Yes. Yeah. And actually, it pays for itself, because you can put it into the health savings account. That just pays the extra cost. I mean, the high deductible plans are so reasonable. So I just found it so, like the deductible on mine is $5,000 for my wife and myself. And you can put in, how much can you put in there? For about $8,600 to the health savings account, which you can also invest. So, leverage a corporate tax rate. So you remember, if you have your LLC and got a thing, you're making so much money, what can you do? You can either flow it through the 1040, or you can keep money in there and have it paid at the corporate tax rate. I think the corporate tax rate is still 21%. That could have changed. So you got to look up that. So if you're making a lot of money, your rate could be 37%, 37 plus the 3%. Wouldn't it be nice to just get it taxed at the corporate rate of 21%? So here's the only trick, though. You can't flow that money from the corporation to the individual. You got to keep it in the company to buy things in the company. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing you can't do. You got to keep it in there. But if you're making money, if you're making big money, you definitely have to do this, because then you're expensing everything through the company. See what I'm saying? So that's a key consideration. Retained earnings. That's just your retained earnings in the company. That's a financial accounting term. Pay off debt, building a financial cushion for the future. You can do all kinds of things with that. Again, you can't pass through money to all of a sudden from the business to your personal checking account. That's a no-no. And really talk to your tax CPA. He's talking to my son about that, not me, because my son has the business. Like, hey, do you want a tax here? Because once you get up there, even at 30% or anything, you can save 9% by keeping it in the business. So you don't need to be the multimillionaires. You can do it at a lower income. There's other benefits to that as well. So good information. There's my contact. You can give me a call. Also go to IRS for all the forms. I always put that out there. And get a CPA, Certified Public Accountant, with a PIN number. And a lot of people were not doing that when I talked to them. Now they all have tax CPAs. So easy to get someone like that. And now the price to process your taxes is so reasonable. So reasonable. I know a business up in near Flagstaff was using a tax accountant to do it. They were charging $2,500. I brought them to my tax CPA in Phoenix. It's $450. 450. It's so automated now. It's so automated. Most of, a lot of the work that I know at Deloitte, most of our tax things are in India, because it is, repetitive type work. It's also all automated in systems. So when I go, I get my partner, my K1 for my Deloitte, I still get my K1. They just scan it in, it's automatically populated for them. They don't hardly do any work. I fill out their form that they scan in. So it's pretty straightforward. All they do is just like, their main job now is tax strategy, those type of things with you. Then also verifying, does all this make sense? And are you doing anything unethical, not reasonable? So that's the main, it's very straightforward. So that's it. Any other questions? That was a good discussion, good opportunities, especially for business owners. Especially for business owners.
I just wanted to point out, when you were speaking with regard to tax strategy, I had someone share with me, which was a real game changer, like don't wait until January to start having those conversations with your tax accountant. Really start having the conversations in October, November, or even September, so that you can really come up with a strategy for end of the year, like maybe last minute expenses, tractor equipment,
Oh, yes.
retirement funds, all of those things. So that would be my tip to the room, like have that conversation September, October, so that you can create that strategy with your tax accountant for once January hits.
Whenever you meet with your tax, you should be talking about next year. So right now you get all your things, you get everything, your filings in April, or if you do the extension back in October, you should, at that point, you should be talking about what should I be doing differently for next year so you get things set up. So you can be tracking stuff.
If you're planning for capital expenditures, you might not want to go too crazy on the write-offs because you will have to meet debt service requirements.
Exactly right. Yes. I mean, that's why you're going to be talking to your tax CPA about all these things. You really do.
Do you?
I work with a lot of small businesses, and they aren't taking half these deductions. I want the small businesses to take all these deductions and save themselves $30,000, $40,000, $20,000. Yes.
It's a real simple question because, small business, it's like a vague description. It can be from zero to like $1 million sometimes coming in. Do you recommend, because when I do a lot of my mentoring and stuff, like the one thing I'm not good at is this.
Right.
So is it good for me to recommend to sit with their tax accountant quarterly? Or maybe just like few months? Because that's what I've been saying, but now I'm saying maybe that's a little overkill.
Or meet with them every
Quarter.
I don't think it's really necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so what we have done with a lot of our clients at the National Center, in my role is helping the clients, is I get them set up on QuickBooks with a lot of tax accountants also, or tax CPAs also do QuickBooks, track all those things. They get them all set up. And they can have like a quick check-in or a call. You don't need to go visit with them.
Okay. And you can do a lot of automations in there too, and set like triggers in it, so to help you code.
Oh yeah, so that takes like 5 seconds. It's nothing. Ours is also, the only thing I really track is all the manual stuff, the mileage, all those things. But QuickBooks takes care of everything. And if something breaks down, I call up John, my tax CPA, who also has the experience of running QuickBooks.
And most times, I know my tax CPA, she'll tell me, run this on this, run this automation, and then send me that report. Okay.
Yes, and they'll set up all the rules for you that you're talking about. They have all the rules set up. So get a good tax CPA who also can do your books for you. So like that example, it was $400 to do their annual taxes, plus get $100 set up on QuickBooks, and then they're going to have $100 different charges for consultation. So $600 for everything. They're paying $2,500 and paying all this money out the door. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. But I would say if you're not comfortable or you feel comfortable by meeting on a quarter, they're always there.
Yeah, that was just like because this is not my area, so I was meeting with mine, and I'm like they took over the quick, but I'm learning it now. But am I mentoring my places?
I guarantee you had one meeting with set up on QuickBooks. Isn't it so easy? I mean, it's.
So
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and also you only can do so much. You only can do so much. There's so much time. So if you feel more comfortable, spend an extra few $100s and get comfort. Comfort is a lot, yes. Yeah, I know. Anything else? Okay. I think it's now, do we have happy hour? No, no happy hour. Thanks, you guys. Hope you learned something.
Thank you, Ed. So as we wrap up the end of the day, we're going to say goodbye to our online audience. And before we do that, I just want to say thank you guys so much for staying throughout the day. I know we packed a lot of information in the last couple 8 hours, but thanks for hanging in there. Thank you to all the speakers. You guys offered some really valuable information. And just want to say, travel safely. Oh, wait, we have round tables in the back. My apologies. Round tables in the back, and I have different topics set up on there. So the speakers will be back there who are still here, and so feel free to mingle and chat with them for the next 30 minutes. Ask questions that you weren't able to ask when they were up here, or if you didn't want to ask in front of everyone, now would be the great time to do so. But bye to our online audience. Thank you for joining us. I will have the recording.